A very good morning everyone and a warm welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton for the fourth and final day of the LV Insurance County Championship First Division match between Somerset and Northamptonshire. For the last time this week I'd like to extend a warm welcome to the players, committee and supporters of Northamptonshire. We hope you've had an enjoyable time with us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Play on this final day will commence at 11 AM. There will be a minimum of 96 overs bowled in the day. Lunch will be taken between 1 PM and 1:40 PM. Tea will be taken between 3:40 PM and 4 PM. Whilst at the Cooper Associates County Ground, we ask that all members and supporters adhere to our Spectator Code of Conduct. Discrimination of any kind will not be tolerated at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Smoking is not permitted in any of the stands or buildings. This includes e-cigarettes. Designated smoking areas are situated behind Block 5 of the Somerset stand in the 12-man area and also in the St James Street car park. Exits to the ground are the same as the entry points, plus in an emergency, the jaw guard gates between the Somerset stand and the Marcus Truscothic stand will be open. In the unlikely event that any unpleasant situation should arise today, please draw this to the attention of your nearest steward, or text SCCC steward, followed by your message to 66777. This will alert security and a steward will be sent round to help. Texts are charged at your standard network rate, and a reminder to please help to keep the Cooper Associates County Ground clean by putting your litter in the bins. Northamptonshire will resume their second innings on 66 for 1 shortly, still trailing Somerset by 91 runs. Northamptonshire 255 all out in their first innings, Somerset 412 all out. Northamptonshire 66 for 1 with play on this fourth and final day, set to resume at 11 AM. very good morning. If you're just joining us here at the Cooper Associates County Ground in Taunton, play are due to get underway in 10 minutes' time. Day 4 of this LV Insurance County Championship Division 1 match between Somerset and Northamptonshire. Northamptonshire set to resume their second innings on 66-1. Scorecards are available from the SCCC shop and also Stragglers Coffee House. Members have been emailed a free copy of the scorecard for this match. Just a note on the umpiring team. The umpires were Neil Mallender and David Milnes for the first 2 days of this match. And for days 3 and 4, it has been David Milnes and Rob White. The match referee is Steve Davis. Northamptonshire scorer is Terry Owen, and the Somerset scorer is Polly Rose. Pleased to say the North Somerset and Bristol area bookstall is open again today, situated beside the Somerset County Sports Shop. It's open now and also during the lunch and tea intervals and any breaks in play. All proceeds go directly to the club. Thank you for your support.
Good morning, folks, and welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. It's day 4 of Somerset versus Northamptonshire. Bit of blue in the background, all rise, while the Somerset players go through their final warm-ups. We've got an intriguing day in store. I'm Sam Dowling. Alongside me on the live stream are Stephen Lamb and Harry Everett. Northamptonshire are going to resume their second innings, 92 runs behind Somerset. They've lost 1 wicket, Stephen, and it was a huge wicket late last night. Ricardo Vasconcelos, and what a catch it was too.
Absolutely fantastic from Craig Overton. It just emphasises his value, doesn't it? His all-round value. We think about his bowling mainly and his batting, but what a catch. Absolutely superb round the corner and just instinctive. And 1 or 2 more like that I think we want that, don't we?
Oh, absolutely. Jack Leach bowled superbly, 5 overs, 1 for 9 in the evening. Harry, you're a man who's fallen to a decent slip catch as well this weekend. Jack Leach, there's 4 left-handers in the top order for Northamptonshire. Is Jack Leach going to be the key today?
Yeah, I think it's absolutely crucial. Jack Leach is, a 4-day pitch, there's rough to bowl into, and we must remember that there's no Luke Proctor, there's no Lewis McManus for Northampton, so they're missing a couple of key players. No Ollie Sale, of course, has run the drinks, great to have him back here, but they're missing a couple of players, so there's going to be a bit of fragility. We don't know if Hassan Azad's going to come out to bat, depending on his injury as well. So.
Yeah, talking about Hassan Azad, so he went off yesterday, he had a bit of treatment, it looked like his hand was bleeding, he went off and retired, not out. We expect him to probably come back today, and Stephen, he's a bit of an immovable object in that Northants side.
He is, and that's going to be something for the Jack Leach in particular. Let's hope that it turns for Jack, because he could be key today, and there has been some sign of spin, and we could see some more.
Yeah, and we've got a pretty docile pitch yesterday, but Somerset have got Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory, Peter Siddle and Casey Aldridge. It's not going to be easy. James Sales batted beautifully in the first innings as well. He made 50, but Somerset are 9 wickets away from what would be their first victory of this 2023 summer. We'll be live on the live stream, courtesy of WPA Health Insurance. Please do join us all day. It's going to be a cracker. Good morning, folks. Yes, there was Stephen Lamb, myself, Sam Downing and Harry Everett. We've made our way from the middle. We're up at our vantage point in the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Players will be on their way out shortly, and we have got a thrilling day in store, I feel. Day 4, Somerset versus Northamptonshire. Northants 66 for 1 in their second innings. They trail Somerset by 91 runs, so what that means is Somerset require 9 wickets if they take them for less than 91, which feels, well, unlikely but possible. They won't have to bat again, but we could be set for a little chase back end of today. Northants will have other ideas. They will fancy batting long. They may still have an outside chance of victory, but first and foremost, they will want to bat as long as possible. We've got 96 overs today. We've lost overs in previous days, but on the final day, always 96 overs, set session times. I'm joined for the first stint by Stephen Lamb. It's the first time I've seen you this season as well, Stephen. What a joy it is to have you alongside me.
Entirely reciprocated, Sam. Good to see you. And an air of expectation around that dugout in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. It's all maroon this game, isn't it? Maroon for Somerset, the caps. And Tom Abel, you can see on the left there, cajoling his side, and it could be a fascinating day. You never really know, do you, at the start of a game, what day 4 will bring, whether it'll bring anything at all. Sometimes it doesn't, but that there is an enthralling day's cricket in prospect here today. There are the 2 umpires on their way out, and so we've got a night watchman out there with Sam Whiteman, the Northants skipper, who's on 29 out. Gordon Buckingham, who came in at the fall of Ricardo Vasconcelos yesterday to an absolutely magical, we referred to it in the preview there, but the catch by Craig Overton round the corner. He just got a split second to take a catch like that, and he managed it. He's a superb fielder close to the wicket, and that was further proof of his value to the side in that regard.
He's one of those cricketers you can't keep out of the game. His bowling was a little bit off. He bowled 3 overs yesterday morning. Just playing around his helmet as well. He's been adjusting it, so he could have been unsettled, but it was a serious grab. There they are, Somerset players on their way out into the middle, largely in their jumpers. Tom Lamb has been braving it with just his shirt on. He has got jumper in hand. Somerset each on the screen a short while ago. How crucial there's young Jordan Buckingham. It's actually an Aussie pair out there. Sam Whiteman, the skipper, and Jordan Buckingham, who's flown in. He's a quick bowler, really. So he came in when Hassan Azad retired not out late last night. He took a blow on the finger to this man, Lewis Gregory. There was a little bit of blood. He had some treatment. Didn't carry on, but he was down there warming up this morning. The Northampton lads and the Somerset lads actually playing football. So good news for Northampton. I do hope we can see him. Again, you never want a game to be dictated by an injury. So maybe he will come out at the drop of the next wicket. But first up, it's going to be Lewis Gregory from the River End. Sam Whiteman is on strike. Looks like 3 slips. Tom Cadmore donning the double jumper. A little bit like Bampton. He's a man who always likes a double jumper. Got short sleeve underneath, long sleeve on top. Cameron Bancroft at second slip, Craig Overton at third slip. And Gregory from the River End, Stephen.
And James Rue is the only sweaterless man out there behind the stumps. Just loosening up there, and we are all ready to go. Here is Lewis Gregory. First ball of the morning is firmly defended. All results possible as this day gets underway, with Northants on that 66 for 1. Conversation between first and second slips. They'll be very much at the ready, hoping for a nick. Starting off round the wicket to the left-hander, Lewis Gregory.
4 left-handers in this Northamptonshire top order. Jordan Buckingham, the night watchman, is a right-hander, but after Whiteman, Azad will come back out, and then Saif Zabe will come in at, it'll be 5 really, but he's a left-hander too. So Jack Leach will be licking his lips at the prospect of bowling, probably from the River End, that's where he tends to operate, and there's a little bit of rough outside the left-hander's off stump.
Firmly defended again by the Northants skipper. He's having a good season with the ball, Lewis Gregory, particularly in the game up at Trent Bridge. Although that wasn't in the end in a winning cause, Somerset still looking for their first victory of the season. Just that Trent Bridge defeat and 2 draws here thus far. But they've got a good chance today. Runless thus far in the over. Somerset looking to emulate the victory they secured over Northants here late last season.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it, how Northants go about this, because there's still 91 runs in arrears. I think they're just about batting time, aren't they? They'll be looking to bat for the next 60, 70 overs and just see where they're at that point, and then it's a decision as to whether they can set up a game.
Yeah, I don't think they'll see anything too flamboyant. So initially they'll be looking to play themselves in all over again, as batters have to do. The 29 not out on the board for Sam Whiteman. Doesn't count for anything in particular when you're starting another day. Very orthodox field. You mentioned the 3 slips, a ring of 3 men in run-saving positions on the offside, 2 to leg. And once again, watchful defence, so that's a tidy start for Lewis Gregory and maiden. His first, in fact. 0 for 16 his figures from 5 altogether.
There's the James Hildreth stand, relatively densely populated, as it always is. There was a good hardcore in there yesterday, having to sit through the rain. It's remarkable we got 67 overs yesterday. The rain, when I was driving up, it was actually dangerous on the roads, but you know, the ground staff have taken a bit of flack over the last couple of months, but I think we need to give them so much credit for getting this game back on. Like, they've had so much rain in March and April, and so much rain yesterday, and you could easily, if that could have been terminal at many other grounds that aren't test match venues, it would have been. But actually, we've had a decent chunk of cricket in this game so far, and hopefully 96 overs today. And it's going to be Craig Overton who is going to start us off from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Just the 3 overs yesterday, a little bit costly. 3 overs, 0 for 20. He did take that wonderful catch though, which more than made up for it. He's going to bowl at Jordan Buckingham. 3 slips in again, and a fielder in at short leg too. I'm trying to work out who it is, because it's usually Cameron Bancroft, but I think he's at second slip. There's Tom Abel, the Somerset skipper, I think it is, by the looks of the way he moves. And that little flash of orange on his boots. Yeah, almost in action straight away.
And indeed on his helmet, there's quite a distinctive orange mark on either side of his helmet, Tom Abel, this season.
It's those new stickers I think they've got on the helmet. But he's there waiting to pounce. Fine fielders. Somerset are very lucky to have some excellent fielders. And that's an absolute beauty from Craig Overton. Jordan Buckingham will just turn away and have a little grin to himself. I'm not sure Craig Overton will be grinning, but that's unplayable.
That augurs well for Craig Overton.
Let's have another look at that one. Just back of a length. And in fairness to Buckingham, actually, I think he played it quite well. Just pulled the bat away, but it was a beauty. Just a game of patience. Jordan Buckingham has only played, I think this is his 8th first-class match. Just made his breakthrough for South Australia last Sheffield Shield season. That is not a shot where he really needs to be playing. Craig Overton gives him a little stare and turns around. He was off balance, driving. Here we go again.
Yeah, so much for my saying don't expect anything flamboyant from Northants.
Well, unless what they've said to Jordan Buckingham is actually you've got a little bit of licence. Because if he can come off with a quick fire 20 or 30, then suddenly that deficit is greatly reduced.
Maybe that's what he's got in mind.
I don't know, though.
That's more circumspect. Yeah, when we were walking out to do the preview, Sam, it was noticeable underfoot, wasn't it, how damp it was?
Yes, it was. I was surprised, actually. We were lucky to go onto the pitch, and you fell over, Stephen, didn't you? You slipped.
Not quite.
No, but it was, wasn't it? It's the kind of dew, because I don't think it rained overnight. It certainly hasn't been wet at all this morning. It's a good start from Craig Overton in the microscopic pavilion end. This is his preferred end, really. A few of the bowlers have struggled with those, not the footholds, but actually just where they leap. You just see where they're. Craig Overton takes off, particularly where they've been coming around the wicket. But that is one that Jordan Buckingham left well alone. Probably just a little bit too wide to tempt him, that one. Although there was a little bit of temptation, you could just see it. Just see it, Jordan Buckingham. And that was a bit of a hoik. He was initially trying to play that into the offside. It's gone straight to Tom Lammonby. That is the end of the over. 66 for 1 still.
Yeah, 2 maidens in a row. And that builds pressure. Somerset right on the money at the moment.
And there's Ben Green down in the dugouts. Cup of squash. A couple of them have got a cup of squash in there. Did Ben Green play some club cricket yesterday? I know Taunton Dean announced his signing. I think he's an Exeter boy. There were a few Somerset lads in action yesterday. Mr. Tom Banton and Mr. Smead. Smead came out on top of that. He was playing for Bridgewater. He made 53. An odd innings from Will Smead. 53 off 59 balls, but with 4 sixes. So it was like kind of restraint and also power.
And the power is quite something. It's well outside the off stump from Lewis Gregory this time. I was most impressed. I interviewed him at the end of the game against Glamorgan here, the T20, when he hit the Glamorgan attack to all parts. I was very impressed by the strength of his forearms.
He's serious. He picked up some serious weights in the gym, this Will Smead.
Gregory then.
Yeah, Bridgewater came out on top of that battle. And the middle order, Somerset fans will be interested in for Taunton St Andrews. Josh Thomas at 3, Tom Banton at 4, George Thomas at 5, Thomas Rue at 6. Didn't muster enough runs though, chasing 318. They were all out for 207 in 38 overs. So victory for Bridgewater. 3 wickets for Jake Lintott as well, who's playing up. The standard of club cricket at the moment is just superb. Taunton Dean's game was cancelled yesterday.
Thomas Rue being James's younger brother.
Yes, and without wanting to put any pressure on him, he's actually more highly rated.
Wow.
Yes, which is saying quite something. That is no slight against James Rue, who he goes on his current trajectory will be an England international.
Absolutely. And what a start he's had to
He's
the
just
season.
brilliant. The calmness, the composure for such a young lad.
There's going to be a run here for the first time this morning. Down to long leg. There was bat on it. May have been a mixture of bat and pad, but takes the Northants skipper onto 30. 67 for 1, and eventually Northants underway. Yes, James Rue, quite an extraordinary drop catch in the game here against Lancashire by none other than James Anderson behind square, a little dolly. Oh, beauty. They found their lines very well, these two, Gregory and Overton, this morning.
That's an absolute jaffer. Jordan Buckingham, it's just too good to get an edge on that. Just having a look, Stephen, I'm flicking through the club scorecards. Well, I'm not really. All I'm seeing is cancelled, cancelled, cancelled. That was the only game in the top division, that Bridgewater versus Taunton St Andrews clash.
He was shaping up for the drive there and then seemed to think better of it, and just opting for defence to complete the over. So just the single off it, just the single so far this morning. Buckingham is still on 2, Whiteman's gone on to 30, Northants 67 for 1, so the deficit is exactly 90.
Yeah, just to, I've now flicked through all the divisions of the Whipple. It was just that one game and the game that Harry Everett starred in as well. Wemden victorious over North Perrott. They were the only 2 games, which just shows how well we did to get 67 overs of cricket. Yes, I know the drainage is a little bit different here at the Cooper Associates County Ground to club grounds, but there was that much rain that club games couldn't even get underway. Craig Overton then to Sam Whiteman, going to come around the wicket as most of the seamers have to left-handers in this game. Face, but there will be no run. Good morning to all of you on the live stream. We love having you all with us. Welcome to the Somerset fans, to the regulars, welcome to newbies, welcome to all Northamptonshire fans as well. Brilliant to have you alongside us. Please do keep the comments coming. We do try to keep an eye on them. Lovely to have visiting fans with us as well. Good lines from Craig Everton, first up this morning.
Yeah, they're offering very little, these two, which just builds the pressure on the 2 batters. Talking about the rain we've had and the challenges there have been for the ground staff. I actually came here I was quite fortunate to see some cricket actually in one of the pre-season friendlies against Cardiff University. And
Fuller, half an appeal. I think he might have got himself outside of the line. Craig Overton was interested. He's ended up almost level with Sam Whiteman. I think he's trying to wait for him to turn around so he can have a word. Whiteman knows his stuff and is just staying well away from Craig Overton. Eventually has to turn.
The line.
He did.
I think. Not far away there.
Hits him on the back foot. Bancroft's interested, Cola Cadmore's interested. Craig Overton was naturally the most interested. That's not a bad shout at all. We're just seeing it from this reverse angle, Stephen. It's just hit him. That's close. That is very, very close. Leave that one alone. We'll have another look at that one in a second. I think it's worth having a look at this replay there. I think it does. I think it's a good call from the umpire. I think it just about flicked that back pad.
It's very, very close.
I mean, he's playing a shot.
No issue about height, certainly.
No. This is better from Craig Overton. A little bit expensive yesterday morning. All those 20 runs you can see from his 4.4 overs came in as opening free. Not gone for a run yet this morning.
Yeah, but certainly the conditions have improved since that pre-season game that I was here for. There was matting in front of the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. That's gone now. But still plenty of sand visible around the place, and really challenging winter that they had here. Defended again, so much rain, and they had some snow as well, which was to blame for some of the sandy patches that we've got now in front of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion here. So, real struggle, and not just here, other parts of the country as well. So much rain in March. There's the scorecard thus far, with St James Church behind it. Just see the flag flying at the top of that St James Church tower. Union Jack today. Stump. A variety of flags this summer, actually, atop that church.
Just looks like it maybe hits a footmark there, because it moves away quite significantly from the right hand of Buckingham, who's swung at a few that he probably ought not to have done, but he's been so far away from them actually that hasn't really been in any danger.
This is a charmed life that Buckingham is leading this morning.
It's got 4 slips in now, and you can see exactly why Tom Abel has joined that slip cordon. That one, again, it moved. Lewis Gregory is just getting that ball to nip away off the pitch. Buckingham's playing down the right line until it pitches. It's not really full enough to be driving like that.
And that's all the movement you need to give yourself a chance. Good stuff, this, from Somerset this morning.
Yeah, it's been excellent, and that is one of the constructive criticisms you might want to throw towards Somerset this season so far. Their first hour of bowling has sometimes been a little bit off the mark, and the first session against Northamptonshire in this game, the first session up at Trent Bridge, just allowed teams to slightly get away from them. But this morning it's been absolutely perfect, just what they wanted.
There's still just the one run so far today.
Fifth slip coming across, I think. Tom Abel's just taken a step to his right and pointed at the gap and said, Casey Aldridge, you come in here.
I think that was quite where he was aiming. Buckingham, there they are, all 5 of them, poised, hoping for that outside edge. Alongside James Rue, number 55.
It's an extremely tall cordon. I've made this point, but Tom Kohler-Cadmore is a tall man. Overton Aldridge, Bancroft in between them. Tom Abel's not short, but he looks it on the end of that cordon.
Good shot. There'll be at least one here. Will it be pulled in inside the rope? Yes, just. We're going to take 3. Gregory looks a bit disappointed, but that was a good riposte from the batter.
It was a nice shot, that wasn't it? Good throw actually in the end. I think it was Lammonby doing the chasing, just brought it back in. Maybe some early morning stiffness, but the throw was excellent. Buckingham had called Sam Whiteman through for the 3rd there. He was quick, and Whiteman perhaps didn't expect the throw to come to his end.
He goes to 5, Buckingham. That's his first scoring stroke of the morning. Back down to 3 slips for the Northants skipper. Controlled that pretty well. Steering it down to long leg. Be a single in it for him, so he'll keep the strike. 71 for 1 for the over. 0 for 21. Those figures.
These are available to purchase from reception in the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion at a cost of £12.
That's a little word on the public address about how to listen to us on the radio.
Bargain at £12, Steve.
Absolutely.
If you have got one in, make sure you turn it off at the end of the game, though.
Save the battery.
My dad made that mistake. If you leave it on for 2 weeks, Dad, you can't expect it to be working on the next game. Greg Overton then to the left-hander. Coming over the wicket to the left-hander, actually. I like to see this. Sam Whiteman, solid in defence. He's on 31. They're playing everywhere else in the country. There's some intriguing cricket going on. Glamorgan declared overnight after that Labashade 100. So Yorkshire Well, the equation is, I love how it gives the equation. 484 runs Yorkshire required to win, off 91.3 overs at 5.29 and over. And these days, although it sounds mammoth, it's not impossible with Johnny Bairstow in that side, but Glamorgan heavy favourites there. This is good from Overton. Essex, 109 runs in the lead with 9 wickets remaining, so I wonder if they'll go out early and try and put some runs on the board and give Surrey a little tempting chase with Simon Harmer to bowl, because actually Essex, I think, will fancy themselves for the title this year. They're a strong side, and if they can turn Surrey over, wow, that would be...
Could be a key result.
Would be massive. It's a huge game, isn't it? Leicestershire batting kind of to save the game, really. They're still 222 runs behind with 9 wickets remaining, so they've got no chance of winning. Derbyshire will be pushing for a victory. As Overton is slightly wayward, but gets away with it. The game up at Trent Bridge, I think, is unfolding nicely. Lancs 197 in the lead with 4 wickets remaining. All result. Well, actually, I say all results possible. I think that will be one way or the other. I can't see that being a draw with all that time left in the game. And Worcestershire trailing by 70 runs. They're batting again, 39 for 2. Sussex all out for 373 in their first innings. So there's some fascinating cricket. This is what the County Championship is all about.
Very much so. Somerset searching for their first win of the season here at Taunton in the meantime. Craig Overton bowling an excellent spell. Asking questions almost every delivery.
Oh, that's a beauty from Craig Overton, just tempting Sam Whiteman into that one. Whiteman steps away just to kind of recompose himself after that one. He had a little push at a ball that he shouldn't really have been playing at.
Yeah, it didn't look convincing, did it? He was sort of feeling for it outside his off stump. That's better. Just defended. I can vouch for the fact that the clarity of sound on those radios is excellent. If you're wandering around the ground and can't see the cricket all the time, it's a good way of keeping in touch with what's going on.
End of another Craig Overton over. He started off really brightly this morning, as has Lewis Gregory from the River End. Let's have a look at his highlights package so far. It's only 3 overs old. He's just beaten the bat time and time again, Stephen.
Yeah, just shaping away. That's the danger delivery. Little bit of movement, and that's going to keep Lewis Gregory interested.
There's the benches again. Ollie Sale down there. Max Waller's in there. Sale formerly of Somerset, now with Northamptonshire. Max Waller and Junior Waller as well. Max Waller testimonial season. Milo and Max in there.
And shaping away from the right-hander. The 5 slips are back in position.
I can feel Harry Everett's presence behind me. What have I done? Oh, he's run out.
In the dugout, just in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. Watching and hoping for a breakthrough. Lewis Gregory giving himself every chance. Oh, another beauty. It's just... Buckingham hasn't got Gregory's number yet. Just feeling for it again, outside the off stump, and fortunate not to find the edge from the batter's point of view.
Still 5 slips in, just waiting for that one that Buckingham plays at and find the outside edge. He did play a nice shot in the previous over. A little punch through mid-on that picked him up free.
Firm defence this time. Just 3 scoring strokes so far this morning, which gives an idea of how tight the attack has been.
Well, we've seen the highlights package of Lewis Gregory beating the bat, but bowling is all about partnerships. And Craig Overton, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 20. he's not got from a run yet in his 3 overs this morning. He's been absolutely excellent. And I think he would agree with the fact he's been a little bit below his best at times so far this season. But if he can click today, well, what a day for it.
Runs here. It was in the air for a short while, but fell safe. It's going to be pulled in just inside the rope, and just an indication down there of how slippery and slidey things are, with the dampness persisting on the outfield here at Taunton. So a couple more for Jordan Buckingham. Goes to 7. 73 for 1. Well down the leg side this time, and Buckingham not interested in playing a stroke to that. Grey skies overhead here at Taunton, but a decent weather forecast. There's no great threat of rain, which is just as well with the game poised as it is. Final day of 4 in the LV County Championship. It's a charmed life, isn't it, out there for Buckingham, no question. End of the over, 73 for 1, and I think both of these two bowlers can count themselves unfortunate not to have made a breakthrough as yet this morning.
Remember, we're with you all day, courtesy of WPA Health Insurance, our principal county championship sponsors on the live stream this year, as was the case last year as well. Very grateful to them for allowing us to do the job that we do. I've got my blue on today as well, Stephen. I've got my
matching blue.
I'm in my matching blue. Craig Overton, been joining dots all morning. He's coming over the wicket to Sam Whiteman. And that's exactly the channel he wants to be playing at. Just making Whiteman think. And Whiteman was equal to it, happy to let that one zip through to James Root. Plays his cricket at the whacker, so used to being able to leave the ball on length. Craig Overton just making him think about that one a little bit. The chat between Lewis Gregory and Craig Overton, they've been bowling beautifully this morning. So much experience. Must be closing in on, if not having already reached 1,000 professional wickets between the pair of them to England international. There he is, the boss, striding across with purpose as well. Mr. Ben Warren, he is the man that makes the magic happen. Up here, as Whiteman opens the face. And they pick up a single. Down to 3rd.
Down to the beach. One of the beaches.
Yeah, that was Ben Warren. For those of you who don't know, he is the brains behind this entire operation, really. He works so hard. I mean, his to-do lists are always so long. The number of hours he puts in to all the social media stuff. He's got a team around him, isn't it? Well, now a very capable team too. But he was almost the man that started it in county cricket, made Somerset a bit of a forerunner.
Taken by James Root above his head. Yes, the pivot of the live stream, I think it could be said. Ben produces, directs, and does a great deal of work behind the scenes. So it's tough going for the visitors this morning. Searching examination from Messrs Gregory and Overton. They run here down to long leg. Managed to lay the bat on it, not with any great conviction, but just tucking it away.
Head on hands for Craig Overton. Wry smile. That one just moved back into Buckingham. It was inside edgy, I think is the technical term for it. He will fancy himself to pick up a wicket this morning. A couple of wickets would be nice from a Somerset perspective, but Northampton's going about their business quite nicely. Yes, Jordan Buckingham's living a bit of a charmed life, but Sam Whiteman's looked in no trouble whatsoever. He's a brilliant player. Polly Rhodes just informing me from next door that Craig Overton, in fact, as well as a brilliant bowler, has taken his 100th first-class catch as well in this game. I'm not sure if it was the one yesterday. As all that one has moved prodigiously. Overton came around the wicket. It was a bit of an effort ball to Sam Whiteman. It started off too wide and it moved late. Poor James Rew. I think it'll go down as byes.
Yeah, it would have been a great take if he'd made it, because that movement was substantial, as you see.
It wasn't actually as wide as I thought it was where it pitched.
It was after it went
away.
through. Extravagant movement. Very difficult to reach that as a keeper.
Couple of slips into Whiteman and a leg slip now. It's more a leg gully, really, isn't it? It's not particularly fine. And that one's moved back in. That's the line Craig Overton is looking to bowl. It shot through a little bit low to James Rew. Just slight signs of a little bit of misbehaviour on the pitch so far, which Somerset will be quite pleased at. He gets a pat on the backside from Tom Abel. I think I'm going to make way for the first time this morning. Change of bowling up here in the commentary box. Mr. Harry Everett is going to come in for me.
Yeah, two contrasting deliveries from Craig Overton to end the over. One lifting and swinging away quite dramatically and resulting in 4 byes and then one keeping low. Tricky to know what to expect as a wicket-keeper. You get 2 deliveries like that. All part of James Rew's learning curve. Shy at the stumps from Lewis Gregory, but Buckingham not considering a single. Very good morning to Harry Everett.
Yes, well, very good morning for the Somerset bowlers without the breakthrough, really. They've been
good stuff, hasn't it?
Probing and probing away, and Buckingham's done well to survive. 2 Aussies, of course. Just been chatting to got a friend in today from Perth who was talking me through the WA side, and Whiteman coming through as a keeper originally, but not keeping so much these days.
Bouncer, and it's going to be another bye, I think, here.
That swung a long way. James Rew's done well to save 3 runs there, I think.
Bit of a torrid time he's having at the moment.
It's not pleasant to keep with, well, very good bowling, doing a bit of all sorts, and Gregory and Overton are going to get frustrated now, and they're going to try all sorts. They're going to literally throw the kitchen sink at Buckingham here, aren't they? And that's what you want the night watchman to do from a Northampton perspective. Irritate, frustrate the bowlers is superb. From Buckingham, he's doing his job for the team.
It's not demanding a stroke from Gregory outside the off stump of the Northants skipper. I think they can count themselves unlucky not to have made a breakthrough.
Oh, definitely. But then, yeah, you've also got to give credit to the Northants side to, well, these two, particularly the 2 Aussies digging in, showing some grit, determination to get through a pretty decent spell. I love seeing so many slips in place. Only 3 now, but we've seen 4s and 5s and gullies and proper attacking field on the last day of the game.
Played that pretty well, just offered a little bit of room on his pads, not a lot. But he's found the man at mid-wicket. So he's got to stay put. Sam Whiteman.
Yeah, not keeping for WA with Josh English, the main keeper, almost the backup keeper for Australia after Alex Carey, really. Sort of a multi-format player, as many of them are these days. Whiteman, who's more of an opening bat for the Sheffield Shield side. Slightly different pitch from here than it would be in Perth, mind.
There's a committed leave from Whiteman.
I think that's it. The word committed sums it up, really, Stephen. You've got to be committed in this situation to get through it. You've got to really commit to your defence. You've got to commit to a leave, commit to a defence, commit to when you're playing your strokes, when the ball is doing, not all sorts, but doing enough to make it tricky time to bat.
defending. Northants still with a substantial deficit to make up. 77 at the moment. Batting under grey skies, which may be giving a little bit of assistance to the two Somerset bowlers. You've seen some movement out there. No need to play that. That will conclude the Lewis Gregory over. He's been excellent this morning.
Yep. I loved your stat, Stephen, your self-made stat of the first 24 minutes. I worked it out when you said there've been 3 scoring strokes. That's some going, really. And you see that from the scorecard now on screen. The economy rate's Aldridge bowled yesterday, so a more inflated economy rate, but Gregory and Overton's economy rate coming down and down today after yesterday.
I wonder whether those floodlights might be needed at some stage today with the skies so grey. We can't see any blue at all. I checked the forecast this morning and it looked very good.
Yeah, I think we're going to be fine. Final day, dry, a bit of grey cloud, but I don't think bad light should be an issue. 4 slips to Craig Overton then from down below us, the just Gothic Pavilion end. Against not the captain, but the night watchman, Jordan Buckingham. Saif Saeed still being protected. You'd have thought he'd be batting probably earlier on day 4. Can't really give enough credit to Jordan Buckingham. The night watchman I always thought it was a dying art, Stephen, with the night hawk coming in and Stuart Broad and all this this Bazball nonsense, you could say, in the Red Bull game. But
yes, the night hawk came in with Bazball pretty much.
I quite like seeing someone do a really gritty job. You know, it's frustrating in Somerset, but he's doing what he needs to do for his team, and then Saif Saeed can come in when a bit of the shine's taken off the ball. The bowlers are a bit tired, and then you can have your proper normal number 4 bat coming in an easier situation. Lewis Gregory's going over the leg gully now. Bowled by Overton again.
Hurrying him into the defensive stroke. We haven't seen a boundary yet today. Been playing for more than half an hour.
Nearly an edge. I thought it was going to go for 4, but just hauled in. I mean, Jordan, Stephen, Dermot, Buckingham. I mean, I just love I like looking at the middle names of players, especially Australians. I mean, they're not completely Australian wacky names, but just looking at it, his highest score in first class cricket is 17. This will be
short and well taken by James Root.
So not yet endangering getting more runs than that, but in his entire first class career he'd only faced 76 balls. So having faced over 30 now in this knock, could be a record balls faced in his career.
He could be doubling up.
Yeah. Just the 4 4s in his first class career so far across 7 games. Only 23. He's gone for a bigger shot there, but short leg gets hold of it. Yeah, I think we talking about early in the match. I was quite avidly watching the New Zealand A versus Australia A match back at the start of April. I just got back from New Zealand myself and was having withdrawal symptoms. Watching Matty Renshaw. Great to see another former Somerset legend scoring runs against New Zealand A. Hundreds in each game. That was the game that sort of got Buckingham well, probably potentially got him this gig. Got his name out there more on the wider scene, getting 6 for 58 in the first innings of that game. Didn't go wicketless in the second, but Lincoln in New Zealand, quite a bowler-friendly ground in those conditions in April. Late in the season, that's the Burt Sutcliffe Oval. But here he's doing a great job with the bat.
Topical name, Buckingham. His middle names ought to be Palace Balcony.
Yeah, yeah, had to get out. What are we, 38 minutes in and you got a king and a royal reference in, Stephen? I was in trouble with my mum on the phone this morning for not knowing enough about the coronation, not having watched it yesterday. Just playing cricket. I thought, can we watch the coronation? One of the few games we did play yesterday, so...
Good game?
Well, no. Oh, no, I've walked into that one, haven't I? We won, so yes, it was a great game. Great game. Got the season off to a flying start. Shortish from Craig Overton. More leg side than he intended, though. The leg gully's not going to be in play. Buckingham just... What's he rehearsing there? A sort of one hop... Like the Devon Conway flamingo shot. It was almost that sort of one hop leave. Get out of the way.
You'll have been studying the footage of yourself, Harry, I imagine. Some of your efforts yesterday.
No, I'm already getting there. Oh, here we go.
I've had a look.
I'll even show you this shirt, shall I? While we're on camera.
Change of bowling at the
First change of the morning, and
Jack
no great surprise to see Jack Leach removing his sweater and handing it to David Milnes. Jack Leach, who already has a wicket under his belt, courtesy of a fantastic catch at backward short leg by Craig Overton yesterday evening, which accounted for Ricardo Vasconcelos, an important wicket to which Somerset are trying to add. That's the only wicket that's fallen. The other opener, Hassan Azad, retired hurt yesterday evening. We're unsure whether he's going to resume this morning or not.
And look, Stephen, I'm excited for this. We saw that phenomenal catch yesterday. Jack Leach has Craig Overton at leg slip. And after that one-handed paw, the left mitt, big hands of the Overton boys. What a catch that was. Could he have another chance here? Short leg slip, leg slip. That's going to get the short leg excited, isn't it? Even though it's not a chance, just getting it in on that leg stump. Bit of spin out the rough.
Absolutely. Cameron Bancroft there under the lid.
Both balls going that way. Turn. Left arm orthodox from Jack Leach into the left-handed batter of Whiteman.
3 helmets in evidence around the bat.
Oh.
And the wicket and in the air and over the top.
That's one way of playing, isn't it? We're talking about the close fielders.
That's gone all the way.
Comes down and dismissively swats him over cow corner, really, into the car park.
Yeah, that's quite a long boundary out there as well.
I didn't think he'd got hold of it, to be honest with you. It tells you about the bats we have. Kookaburra bat he's using. Pretty decent. And Pete Siddle, another Aussie. Aussies everywhere. 4 Aussies in the game, actually. Yeah.
So the first boundary of the morning and an absolute maximum. More here, just one more.
So I think the 6 off, not a bad ball from Jack Leach, has now forced Jack Leach to go wider outside off stump. You'd almost rather Jack Leach didn't bowl that wider off stump, and rather he goes again. Make Whiteman play. Didn't want to be outside off stump, allowing him to punch to deep cover or deep point for 1. I think the shot for 6 is, I'm not saying it's a win for Somerset, but it's a risky ploy. Day 4 turning pitch. He misses it or gets an outside edge or a skew anywhere. But he didn't, he middled it.
Night Watchman is back on strike. That's defensive mode initially from Jordan Buckingham.
Interesting seeing Sean Dixon coming out to deep square, but he's not even 10 off, he's 20, 30 yards. Big old boundary, backward square leg towards Gimlet's Hill and the Somerset stand. He's a long way off the boundary, but not saving one.
Driven back to the bowler. Yeah, it's the first time actually in a home game this season that we've seen the boundaries so extensive. There's a replay of the 6, which he really middled. That's gone a long way into the car park in between the Colin Atkinson and Andy Caddick pavilions. There's Gimlet's Hill, always a popular haunt.
Yeah, particularly popular today with the Somerset stand not in action on the Sunday. We're going to see a change of bowling also from down below us. Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory both out of the attack. Pete Siddle joining Jack Leach with the ball now.
Yep, Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory, both unfortunate not to have struck in Their two spells first thing this morning, both bowled well. But these two batters have hung on in there.
It's interesting now what Jordan Buckingham does. Does he now start playing like a batter? Does he go into a more attacking mode? He's got his eye on again this morning. He's seen off the opening bowlers. He'll have a few balls of Pete Siddle to have a look at, I'm sure. But when does he go more aggressive? Does he keep going as he is? Is he the Watford Wall, the Stephen Finn kind of night watchman? Is he more Jack Leach against Ireland, that kind of night watchman? He's definitely not Stuart Broad. That's an easy single. Pete Siddle drifting leg side first ball. Good play from Whiteman, giving this man back. I just find it intriguing, the night watchman thing. I find fascinating. Did you see the other day, Johnny Bairstow had two night watchmen? Yorkshire, Glamorgan. Glamorgan dominated that one. Yorkshire really struggling in Division 2. It's almost embarrassing, seems a harsh word to say, but test ground, club of such talented players. Forget the backroom side of things, the politics going on, all the issues. But the actual 11 men on the field are still quality cricketers. It could be in Division 1. You know, they've had Milan, they've had Bairstow, Ben Code's been injured, but quality cricketers, and it made me laugh really. Johnny Bairstow should have been batting, then a night watchman went in, then he got out, then another night watchman went in, he got out. I think Matt Fisher was one of them, former England, or could be again an England seamer. How many night watchmans do you go through before you think, actually, I'm going to have to go out myself? He did get through to close, and he was stranded, 20 not out, because he didn't have the tail enders to stay with him, because it was too late. Pete Siddle against the more solid night watchman of Buckingham, but
it can become an issue though, can't it? Because your number 6 could end up going at number 9.
So Johnny Bairstow, I think he was carded to bat 5, Davin Milan would have been 4. Then he had 2 night watchmen, so that pushed him down a couple of places. And then, suddenly he's 20 not out because there were further collapse of the lower middle order. And then there's no tail enders to stay with him because they were night watchmen earlier. So Johnny Bairstow's return to county championship cricket, he didn't do a lot wrong personally, but he only got 20 not out because he didn't have time to bat.
Very little has been given away by Peter Siddle in this innings so far.
No, just the 2 balls into this morning's effort, but yeah, superb yesterday. That's nearly a chance at Tom Abel. Yard in front of him. Not a jib, not really a chance, but a bit more middle of the bat than intended from Buckingham there, I believe. 3 maiden yesterday for Pete Siddle. I don't know if Siddle and Buckingham would have played against South Australia versus Victoria. Would they have played? I'm trying to remember how many games, what games Pete Siddle played for across the winter. So Jordan Buckingham playing for South Australia. That's full. Pete Siddle, big appeal, might be leg side.
Not by that much, but it's where he was shaping to play it. Slanting across him, I fancy. We shall see.
Look at that lovely replay. Yeah, just down the leg side.
Needed another stump.
A little bit of head topple, not that I can talk personally, but a little bit of head falling over to the offside from Buckingham. Nearly outside the line and falling over a bit, allowing Siddle to get the bat. Missed and hit the pad, crashing into the pad, but as we say, again on the leg side. In a bit closer is Casey Aldridge at mid-wicket. Now that is armpit height. Probably would have been very unpleasant 5 years ago. Pete Siddle not rapid, well he never was particularly quick. Steady Eddie kind of bowler, but comfortably enough played. Yeah, I was trying to remember back in February, Victoria played South Australia in Melbourne. Get the scorecard up. I don't think, no.
Were you there?
Played. No, I don't think I was actually. I was going to go. I think I was in New Zealand watching the 2 Basball tests by then.
Okay.
My enjoyable winter of watching and playing a bit of cricket.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was. No, it was some experience. But no, I wanted to go and watch a bit of Sheffield Shield. But while I was there, I watched more Big Bash actually. The T20 takes over in December, January and February really. Not much Sheffield Shield, which is pushed to the outer extremes of the season, sadly, the beginning and end. Short leg in for Pete Siddle, another short ball. Buckingham defending that.
One of 2 members of our commentary team to spend the winter down under.
Yeah, Sophie was out, wasn't she? I was going to try and watch Sophie Luff. She was in Tasmania when I wasn't, and I was trying to work out a game when she was playing for the New South Wales Breakers and try and watch her, but it just didn't quite work out, sadly. Would have been lovely to have her. Hopefully she'd have enjoyed having a local supporter out there, but no, I followed her scores. I watched her innings back, the videos, and every game she played for New South Wales Breakers. She got in the League Team of the Year, I saw yesterday, for her performances for Parramatta in the Sydney League.
Excellent.
Got in the Team of the Year for think it's 300, late 300 runs for the season. Decent effort from Sophie. Hope her thumb's going to get better soon. She'll be back in action for Western Storm. Anyway, Jack Leach is going to continue with these 3 men tightly around the back, plus the keeper.
Watchful defence initially from Whiteman, but remember what we saw in the previous over. The 6 over mid-wicket. Will he have another crack? Not this ball. Smartly stopped by Cameron Bancroft. Down the track, and not where he intended. It's going down to long leg. They'll get a couple for this. He's looking to go straight or straight-ish.
Yeah, I think because it's a deep square, well, there's a deep mid-wicket and a deep backward square. There's no one really outside the 2 yards away from the bat, the 2 short from the leg side. There's so much space. I guess he knows he's going to be fairly safe as long as he gets enough to beat the 2 close men.
An attempt at a cover drive there, which is unavailing.
And jovial appeal from TKC at slip. Throwing it in the air.
Be a single here
Yeah.
to mid-wicket.
I guess what I'm saying is Whiteman can run down the wicket, and as long as he gets something on it leg side, if it doesn't carry to the men in the deep now they're back, and as long as it beats the men 2 yards from the bat, it's a safe shot really wherever it goes, between mid-on all the way around to fine leg. Glorious, straight from Buckingham. Genuine number 11, South Australia's number 11. I'm just looking back at this scorecard from when he played in Melbourne. He got not off 3 balls in the first innings, and then coming to bat against Victoria's attack, which, you know, there's some decent bowlers in the Victorian attack. Will Sutherland, you might have seen. Matt Short got an IPL gig. Anyway, Jordan Buckingham, 17 off 29 balls at number 11, so he can hang around. He can play some shots, but I don't think Northampton expect him to last this long. Now he's got 8 runs, and he's started playing a couple of cover drives, isn't he? The last couple of overs, that on drive then looked like the shot of a genuine batter.
Yeah, and he's been up there for almost an hour now. Frustrating Somerset. Firm defence from the Northants captain, who's edging up towards a half century.
Yeah, interesting, the captaincy. Sam Whiteman, of course. The overseas captains have had success over the years. Cam Bancroft up at Durham when he was signed.
Bless you.
I think just trying to think of other overseas captains. A few Somerset ones over the years. Chris Rogers, of course.
Yeah, just for the one season. Tom Abel's predecessor.
Yep.
In fact.
He was at Middlesex as well, wasn't he, Chris Rogers? He had a few counties going about.
Yeah, Derbyshire.
Beforehand, yeah. North Devon he played for in the Devon League. Up in Stoke. I used to like watching Chris Rogers bat. In the attacking he was almost, I don't keep saying passable, but he was the aggressive Australian captain almost before it came trendy across the Test game the last 10 years. He was very aggressive. I remember some bold declarations for Somerset.
Yeah.
Take the game to the opposition.
It can be 4 here, down to fine leg. There was bat involved. Yes, there was.
I think he's trying to go 2 straight here, Pete Siddle. He's got 3 slips, well, 2 slips in the gully. He's trying to get the bowled and LBW into play, but just firing it leg side.
Yeah, he was prepared to risk losing in order to seek victory, Chris Rogers. There were 1 or 2 declarations I can recall in pursuit of that aim, and I've always admired that. Usually makes for interesting cricket. We're going to lose, well, the slip is just going round to leggish gully.
Yeah, Somerset have liked the leggish gully in recent matches.
On the leg side, is that an edge? No, it's not.
Massive appeal from Overton and Siddle. Rue with a phenomenal catch to get there. Diving across, we saw that Ben Folkes one was.
This is a great
superb,
take. We'll have another look at it.
Diving across. Leaping like a salmon, James Rue.
Maybe it brushed something, maybe a trouser leg.
Craig Overton pumped up after bowling a superb but wicketless.
That's a great take.
Yeah, I'm not sure that did touch anything looking from the replay. That
he made it look easier than it was, James Rue. That.
Did well to get two hands.
Both hands to it, exactly.
Great foot movement. Look at the sidestep, the dive. To get there, across, side, keeping his head level, two eyes level to get two hands to the ball. Superb from the Somerset keeper. That's a better shot from Whiteman, but can't beat Tom Lammonby. Look at this.
The reverse angle view of that take from Rue.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything on that. Pete Siddle, though, isn't one to appeal quite like Craig Overton. He's not, you know Craig's a big, animated, passionate. I'm not saying Pete Siddle isn't, but he's more reserved, isn't he, Pete Siddle? So to see him run down to the other end, celebrating, appealing.
Indicates that he might have heard something.
Yeah.
Maybe just brushed a pad strap or something like that. Down the leg side again, and there'll be a single in this.
That would have been a cracking catch if Craig Overton got near that one. That was off the middle of the bat almost, wasn't it? Nailed through the leg side.
Yes, that's turned away pretty comfortably in the end. Northants edging up towards three figures, 98 for 1. Deficit now down to 60. So just short of an hour's play so far this morning, and no breakthrough for Somerset, despite their best efforts. And it's not as if they've bowled badly at all. But credit to the Northants batters. Buckingham, the night watchman, frustrating Somerset. He's on 8. And the captain, Sam Whiteman, on 48. Leach starting his 8th over. Spell yesterday evening and now this morning. Good firm drive for no run by the Northants captain. Still with plenty of company. Defence this time. Captain to captain. Still grey skies. It's been like that since the start here at Taunton.
Yeah, no threat of rain though, not ominous grey skies. It's not cold out there. It's well, May's arrived, Stephen.
It's got noticeably warmer, hasn't it, over the last week or so?
Yes.
I was getting a bit fed up with the cold in April.
Me too, tell me about it. The difference between bowling yesterday in a t-shirt to the previous 2 Saturdays with jumpers and long sleeves.
Good to see you're sporting the shorts.
Yes, well, I've never been so slow to get the shorts out of the wardrobe. To wait till May, this is the first week of shorts, really.
Yeah. I've not done it yet.
To wear trousers for so long, it's been depressing, really.
A single here. Going to the right of Cameron Bancroft, who has to chase it down. So 49 now to Whiteman. Night watchman back on strike. And down the track, that's a good shot. It's going to be 4.
Beautiful use of the feet. This is a genuine number 11. Had some cracking shots. I'm gonna wax lyrical about Jordan Buckingham. I know he's only just into double figures, but he's doing a great job. My research tells me that I went to Brisbane to watch the ridiculous 18 wickets fall in a day between Australia and South Africa. A weak South Africa team, but Australia, struggled a bit. And other than Travis Head whacking it, it was interesting test match back in December, and in the warm-up game before that, the tour game, the South Africans against the Cricket Australia 11, saw Buckingham and his captain here today play together. Sam Whiteman opened the batting and scored 11 in the first innings. Buckingham batted as high as 9 that day, 7 off 50 balls. Don't think they give it first. I'm not sure if a tour match gets first-class status, because the South Africans would have played with multiple different players and changed it around and use it as a proper warm-up. But he opened the bowling as well to Buckingham, got 2 wickets. As Siddle comes in, he's going to get hit for probably 2 to the leg side here. Sam Whiteman's going to keep this strike. Nice flick off his legs. Yeah, Jordan Buckingham on that.
50.
That is well spotted, Stephen. Well batted. Captain leading by example. We're talking a lot about Australians at the moment. You might think why? Well, both teams have got 2 overseas players. Craig Overton's coming over well for the square leg umpire. I don't know if he's appealing for a short run or something, but no, definitely 50 to Whiteman. On to 51. He's been solid.
Yeah,
Not
104
aggressive.
balls.
Yeah.
6 and 5 fours.
Just about a 50 strike rate. That's 6 off Jack Leach. A couple of boundaries before close last night. Not many boundaries this morning, just these singles now knocking it around. Easier to take the singles off Leach and Siddle than it was off a very good opening spell from Overton and Gregory. But no, well batted, the Northampton skipper. Not wicket keeping, there's no Lewis McManus, but Harry Goldstone, the keeper of this game, so Sam Whiteman can concentrate on, well, sorry, not opening the batting number 3. Hassan Azad, though, retiring hurt, so it almost feels like Whiteman's opening, but no, it's batted at 3 in both knocks.
Words of encouragement from Gregory to Siddle.
Yeah, so back to Buckingham. Buckingham has some pretty decent scouts in last year. Cyril Erveer, the opening bat with Dean Elgar for South Africa, and the number 4, 5, Koyozondo, who got a few runs against Australia in the Test match. To get those 2, and he ran out Van der Dussen. So he's come into the scene quite late, Jordan Buckingham, but in his 7 first-class matches over the last year, really, done well for himself, and I think he's really impressing himself here. And a lot of people said, who's this overseas replacing Lance Morris, who's got this back injury and missing a few games? But Buckingham, having only made his first-class debut in March of last year, is impressing for Northampton here. Frustrating Pete Siddle again, that's too far on leg side. Aussie against Aussie.
He's not the most elegant of batters, but then you don't expect that from a night watchman necessarily, do you? He's just doing his job very effectively and very, from Somerset's point of view, frustratingly. Just hanging on in there, doing exactly what a night watchman likes to do. Protecting the batters lined up behind him and keeping Somerset waiting.
Another short ball attempted. Didn't quite get up to the armpit level, more sort of hip, stomach height.
Yes, it's just struggling to get anything out of this wicket at the moment. It feels like it's playing rather placidly. And that makes it tougher for a bowler of Peter Siddle's ilk.
It looks pretty sore and tired into day 4. What's he bowled? Only 7 overs in this innings, but did bowl 18 and 2 extra balls in the first. Again, that's leg side. He's almost looking like he's spewing it. It's almost going leg stump Yorker, then sort of armpit height, sort of back of the length into the hip. Not too much avail so far, Pete Siddle. You might want to try a different line, a different approach.
Yeah,
Don't mind to tell Pete Siddle what to do, but it's not working so far, is it?
2 for 42 in the first innings, but wicketless so far in the second. Where is the breakthrough going to come?
Slightly different approach. Down the leg side again. Leg gully. Craig Overton gets hit by James Rew. James Rew takes it, throws it to Overton, who's not looking. Hits him on the arm. Now Overton's going to have a good chat with Jack Leach.
Going to have a bowling change in the commentary box as well. Going to make way for Sam Dalling.
Interesting to I've always said I'd love to have a mic on the players. Of course, don't invade their privacy, but I wonder what Craig Overton has just said to Jack Leach. What's he thinking? The big, tall, fast bowler telling the England test spinner what he wants him to do to get a wicket. Maybe another catch at leg gully. Maybe that's the plan. 109 for 1 after 35 overs. There's a gesture to the balcony. Pete Siddle's coming in at point. Pete Siddle's going to come up on the 1 now, so Buckingham's not going to have that easy one into the offside. Short cover in play. Solid from Buckingham, pressing forward, propping on that front foot well. Solid, meaty back defensive shot. Long off is back on the boundary in front of the Colin Atkinson in that sandy patch, 10 metres in front of the Colin Atkinson pavilion. Walking in. Case Buckingham does want to go to the top. Don't think he will. There's a big appeal there. I don't think so, no, umpires. Not interested.
I'd like to see Harry actually long off up. I'd just say to Bucky, if you want to take that shot on, you crack on, pal.
I don't think he's going to go over the top. That's a lovely shot, actually. That could be 2. They're going to charge hard. Tom Lammonby in pursuit. Quick is Tom Lammonby. Many other fielders, they might have pushed for 3, but Tom Lammonby, probably one of the quickest. Fit, squash, cricketer, paddle player. Tom Lammonby, multifaceted sportsman, young, athletic. Chased after that well, and yeah, I don't think Buckingham's going to run down and hit it over the top. I think he's more likely to hit along the ground so far from what we've seen.
That's because potentially that long off is back, and if you just bring him up, you might tempt him.
But he just come. Oh, there we go. How did he miss that, James Rue? Sorry, I thought Craig Overton thought, as we did up here in the box, thought that was a routine stumping for James Rue. He's been superb this match, James Rue. Got runs, that amazing take down the leg side off Pete Siddle. Lovely tap on the back from Tom Cadmore to try and give him support. It has turned, but really it's just outside off stump. James Rue's fuming. Jack Leach will go again. Jack Leach doesn't make a fuss. It's nearly a caught bowl chance. There's nearly a run out here. Suddenly, Jordan Buckingham, who's looked so solid, is like a cat on a hot tin roof here. Those last 2 balls.
He is living a bit of a charmed life, though. A lot of plays and misses. Here's that shot again. It turns. I think it's the bounce. I hate to be too critical of James Rue, but in the context of this match and at this level, he should be doing better there. He's just hit his gloves and thudded out.
Yeah, and now Buckingham chips it over Jack Leach, and it's going to be a 1. Down to long off Casey Aldridge there.
It's always lovely when a commentator says, I don't think he's going to try and hit it in the air.
He's looked so good. I've been waxing lyrical to Stephen Lamb for the last half an hour about how well this number 11 has played. So early in his first class career, he's back like a proper bat. Suddenly that over is a bit skittish. Doesn't get carried away. Whiteman's going to calm him down here now. The 2 Aussies having a chat in the middle.
Yeah, I did wonder a little bit earlier, is there's Ben Green on 12th man duty today. That very noticeable moustache of his. And the mullet as well. I like that look from Ben Green. It's very strong. The beauty of this Somerset squad this year are there's so many players on the fringes. That 2s team is very, very exciting this year as the umpires come together. Tom Abel's involved as well. I wonder if it's to have another look at this Duke's ball. 36 overs old. Abel there is deep in conversation. They've said basically crack on with it, I think, Somerset. And Peter Siddle is going to continue from the Marcus Jascopic pavilion end. How many slips are we going to have for Jordan Buckingham? I think it's going to be 3. Short leg. It's not quite a short mid-wicket. It's kind of a silly mid-on. It's between the 2 positions, really. That's better from Buckingham. Solid. That lead now, just 45. So Northamptonshire just ticking along towards, and if they keep going at this rate, by lunchtime they might well be in the lead themselves. So this game has not quite gone as Somerset wanted this morning, but for Northamptonshire it's been fantastic. Exactly what they needed to see. Sam Whiteman's looked untroubled, really, as you'd expect. Such a classy cricketer, Sam Whiteman. Serious career behind him. That's a beauty from Siddle. Absolute beauty. Again, there's been a few actually that Buckingham has
they've just been too good for him, and actually the balls are wasted on lower order batters.
That's the best ball yet I've seen from Pete Siddle. Really impressed with that to Buckingham. I think he's a bit too leg side the last couple of overs, Pete Siddle, but that's really challenging outside the off stump.
Will this be a career best for Buckingham already? I know he's only played.
Career best balls faced already. I think his career best was 17. Yeah, he got 17 against Victoria that game I was just talking about, Stephen.
Well, these two, Buckingham and Whiteman, played against each other.
Yeah, I was just talking about that.
Yeah.
You haven't had your radio piece in, Sam?
I haven't, no, sorry,
Oh,
I won't.
Sam.
Well, I've been sorting out, we've got a few guests in on the terrace, so I've been sorting them out, getting them some stalls sorted out.
Is this your practice hen do for a few years' time, is it?
Not quite.
Get them down to
when they're all in, we'll give them a shout out, but they're not quite all here yet. Some of them are a little bit tardy.
No, just before we swapped, I was going to talk to you about the Fremantle link, the George Bartlett and Whiteman playing together. The lovely link on that 250 that Whiteman scored. Playing against Joondalup in the Perth League. And Ashton Turner, of course. That's some scorecards. Sean Marsh, George Bartlett, Ashton Turner. Ridiculous for club cricket. Oh, that's near.
Put down. Almost.
Wow, that's a bit
almost.
harsh,
Yeah, I think that's
it?
probably. Yeah, it's a little bit harsh. Cameron Bancroft just trying to react. He couldn't quite. Well, he played it quite well in the end. Jordan Buckingham just pushed it into the ground a yard or two to the right of Cameron Bancroft, who's going to take that helmet off and come in to the slips for Sam Whiteman. I think there's a leg slip as well. I think it's Craig Overton. Let's have another look at that. I think what I meant was, it's
nearly a chance.
It's half a chance. It's half a chance. Cameron Bancroft might be disappointed with himself because of the standards he sets, but I think it's a very
is
difficult
James
one now.
Taylor or Temba Bavuma catching that maybe in their peak?
It's it all around the wicket.
Ollie
To
Pope,
Whiteman.
one of the best short legs of the last 10 years. Probably those three that first that spring to mind.
Bancroft, I think, would have fielded there a fair bit when he was playing
yeah, I
Test
remember
cricket.
doing it, yeah. Can't remember him taking any worldies per se, but
That would have been a worldie, that one.
yeah. No, I love looking through my cricket and some of the old scorecards. And spent a bit of time in Joondalup Hospital in Perth a couple of months ago. Funny seeing them get absolutely battered by Bartlett and Whiteman in the Perth comp.
Did you pop down to see that?
No, I was playing the 2 Saturdays when they were playing, actually.
Left alone by Whiteman, goes through to Roo. 37 overs gone then, 113 for one. Northampton trailing by 44 runs. Lots of cricket going on around the country. Yorkshire 54 without loss, still need another 438 runs to win that game. Lancashire still not lost another wicket, so their lead is up to 236. They're 6 down, so that could be an intriguing one. Worcestershire 3 down against Sussex. They still trail by 42 runs, 7 wickets remaining. Essex 81 for 2. I think they're getting on with it. Essex, they're 155 runs ahead of Surrey with 8 wickets remaining. I think they're going to set up a game there because that would be a massive victory. If they could somehow turn Surrey over, that could go a long way to, well, certainly bringing Essex into the title race. Hampshire, Warwickshire, they've lost so much time due to rain. Hampshire still 155 runs behind Warwickshire's first innings score. They've got 9 wickets remaining. Fletcher Middleton, who's been in such good nick so far this summer, he's still there. I think he might have 450s already.
Oh, I took him out of my fancy team before this round, Sam. I was feeling like he's on my bench. Jack Leach is going to continue anyway with these 3 men round the back. We keep saying 4 if we include James Rue, who's always there. Leg side for Buckingham, well played again. I think, yeah, he's played and missed a bit, but I wouldn't say he's been that fortunate, Buckingham, until that Leach over. There's a couple of chances, but I think, a night watchman's very rarely going to be, unless you're Jason Gillespie 200 or the Watford Wall Stephen Finn a few years ago, I remember doing superbly, but there's normally going to be a few half chances. I think he's played superbly well. Whiteman, though, number 3, is past his 50 now, going to take straight to the left hander. Looked like he was looking to dab or cut that to point in the last minute change his shot. Just getting a few messages from friends in W Australia, Perth, listening in, who've played against Whiteman. Perth League. Leach, this time the feet used by Whiteman. That's good there, a single there, good batting, good rotation of the strike. Case Aldridge couldn't do a lot about that because Whiteman was already 4 yards down by the time he's hit the ball. Can't really criticise Casey Aldridge, who is going to chop back to long off. So long off is now a ploy. Every ball for the right-handed tail ender, and yet the left-handed top order bat is Going to have mid-off and mid-on up in the ring. A lot of respect now being given to Whiteman and Buckingham, but more so to Buckingham as he's level with his first-class best.
I still want long off up.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. We've not seen him whack it over his head for 4 or 6 yet. Good shot from Buckingham. I just think he looks like a proper batter most of the time. He's playing some good shots all around the wicket, really. Just that one sort of head loss in the last over.
He came in at 9 in the first innings, so I don't think he's a genuine number 11.
Well, it's funny because for South Australia he was batting 11, but for Cricket Australia he was batting number 9. So, you know, sometimes you don't read too much into 9-11. Depends, you know, where's our Agar's playing. Depends who's playing with. Where's Agar? Of course, another guy who's playing in the championship at the moment. I think, but yeah, it depends on the makeup of the team. Jack Leach can bat anywhere from 9 to 11.
Well, Sid bats at 11, doesn't he? And he's not really a number 11.
No, he batted even 8 sometimes, but mostly 9 for Australia for years in Test cricket. Decent over that from Jack Leach. I just looking back at the scorecard, looking at 16 extras. I think that's one negative worth mentioning from the Somerset perspective. That's a lot, really. 16 out of 115. I think that's too many.
Yeah, a couple of no balls, but I mean that one, the 4 byes off Overton, like that. There's not much. It's a decent ball that, and James Root couldn't really do much about it. Siddle then has got work to do ball in hand, really. It's an Australian game at the moment. Siddle to Whiteman, Jordan Buckingham at the non-striker's end. How Siddle would love to pick one up here. 2 slips and a leg slip.
The development of the game is worth mentioning. The lead, the time being taken out of the game with 77 overs remaining. Can Somerset? Well, they need to force a win, quite frankly. These 9 wickets, they wanted to get most of them before lunch, really, to then have time to knock off whatever they need to take the win. But the afternoon session is often longer.
But I think the beauty of the modern game is even if they've got 15, 20 overs to chase, 150, 200, this is all hypothetical, but they'll go after it. Might be some changes in the batting order. Tom Colour-Campbell might help out.
Saw that for Surrey, didn't we?
Pushed into the covers, but it's straight to Lammonby. So
who's the Somerset Tom Laws then? Tom Laws and Dan Worrell, wasn't it, who opened for Surrey last week?
Well, I don't think they would have opened for Surrey had they been chasing 150 in 15 overs, though.
Tom Laws did the job, to be fair. Dan Worrell went early, but
I wasn't so sure about Surrey doing that. I think
but
you win the game. Yeah, I know maybe that's a bit old-fashioned.
But then Burns and Sibley are probably 2 of the most old-fashioned openers in the county game that's still around. I'd have maybe more likely to have gone Pope, would have made a bit more sense.
Just go out
Pope and Folkes or Jamie Smith. But they went for
around the wicket, just tucked into the leg side.
I guess the back line is what happens if then your frontline bowler, Dan Worrell, you sign his nose to him, he gets a brute of a delivery with the new ball and breaks a finger and then can't bowl for the rest of his stint. That would be where it would really backfire, wouldn't it? That would look daft. Got a nice message coming through, actually. Michael John Hawkins sadly passed away suddenly at the end of January, aged 84. So, loving memory for Michael John Hawkins. Message from his wife, Hazel, and daughters Debbie, Karen, and Helen. Somerset supporter nearly 70 years.
Well, shorter ball from Siddle. Good bit of work from James Rue, tumbling away to his left.
Yeah, it'd be nice for his family, for Somerset to make 2023 the best season ever. 70 years of supporting Somerset. Wow, he'd have seen some ups and downs every year, hoping it would be the title-winning year. So thanks for that message. Commiserations and thoughts and prayers with Hazel and daughters Debbie, Karen, and Helen. Loving memory of Michael John Hawkins.
Solid from Jordan Buckingham. Again, 3 slips weight and a short leg. Yeah, thoughts go out to the family of Michael Hawkins as you so eloquently put it. 70 years, wow. Would have seen some serious players. I tell you what, he would have seen most of the players that we've had up in the box on Friday. Graham Burgess, he would have seen. We've had Vic Marks, he'd have seen Pete Drigo, he'd have seen Viv, he'd have seen Lordy and Botham.
And players before that as well, really.
Bill Ali. So again, just a little bit leg side. Jordan Buckingham kind of had a little jerk to suggest that he was thinking about pulling that, but moved out of the way. 116 for 1. Yeah, we were talking about Bill Ali off air, actually, yesterday with Vic Marks. I knew just how many runs he'd scored. Bill Ali had one season where he scored 3,000 runs. He took hundreds and hundreds of wickets. He didn't join Somerset until he was 37, 38. Played until he was 50, Bill Ali.
Another Australian. This is Australian Day, feels like.
He'd barely played any first-class cricket beforehand. But came over to Somerset, and his grandson Lloyd's playing for Taunton St Andrews.
Yeah, played yesterday, didn't he?
Yeah, he's played for. And Lloyd's, if you look at, we were looking at Lloyd's numbers actually. It's quite
he got Tom
remarkable.
Banton out yesterday, didn't he?
I doubt it. I think he got Wilson Mead. He plays with Tom Banton. So.
Sorry, wrong way round. Sorry, yes. Banton Speed, easily mistaken. Anyway, Leach into left-handed Whiteman. Flick to the leg side. I think this is too easy. Whiteman, I don't think he's going to sweep or pull. We've used his feet and whacked 1-6 over Cow, but do Somerset need to have a deep mid-wicket and a deep square leg to Whiteman? I think one of them could be up, but there you go. They've listened to me know it's a right-handed Buckingham, so they are just changing to a more orthodox right-handed field, but still, this reminds me a little bit of Joe Root's captaincy to Leach, where I like the way Stokes backs Leach and sets more attacking fields. I always thought Root sort of Leach didn't have his faith, didn't have his trust, and didn't suit Leach when the bats could easily just take singles left, right and centre. But now Craig Overton's going to 45. Lewis Gregory's going to a halfway mid-on. Slightly bizarre field. This is not Tom Abel, this is Jack Leach dictating terms. And it's worked! James Rue, having missed the stumping earlier on, Buckingham has to go. 17, equalled his first-class best. I think he's batted very well this morning. The night watchman's hung around, but Jack Leach has fired one in a bit quicker, a bit flatter, speared into the leg pad. Here you see the replay. Bales knocked off. James Rue does the job. Both yellow Bales in the end. Buckingham has to go. 117 for 1, 17 for the Aussie night watchman.
Yeah, it was brilliant work from James Rue there. They must have had a chat about that, spinner and wicketkeeper. Has it bowled him round the leg? Or maybe it has.
He just got himself stump.
He got himself in all kinds of trouble there, Jordan Buckingham. And credit to Jack Leach, who saw him coming, as you say, fired it in behind his legs. Just that little bit of turn.
Yeah, I think it has bowled it.
Rue was in the right spot. Let's have a look at the slow-mo. You can see Buckingham. He dances, and it's gone round his legs and just turned in that little bit of rough that was outside the off stump for the left-handers, and he has to go.
That line was not going to hit leg stump. The way the turn made it hit leg stump, as we see the injured, retired hurt man, Hassan Azad, coming out to bat early, well, fairly early, 20 past 12 on day 4. Brave man is coming to continue the battle, but yeah, that ball was well outside leg stump, so the turn out of a bit of rough on day 4. Jack Leach, that is test quality spin bowling for you. Let's back and watch this one more time on the replay screen. Look how far that's half a foot outside leg stump. That's turned sharply a long way. And James Rue, you'd think, would have completed something fairly comfortably. Buckingham did not even attempt to get back, but has bowled him. Jack Leach taking the stumping out of the equation. Well batted Buckingham. He's done this job. He's done more than enough as a night watchman. And Northamptonshire should say, not on top, but I feel comfortable at the moment to secure a draw. But if Hassan Azad goes, there's not quite as much strength in the middle order for Northampton. Remember, no Luke Proctor, no Lewis McManus, no Ollie Sale, of course, sadly. No longer a Somerset player, but...
Talking of strength in the middle order.
Worth mentioning when we mention the Northampton lineup and Somerset comms. Azad has to play straight away. I've not seen much of Azad because of the being at Leicestershire and Leicestershire being in Division 2. I'm not sure if I've commentated on him live before. Another left-hander in this Northampton top order. Top 3, all left-handed.
He opens himself up, like so many of the modern players.
Yeah,
he starts quite wide, he has that little step, and then he just jabs forward. He's right on that front foot, and that might be why he got hit on the finger yesterday. He plays really low to the ground.
Yeah, not quite Fowler Lamb, not quite Shiv Chandapal, or George Bailey, but sort of that way. George Bailey's different again, being right-handed, but it's almost like a mid-on press, isn't it? Facing towards Casey Aldridge, a wide mid-on. Almost straight mid-wicket. But Azad pressing across that trigger. Slight inside edge there. Who was I talking to the other day? Dean Headley, I was having a really good chat with about triggers the other day. Former England head seamer, who was here on day one, I think it was. And chatting about triggers and how many players have triggers and whether trigger's just a buzzword and just getting your feet moving. That's all really a trigger is for. And some people just do tiny triggers. Some people try and stand there straight on. But it's quite a big movement from Azad to get himself into the ball.
Well, Somerset finally have their breakthrough. It was Jack Leach that got it. They'll be hoping to bring a couple more before lunch. Peter Siddle's going to continue from the Marcus Joscoffic Pavilion end. Sam Whiteman on strike. I dare say I'd be trying to test that finger. As Hassan Azad, for those who weren't watching yesterday, he retired not out. He got a blow on the finger from a Lewis Gregory delivery. As Whiteman, well, that could have gone anywhere. He was just a little bit tentative. I think he was trying to open the face and run it down to third. Got a bottom edge. Could have gone back into the stumps. And Azad, just the way he presses forward, I'd be just putting a couple of balls in back of a length. Trying to get a couple to lift and hit the top of that handle.
Yeah, he has put a few back in length to Buckingham, hasn't he? So I thought he'd probably go again to the slightly more vulnerable, injured Azad.
Just want to mention this good bit of info from Mike, who was very heavily involved in the Somerset Museum. If you're in the ground at lunchtime, and I'm not sure it's open today, Mike, you'll tell us, but if it is, it's well worth popping in. Whiteman is solid in defence. So I knew Bill Ali had played, we were talking about him not so long ago, and he'd played in the Lancashire Leagues. Mike said that he was at Blackpool, who only offered him a 1-year contract. Somerset offered him a 3-year deal. So down he came. Imagine that, your club side only gives you 1 year. County fancied 3 years, and his record was quite something.
I didn't know he had a boxing career as well.
Yeah.
Didn't realise that. I love the stories about the olden days, the halcyon days of yore, when the sportsmen could play, you know. Well, most cricketers know about Scunthorpe and Ian Botham, but I just love hearing the different stories.
Siddle back over the wicket. Leg slip waiting. 2 slips. First slip's quite wide. How he would love to remove his fellow Australian. Just having a look next door. Terry Owen and Polly Rhodes, the 2 scorers for Northamptonshire and Somerset, respectively. The powers of concentration on those 2. Polly likes her tea very strong. I tell you what, I can see she's left her tea bag in. Hasn't had time to take it out yet. That might be the darkest cup of tea I've ever seen. Like rocket fuel, that Polly. She'll be bouncing around at lunchtime. Shorter ball and pulled away by Whiteman. He was in complete control of that. There is a fielder out there, Sean Dixon, I think it is, who fires it in for a single. So Hassan Azad is going to face a seam bowler for the first time since coming back. I suspect there'll be a few words, a couple of people reminding him that his finger might have...
He's got the forearm guard, hasn't he? I guess it's a slight bit of support, but it's the finger is...
He looked... It took ages to treat him, and I think it was to stem the bleeding, and in the end, I think they decided, as Azad was just looking around at Craig Overton, leg slip. There's a short leg in. Azad is kind of looking between Overton and the umpire there. He keeps turning around. There's a deep square leg. Well, it's more a long leg. Square legs actually come up. Jack Leach is at long leg. Siddle's around the wicket. A couple of slips. I wonder if they'll just try and test that finger of Azad. Full of a one. That is hooped, actually.
It has hooped, but it won't test him when it's that far outside off stump.
But if we see that on the replay in a second, that's probably started a couple of sets of stumps width outside Azad's off stump. And Rue has taken it pretty much in his position there. You see, he's taken that down the leg side almost.
The thing is, though, it didn't actually swing really until it went past the bat. It was such late swing. Hard for Rue, but actually okay for Azad. Never in danger of his off stump being knocked out.
That's the shorter ball. Azad actually ducked out of the way of it really well. Craig Overton was appealing for something. I'm not sure exactly what. Azad watched it and just dipped his head out of the way at the very last minute.
Mike from the museum's given us a lovely little link here to
a beautiful
clip of Bill Ali 1949 Northern League film. Have a look in the YouTube comments. Plenty of nice articles and clips on the museum website.
So this is the debate. Amy Matthews, who's Polly's daughter, says she has her tea black, but she's got a little bit of milk in it, Polly. I can see. She's got a blue top milk out, and there is a little dab of milk, a dash of milk in the top there. So maybe that's why. Maybe she put it in accidentally.
Well, Jack Leach is going to continue bowling it. One Aussie. Jack Leach, of course, played in the Perth League a few years ago, back in 2015, 2016 for Wanneroo. Didn't actually do too well back then. Struggled with the ball, never took more than 2 wickets in a match. A bit before he came into prominence, but here he's bowling at Whiteman as a better, more experienced bowler than when he bowled back in Perth those years ago. But Whiteman not finding it easy on 56. Not exactly rattling along, but Northampton in no hurry, no batting bonus points to worry about, no race to 450. Just a 4th innings. They could do a blockathon, really. Get them through to a draw. They just need to bat until tea, and then see where they're at tea, really.
Yeah, the modern game is such. I mean, they still probably need to bat for another 50 overs.
Well, running down the wicket, but Casey Aldridge quick and on. Yeah, we're going to see what, maybe 6 or 7, depends how much Jack Leach bowls before lunch, but you think 6 or 7 maybe before lunch, then 32 before tea roughly, although on the final day tea times are more officious at 3:40. Enjoy listening to other streams around the county, and so many county cricket commentators who have no idea when tea is. Just makes me chuckle.
Particularly on the 4th day, it is always the same. Yeah. And you get the last hour. Always 96 overs.
It's the easiest day to work it out. Nice shot from Whiteman into leg side with the spin. Aldridge jogging along. I'd like to see Casey Aldridge have a go with the ball, but will they bother with 28 minutes until lunch could fall? Yeah, surely they've got to give Casey a go. Maybe for Pete Siddle this end. Jack Leach could continue unchanged for the next half hour. So an extra catcher. What's that? Not silly point, and it's not short extra cover. It's silly cover, I'm going to call it. Tom Abel. Very silly cover. Oh, that's gone through his legs, I think. Hassan Azad runs down the wicket and pokes. It wasn't hard. Wasn't in danger of hurting Tom Abel, but I think it's gone through his legs. So it's a deep point, and I'm going to allow Stephen Lamb to come back into attack and hopefully commentate on Casey Aldridge at some point soon.
We want to make your experience as a Lexus owner as seamless and as pleasurable as possible, so you'll find every member of their team.
Oh, we're going to have a change. We've got a change in the commentary box. It looks like Siddle is putting his cap and jumper back on, and Casey Aldridge, and I like this because, as Harry was saying, Aldridge has got that little bit of extra zip, that natural back of a length, a bit of bounce, and I think that will be a different test, particularly to Hassan Azad. Just bowled a couple of overs late last night, Casey Aldridge, 2 overs, 0 for 12. Bowled well in the first innings, did pick up a wicket, 1 for 48 off 14. He was a bit unlucky, actually. He could have had a couple more, and it was Azad who was his victim. Just squared him up, really. Azad pushed down the wrong line, outside edge, deferred slip. There are only a couple of slips in now. With Azad on strike, he's got 4. There's a leg slip too. Cameron Bancroft under the helmet. Mid on, mid off. Starts with a slightly wayward one that just died on Rue a little bit. So I don't know if that got a little bit of pad. No, it didn't. 4 byes. So unfortunate for Rue. There is some movement. There's some uneven bounce, Stephen, but it's not really happening until after it's past the bat, which is what disappoints Somerset slightly.
Absolutely, yeah. There's just not as much help from the conditions as they might have hoped for. They've bowled pretty well, without luck, especially the opening spells from Gregory and Overton.
What's Aldridge got this time? That's a beauty. That's a better one that Azad just pushes down the inside of, and it flies through to Root. Plenty of noise out there from the Somerset fielders. I was down on the Thatcher's Terrace not so long ago before my stint. It's a lovely place. If you're in the ground, the
Thatcher's Terrace. If you're listening on the live streams, get yourself onto the Thatcher's Terrace. There's a few deck chairs. Some optimistic people in shorts out there as well. I like the optimism.
Yeah, it's just that little bit warmer now, isn't it, than it was in April, which is joyous to behold. Didn't fancy staying outside there very much last month, but it's much nicer now.
Yeah, just having a peer down there. There's one very optimistic man in a striped shirt. Got his shorts on. Got his dog with him as well. He's out for some Taunton sunshine. Fair play to him. Fingers crossed it comes out.
It is brighter than it was. Still can't see any blue sky though overhead.
It'll come, Stephen. Believe.
It feels like it's going in the right direction.
Oh, that's a good delivery from Casey Aldridge, and that is exactly what Somerset need to do to Hassan Azad. Just back of the length, he's got that finger injury. That one's just risen on him. He played it really nicely, in fairness, to Hassan Azad.
Yeah, it's a good ball though. It's a good start from Casey Aldridge. 1 for 48 in the first innings from 14.
Let's have another look at that one on the slow-mo. Yeah, Azad as well. Again, he just walks inside of that one, Azad. His natural trigger movement is to the offside, and it was slightly misdirected. A word or two from Casey Aldridge to end the over. Good start from him. A maiden. Northamptonshire 124 for 2, Stephen.
Yeah, and still chipping away at that Somerset lead. Down to 33 now. And aiming to get into positive territory, which seems very likely that Northants will do that, given the present match situation. 72 overs remaining today, potentially, as Jack Leach continues. So Whiteman, who has played a mixture of attack and defence against Jack Leach. Saw the 6 hit over mid-wicket in Leach's first over of the day. And aggression there, not to the same extent, finding the man out at deep mid-wicket this time. The Northants skipper goes along to 58. Strange looking Northants scoreboard with wicket, then not out, and wicket. With the resumption of Hassan Azad's innings. Presumably with plenty of strapping on that hand. Now 4 men for company, plus the keeper. For Azad. Aggressive intent there, but ends up just playing defensively. So yeah, slip and a leg slip. Forward short leg and a silly point. That's another one. Gordon bowled. Didn't quite stay on top of it, and Jack Leach has struck again. And so 2 in consecutive overs for Jack Leach, and Northants go to 125 for 3. Azad, that is a brief resumption, and he now has been comprehensively dismissed.
Yeah, look at the smile on the Nuts' face. He loves taking wickets for all teams, but none more so than Somerset. Azad using his feet as he has been, and he just pushes, he gets really low, and he didn't quite get to the pitch of the ball there yet, and he's offered up a sharp return catch. Somerset have 3 wickets. Jack Leach has all 3 of them. Made it look very simple, just a casual chuck of the ball away.
It was dying on him.
It was.
Just picked it up before it kissed the turf. Good catch from Jack, and good figures on the board now. 3 for 33.
Yeah, it's a reward for Somerset's patience here as well. It wasn't always going to be plain sailing this morning. Northamptonshire batted beautifully. Jordan Buckingham and Sam Whiteman strapped in a little bit, but a couple of quick wickets, and all of a sudden you said in fact, Stephen, on the video this morning, how crucial Jack Leach could be in this game. He's got 3 for 33, and it's going to bring Saif Zaib to the crease. Another one of Northamptonshire's left-handers, been a bit of a child prodigy, really. He's played for almost 10 seasons, just never quite got going. I remember when Northampton signed him for their academy, there were a couple of other counties interested in Phil Rowe at the time, who was one of the coaches, said he's as good as he's seen a player for that age. And he's got a chance here, really. His side need him. He needs to bat long. He had a difficult summer last year. Started in the Championship side, then was dropped after that first tranche of games. Came back and made a magnificent 124 against Surrey in similar circumstances. They needed a draw to seal their place in Division 1, and Saif Zaib was brilliant on that day. Can he do it again?
Here's his first ball from Jack Leach. Watchfully defended. So 20 deliveries all in for Hassan Azad. With just 4, the ball becoming Jack Leach's 3rd wicket. Well-deserved applause for the slow left armer, who is extremely popular in these parts. 125 for 3. Leach has all of them thus far. Casey Aldridge, who started well, is going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. Useful runs from Casey Aldridge in the game against Lancashire. Drawn game.
Yeah, high hopes for him as an all-rounder. Came in above Craig Overton in the first innings. He's going to continue. It's Whiteman. Whiteman is the key here, Somerset will feel.
Yeah, came in initially yesterday evening and has batted through an hour and 40 minutes today. The Northants skipper. Can Casey Aldridge dislodge him?
Oh, that's a decent delivery. Whiteman just withdrew the bat last minute. It nipped back in at him. He'll wander away to square leg, like so many batters do actually these days. Doesn't get involved in any kind of verbals, just takes a second or two. Lammonby does it. Lammonby's really casual. He just almost curtsies, crosses that back leg behind and just sits on his bat. And it's just a good ploy to reset yourself. It's so much of batting is about mentality.
Good way of staying focused.
Plays that one well. Thinks about a single, but Craig Overton, athletic as he is, a leg slip. Takes a couple of steps to his right, dive, stops it and gets a warm round of applause from what is a healthy crowd actually here. Always is here at the Cooper Associates County Ground on a county championship day. Expectant crowd as well, Stephen.
Yeah, and the long levers of Craig Overton coming into play.
Need to play at that one,
isn't it, from Aldridge? This is 4th over in all of this innings. Tall man.
Another well-directed bouncer, and he just flicks it down for a single. Whiteman moves on to 59. First run Casey Aldridge has conceded this morning. Saif Zaib takes guard. Looks almost like he's taken off-stump guard there, do you think, Steve?
I think that's right. He's very strongly built, Casey Aldridge. A little bit similar to Craig Overton.
There's something in the water. Fast bowlers down here in the southwest. Likewise in the northeast, actually. Durham, the amount of fast bowlers they produce.
Plays down the inside of that one. It's no save. He's not really playing at that. It's a little bit too wide. End over 126 for free.
Yeah, no need to get involved with that one well outside the off stump to complete the over. Have a look at it, and yes, although almost went through the motions of playing a shot, he knew he was well inside the line. Safe Zabe. So 2 quick wickets have given Somerset heart here. There's a good crowd, as ever, in the James Hildreth stand, formerly the Marcus Trescothick stand until he was promoted, and then renamed late last season. Leach then, with something to work on. Be a comfortable single here. They pushed that just might have been 2, but they're content to take the 1. So Whiteman's vigil continues. Goes on to 60. Sweep here, but he's picked out the man just behind square on the leg side. Although if he got it a yard either side, that would have been a boundary. But maybe a little unluckily found the man lurking behind square. Down the wicket and over the top. This is going to go all the way. 4 through mid-wicket. First scoring stroke for Safe Zabe. And he connected fully with that one.
Yeah, I think it's important, isn't it? What Northamptonshire don't want to do is get lulled into this trap of just sitting there and surviving. It's a decent pitch still, and there are runs to be taken. They're still behind Somerset.
Watchful defence this time from the new batter.
And actually, psychologically, the sooner they can nudge themselves into the lead, they'll just feel a little bit better about life. I know it will only be a small lead to start with, naturally. That's how it works.
Yeah, just 26 runs now separate the 2 sides, and we'll go down to 25 with that single out to extra cover.
There's a big difference, isn't there? But there's 2 extremes. There's going gung-ho, and there's sitting back and being completely defensive, and Northamptonshire need to find the kind of happy medium in between the 2, I think.
Turned around the corner and fielded at leg slip to conclude the over. Wicketless this time, Jack Leach, but has 3 in the bag for 39. 1-3-2 for 3 at the end of the over. Whiteman 60, Zabe is 5. Still playing under grey skies here at Taunton, but it's been getting gradually brighter. Quantocks in sharp relief in the distance. There they are. And they've been getting gradually clearer as the morning has progressed here at Taunton. Clock on the Colin Atkinson Pavilion showing we've got just under 15 minutes to lunch.
Yeah, just an announcement over the PA to confirm that the Somerset Cricket Museum is open. So for those of you in the ground, it's free entry. It's entirely run by volunteers, so a donation is welcome, but it is free entry as Aldridge comes around the wicket to Safe Zabe and just pushes it to mid-on. There's a history of Somerset cricket in there. It's changed completely from when I was a kid. It's quite interactive now. I think there's a history of England women's cricket in there, Taunton being the home of England women's cricket. So I would say that is well worth half an hour of your time during the lunch interval. It's just behind the Colin Atkinson. No, it's not. It's not behind the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. It's behind the Ondarche Pavilion. Ignore me completely. Well worth a look.
It's quite an ancient building. Not sure what it started life as, that building.
I presume a barn, actually. It's quite barn-like, isn't it?
That would be likely. But it's stood there for a while. think it was built before our time.
I haven't been in for a couple of years actually. You know, I should practice what I preach really, because I know how hard people have worked at modernising it, making all the records electronic. Lovely looking shot from Safe Zabe. Just got onto the back foot. There'll be a chase on for Peter Sill. I think he's going to get that. Yeah, a couple more for Northamptonshire.
Yeah, comfortable. Brace. Zabe on to 7.
There's that field for Zabe. Leg gully still in. Aldridge around the wicket, just back of a length. If he can just get one, fending at one, a little glove to Tom Abel, who's a fine fielder. That one's Fuller. And push to Siddle. Still the man under the helmet as well, Cameron Bancroft. Tom Kohler-Cadmore and Craig Overton both with their arms folded. It's first and second slip. And there is the polisher in chief, Lewis Gregory. Always got a big grin on his face. He's actually managed to drop the ball, having done all that hard work. We'll clip that one up later for the dressing room. Well-directed bouncer from Aldridge, although Zabe's quite a short man and was easily able to get underneath that. But that's the kind of stuff we want to see from Aldridge, just a mix of the Fuller ball trying to get him to drive, then getting him back on the back foot. There he is again, almost a carbon copy. Will this one be shelled? Hopefully not. Oh, no, there it is. Oh, it's a replay, right, I see. There we go. There we go. He didn't do it twice, it was only the once. Just lost it in his shirt there. No saliva allowed anymore post-COVID, so have to do that hard work on the whites.
The football didn't work.
Been good stuff this from Casey Aldridge. 5 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15.
Spectator up on the roof of the apartments behind the Somerset stand. You've got a very good view up there.
The in-ear radios, they would work up there. Don't know if that gent's got one in. Probably not. He's not waving.
I've seen quite a few in evidence.
There's a few down on the terrace. See that man with the shorts on, the optimistic man. He's got the earpiece in as well.
Sun is trying to break through here at Taunton. As Leach is in. Watchful defence. The brightest part of the ground is over by the Colin Atkinson Pavilion, where you can just see 1 or 2 players are throwing some shadows now, which is great to see.
We're going to say they're throwing some shapes, Stephen. Now then, how about this down at the Aegeus Bowl, Stephen? Hampshire, 33 for 6.
Wow, wow. Off the outside edge, and that's going to go down to backward point. There'll certainly be one, and they've got time to take a second.
Chris Woke, 6 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 10. Chris Rushworth, 7 overs, 3 maidens, 5 for 23. What a piece of business in the winter that's been for Warwickshire.
Absolutely. Evergreen, Chris Rushworth. Nicely played. Very late. It's nudged on its way down to 3rd man. They'll pick up another single. Whiteman moves along to 63. And almost back on level terms now, Northants. They have lost a couple of wickets this morning, though, to the man who has ball in hand at the moment. Still the 4 men plus the keeper around the bat. Another stylish offside push from Safe Zabe. Will bring him another single. Tom Abel coming out of the close position, leaving just 3 in for the Northants skipper. drive, and this could be 4. There's a long chase, and it was so well timed that there was never any real chance of intercepting that. It's gone to the extra cover boundary.
Yeah, shot of the day that so far from Sam Whiteman. Just slightly over pitched by Jack Leach. Needed no second invitation. It kept Sean Dixon out there, interested in the chase, but it just went so rapidly across the turf, and it's a huge outfield. Couldn't get anything on it at all. 4 runs.
This is 7th boundary, Sam Whiteman.
There's our match sponsors for this game, Somerset versus Northamptonshire. Lexus, the match sponsors. I'm sure a few representatives of Lexus have been in and around the ground for the last couple of days. Brilliant to have them. Brilliant to have Casey Aldridge too, operating from the Marcus Droskowicz pavilion end. The ball at safe side, 2 slips, leg slip. Cameron Bancroft at short leg. Good bit of cricket there from safe save. Knew the fielder, knew it was Tom Lammonby, the left-hander at backward point. Just pushed it and straight away pulled Sam Whiteman through to a run. And that's just a sign, Stephen, of Northamptonshire. I know it's only a single, but it just shows they're remaining positive. And as I was saying not so long ago, that's what they need to do, actually. There's no point in just going into their shells and just trying to survive. Sam Whiteman's not doing that. I don't think Safe Save's going to do it either. Deficit down to just 15 runs as Aldridge has a false start.
Bit cramped for room as he played that, but it's gone straight to the Somerset captain.
Essex's lead is now 202 at Chelmsford. It's just a little bit wavered, and that is a great bit of work by young James Reed, who has been tested behind the stumps today. Some late movement, some real prodigious swing after the ball was past the bat. Tumbled away to his right. Made it look very simple, Stephen.
Yeah. Had to go with one hand because it was moving prodigiously. Great take. Absolutely superb start to the season for the young man.
Again, cramping Whiteman for room there, Casey Aldridge, from around the wicket. If you're going to come around the wicket at the left-hander, you just need to get it so they can't either cut you or pull you. You just want to be angling in towards the body as we see the clock. 2 balls left in this over, so we might just get one more.
I think we probably
before
will.
lunch, because it's Jack Leach.
One more delivery of this one now. 12:58. Nip and tuck.
Jack Leach should be keen. The thing is, Northamptonshire won't want to face another over, so that for that reason, Somerset should be zipping through and saying Jack Leach should be straight to his mark. I know it's 12:59. I'm going to start this over. Particularly as they don't get a single, it's safe side on strike. So 143 for free, 49 overs gone.
Yes, a dot ball was all that was needed, really, wasn't it, to ensure the additional over, which Jack Leach is striding in to begin.
Just turned 12:59 on the clock at the bottom of the scorecard.
Which I think is the one the umpires go by. The Colin Atkinson analogue clock is slightly slower. I reckon it's about a minute behind.
They go by whatever Polly Rhodes tells them, Stephen.
Wisely. Still some sign of the sun. Not convincing as yet. Perhaps it will be after the lunch interval. Jack Leach adjusting his field slightly. Man out at mid-wicket. being moved a little straighter and in fact in the wrong direction in terms of the shot that's just been played, because it's gone all the way to deep square leg to the boundary.
Yeah, lovely shot that. Last time before lunch, he's just taken that from outside off stump. Not a fairly low risk shot really these days for the modern player, and that is whistled along the ground, crashed into the boundary hoardings.
It's a good view of it from our side on camera. Defence this time from Safe Zabe, who's rattled along to double figures. 13 not out.
10 now, that deficit.
Defence again from Zabe. Maybe he's decided he's at the boundary for the over. A little bit cramped for room as he played that, and they thought about a single. Sam Whiteman was considering it, but it wasn't there. Tom Abel is going to move from silly point to leg slip. Turned and straight to Cameron Bancroft, who's perched there at short leg. Last ball of the morning session coming up from Jack Leach. Quicker one, and again Bancroft in action at short leg, and that will conclude the morning session with Northants trailing by just 10 runs on 147.3. Safe Zabe on 13, and Sam Whiteman has been there since the start. He's been there since yesterday evening. He's on 67, not out.
Yeah, he is the man that Somerset will be looking to remove ASAP. Northamptonshire fans will be hoping he is still there in about 4 hours' time. It's been a difficult work for Somerset. Didn't get those early breakthroughs despite bowling beautifully first up. Northamptonshire, great credit they deserve. They whittled away at that lead. They stayed positive. They've added 81 runs this morning. Somerset, Jack Leach in fact has picked up both wickets. Jordan Buckingham, the night watcher, bowled around his legs. Hassan Azad, good to see him come back out. I hope he did that yesterday, but he offered a caught bowl chance for Jack Leach for just 4. So Somerset still needing another 7 wickets. It looks likely they will have to bat again. We've still got 65 overs remaining in the day. Players heading off for their lunch. We're going to nip off for ours. We'll be back in about 40 minutes time. We're going to leave you with a little treat. Richard Walsh, esteemed local journalist, had a sit down with former Somerset opener Arul Sapaya, former world record holder for the T20 bowling figures as well, Arul Sapaya. So that's going to be playing for the next 30 or 40 minutes. And we will join you again after that.
Well, welcome to another player podcast at the Cooper Associates County Ground, we should say. Today we're joined by Arul Sapaya. Arul, welcome back to Taunton. Lovely to see you.
Thank you. Yeah, glad to be back here.
Let's go straight in where everybody will remember you for. 6 for 5 against Glamorgan. T20, July 2011. Mm-hmm. I mean, that must be one of those occasions that you're never, ever going to be allowed to forget. And I'm not going to let you forget it, am I?
No, it was a special evening. Probably quite similar to what we have here. It was a dark, sort of wet evening at Sophia Gardens. It was called Sophia Gardens then in Cardiff. And yeah, I remember warming up, and I think according to Trez, and Trez was the captain, and they just wanted to play 3 spinners. Yeah. And so Kartik was one of the spinners, Max Waller and myself. And we won the toss, I think, and fielded first. And Kartik opened the bowling. First ball, Joss was keeping. He pitched it outside leg stump and hit Joss's right shoulder.
Right.
So it spun a lot.
Yeah.
It was a very dry wicket. But anyway, so it was I didn't come on to bowl till probably after 10 overs.
Right.
Yeah. I think Trez was like, just chucked me the ball and said, look, just get a couple of overs in, go as little as possible, and then your job is done. So fair play, I'll do that. I ended up taking wickets, oddly enough, and yeah, it was just surreal, the whole how it all just happened within the space of 3.2 overs, and yeah, I mean the pitch did offer a lot of assistance, but you still had to put it in the right areas, and yeah, it was an incredible evening, which I will never forget.
And this was the world record, and it was only recently beaten, wasn't it?
Yes, that's right. Yes, only quite recent, as probably about two years ago.
Yeah,
2 years ago, and that as well. There's a story behind that, and I came back from the supermarket and put on the TV, and Leicester were playing against Warwickshire, and is it Colin Ackerman? He was bowling. I think he had got 4 wickets then, so I was watching it, and then he got this 5th wicket, and I was like, I think my record could be broken here, and then he got the 6th one, and by then Warwickshire needed, I don't know, they needed pretty much six every ball, and I think then he got his 7th wicket, caught in the deep mid wicket. I think it was Jeetan Patel, and and that was it really. Which, I mean, records are there to be broken, but then straight away I messaged Colin Ackerman to say, many congratulations, and celebrate it while it lasts, cherish it, and it's all good. Yeah.
So you held the record for 8 years.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I've given a lot of people hope. I think there's been a lot of figures that are very, very close, and actually it won't surprise me that someone will take 8 wickets. I think you just need to get on a roll, and why not? I mean, like you just saw Sydney Thunder being bowled out for 15, about 3 weeks ago, which you never thought that would happen in a professional setup, but. Yeah, I think getting 8 wickets is possible. You never know.
So let's go right back to the start. How do you end up coming to be part of Somerset? Because you were born in Kuala Lumpur, in Malaysia. How does a lad like you end up playing for Somerset in the first place?
Yes, so I was very fortunate. I gained a cricket scholarship to Millfield School, which is obviously based in Somerset, and I started in my third form, so age 12, and obviously the most sensible option was to come through the Somerset setup, the county age groups. So I just played for Somerset since under 12s, under 13s, worked my way up, and that's how I ended up playing for Somerset. And I'm pretty much a West Country boy, even though yes, I'm from Malaysia. But I've been here for 28 years. So I was at Milford for 5 years. I did my A levels under the and I had very, very lucky to have coaches like Mark Davis, who was a former Somerset player, and Richard Ellison as well. And straight after school, I went to Exeter Uni, which is just further down the road, further southwest. So, and then straight after that, I was with Somerset. So I'm pretty much a West Country boy, and I played for Devon as well, for a couple of years, which I definitely helped me in my progression as a cricketer. But yeah, just by being at Millfield, and I know it sounds silly, about 8,000 miles away, but then, and that's how I ended up playing for Somerset.
Who was in your sort of year group that you played through with, who people would have known?
Yeah, so Wes Durston,
right,
James Hildreth.
Yeah.
So James was 2 years below me, academic years, Wes was maybe a couple of years above me. There was Max Waller, Craig Keyswetter. There's quite a few names. I remember when I started at Millfield, I will still not forget this. The first match I went to watch Milford First 11 playing, I swear the keeper was probably about 5-10 yards inside the boundary.
Right.
And the bowler was running in and letting go of this ball, and it was Simon Jones.
Really?
Yes. Yeah. So I was lucky enough. Simon Jones was there. Dean Kosker. Yes. So yeah, there's a lot of cricketers that have come through from Millfield. Very fortunate for that. There's a lot of names that to mention.
Yeah. And obviously, it wasn't easy, though, to break into the team here, was it? You sort of had quite a period of trying to get in and not quite get in there. Tell me about that period of time.
Yeah, it was difficult. I mean, there was a lot of competition, and I think the only way that I could get in was to actually open, bat in the top 3 for the second team.
Yeah.
And so I put my hand up and said, look, I'll open. And I actually then transformed myself to be an opening batsman. And by doing that, that gave me a small window to get into the first team, an opportunity to get in. And, that paid dividends. And that's how I really got into the first 11, was actually transforming from a middle order player, at school. There's this running joke that I got 4 years running. I won the fastest 50 competition.
Yeah.
So I was definitely a stroke player. Someone that would get on with it. But then, for me to get into the setup, I had to just transform or put my name in the hat to say, look, I'm going to open and challenge myself, and that's how I got in, really. Yeah.
You were a pretty sharp fielder, though, weren't you? I've seen you take some pretty good catches over the years.
Yeah, I've always that is one of my strengths, was my fielding. Always it was all down to pride and attitude in fielding, and I really enjoyed it. And I must admit that I myself have kind of surprised myself. I've taken some spectacular catches over the years, but for me it was just something, whatever way I can contribute to the team. And actually in 2005, when we won the T20 Cup under Graham Smith, I got in the team because of my fielding. Simple as that. Because I think it was again at Cardiff. I came on as a 12th man, and I think I took 3 catches, and the last catch was a diving catch from long off to mid off, and it was to save the match. Basically, it was a tie match. But after that night, it was like, well, yeah, you're playing for the rest of the, because of the energy that I brought. So it was something that I really, found quite easy to control. And so I really enjoyed it.
I think I remember you playing at Northamptonshire and doing a stunning piece of stop in there. And you were one of the first people I remember used to wear long sleeves.
Yes, that's right. Yes, I always wear long sleeves fielding, simply because I would be diving everywhere. So it was just a protection for my skin, really. I know now that you've got tuber grips and all those things, but I used long sleeves, and that's what I would pride myself is basically just to stop everything that comes my way, regardless of anything, and I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Let's talk about red ball cricket particularly for you. You had one very good season, didn't you, in 2009? Yeah. Tell me about that season.
Yeah, I think it was a build-up from a couple of years before that, from sort of 2007 really. I felt that I was playing good cricket in 2007 and wasn't getting the opportunity. And I think 2007 was when we came up right from champions of Division 2. So everyone was playing well. Everyone was playing well. There was no need to change the team. We were on a high. But I personally thought I was playing quite nicely and doing as well as I could. And then 2008 was the year where I actually found, that I had the opportunity to play a few first-team games. And actually made a difference, and I just took it with me. I learned as much as I could over the last 2 years, and 2009 was again, I think it was pre-season, all down to pre-season, and I got a lot of runs over pre-season. I think I made a couple of hundreds or 300s in 3 pre-season games, which meant that I guess I didn't give a choice for the selectors of the coach, captain, who to go with. So I suppose they went with me. And 2009 was my best year by a long way, and really enjoyed it. To be sandwiched between Trescothick and Justin Langer, open with Trez and Justin Langer at number 3. So that was quite, a bit starstruck, but I just went about doing my job. At times I'd go like, well, Trez is playing on a different wicket, but then I just had to do my bit. So I think as a pair we worked really well. We bonded really well.
That was the year of the game with Yorkshire down here. Tell me about that. That was a spectacular, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I think we were chasing 470, 475, and I remember Yorkshire. They batted the last morning as well, batted up to sort of lunchtime, and they may have had 20 minutes at us before lunch. So we had essentially 2 sessions to get 475. In all honesty, we just went out there to bat. We just batted, and obviously Trez went off like a bullet, and I did too. And I think we just kept going, and I think that's when I sensed sort of at tea time. I sensed that the fielders, the bowlers, the captain, of the opponent, Yorkshire, they were kind of they were panicking a little bit. They were not quite sure, and I sensed that actually, the game is there for us to win it if as long as we, hold wickets and continue what we're doing, and we still had a massive task, but that gave. I remember Langer, David Stiff.
Yes.
Stiffy, he came in at number 3.
Yeah, he came in.
As a pinch hitter, and my God, I think he made 49 of like 20 balls, and I think that shifted the momentum as well massively, or showed our intent to actually, we want to win this match, and then Triggs at the end there to get a ton, that was unreal. So. It was just set up for him. It was one of Trigo's innings, wasn't it? It was just set up. It was just brilliant. It was amazing. I think, I don't know how many people were in, but I think, you definitely got your money's worth.
That was one of those never to be forgotten days, because you got 131, which was your career best at that stage.
Yeah, at that stage. Yeah, that's right. And that's when I sensed actually we just got to, take a few more risks. And it worked out really well. And I remember coming off, getting out and going, guys, I think, we can win this, definitely. So I think, there was a belief there. And I think I remember Xander hit the winning runs, and it's just poured with rain after that. So,
like it was meant to be.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So I think since then, teams have been quite reluctant to set anything below 500.
Absolutely. That was a special match.
It was.
And then 2 years later, you had another good season, didn't you? And you opened the innings against India with somebody, again, a bit special.
Yes, Andrew Strauss. Not very often you can say that you've been opening with international superstars. Again, he was
against superstars.
Yes, against big superstars.
Yeah.
You know, one of my idols, Sachin, who I've always followed from a young age, and that's probably the main reason why I played cricket, really. But yeah, it was. I remember we had a match at Nottingham the day before. We finished a 4-day match.
Yeah.
I don't know what the result was. I didn't think we did too well, or I didn't do too well at Nottingham. And I was obviously travelling back, and we didn't get back till about 10, 11, in the evening. But next day presented itself, and it was a fresh day. It was a good day. It was a nice sunny day to bat. We won the toss, and we bat it. Usually, traditionally, the touring teams bat first, but I think we were having none of that. I think Strauss was quite adamant that we do what we need to, and try to lower the morale of the Indian team. And I think we did well. I think that whole situation. I remember batting up to lunch, and I struggled. I wasn't as fluent. I was probably about 30, 40 not out at lunchtime. And then all of a sudden after lunch, it just clicked. Everything just clicked into gear, and it just starting to flow. Everything just started to flow, and by then, it just became, just really lovely to bat on. It was good. Yeah.
And was it like batting with people like Trez and Strauss and Langer, and you've been lucky enough to play alongside in the opposite end to lots of big names. I mean, what's it like batting in the best seat in the house?
Yeah, I mean, you learn a lot. I think the key here is not to play like them. I think you've just got to play your own game and trust your game. So batting with Trez was amazing, purely because not so much, his quality was obviously very, very different, at a much higher caliber. But I think little things like we pick up on, like watching the bowler, how they hold the ball, what they were trying to do, which way they're trying to swing, whether it was reverse swing. So we would convey all those, and actually I think for me that was the partnership. It was about giving as much information as possible to one another, and then it was up to each individual to use that. So it wasn't so much about how you play, or this is what you have to do. It was about just trying to pick their brain and going, okay, yeah, maybe what about me doing this? And just, so I think I found that really helpful with Trez, and a lot of similarities in terms of actually the process of batting. Yeah. Not so much batting itself, the process of it. And then on the other side, Langer, who was simply amazing for me. I think he played a massive role in my development. However, if you played and miss a ball, he would come down the wicket and tell you off, and go, come on, concentrate, next ball, So every ball was like a golden ball, which I understand, because you only get one chance. So there's no right or wrong way, but I think you've just got to find what works for you. But I think for me, playing with these superstar big players like Andrew Strauss again, he was very level-headed, very calming influence. So you just got to pick their brain rather than replicate what they're trying to do. Because I remember at Warwickshire, I came off laughing, but it was a tough wicket. We won the match. I think it was 2012 possibly at Warwickshire. And it was a tough wicket, but I got it just on the stroke of lunch, and I only made 2 runs. So I bet a whole session for 2 runs, and I think Treswell was on 70 odd already. But funny enough, I came off and I just sort of just had a giggle, because I had to. You would have thought I'd nick one for 4 or whatever, but I just couldn't. But oddly enough, I got a lot of praise for that innings, because that set up for other players to come in to, and obviously Trez was playing on a different wicket. I found it really difficult, but it just shows you that you just got to go about what you stick to your strengths, and just also at times appreciate what's at the other end. You know, obviously Tress took a lot of pressure off me, so which was amazing.
Yeah, and you know, obviously, being in best seat of the house with people like Tendulkar and Dravid out there. I mean, what was that like, being so close to them and watching them play?
Yeah, starstruck. I remember Sachin walked into bat. I was like frozen. I was fielding at points, and I was like, oh my god, I can't believe my idol is coming in, and like, you know, all how his routine, his tap this, tap that with his bat. Yeah, just very fortunate to.
Of course.
Graham Smith.
Yeah.
You know, we've had some big names playing for Somerset. You know, the likes of Crean Pollard in T20. Yeah, I think it's about just learning from them, because they've got all the experience. They've seen it all. There's a reason why they are the best. So I think it's just, you know, even when Hashim Amla played for Nottingham, I went into the dressing room and spoke to him for a couple of hours just to pick his brain, just to obviously work, you know, find out how to be more successful.
Yeah,
you know,
and
not everything works for the individual. You've got to, you know, pick what is right for you. But you know, there's no harm talking about the game. Yeah.
And all too soon it came to an end for you, didn't it? Because you had injured knees and you had to pack up in 2013.
Yeah, 2013.
Yeah.
Yeah, so sort of like 4 years on from my sort of best year. I've always struggled with my knees. I've got patellar tendonitis, so it was very difficult. I mean, I've had it, you know, for long term, and I think it just got to a point where it was sort of affecting my day-to-day living, you know, my lifestyle, and you know, like driving, you know, sitting down to have a meal, you know, I was in agony, or even just, you know, walking around and stuff like that. So, and unfortunately, and you know, that's something with professional sports. It's a short career, and you know, these things happen. I thought, well, actually, I need to look after myself, and obviously with the advice of the surgeons that I saw was best that if I just, you know, retire and look after my knees and you know, go from there. So, I mean, it was obviously very sad to retire under those circumstances, but again, you know, I think I can honestly say that I've given everything, like put my hand up and worked hard for it. And I've enjoyed it. So, and you know, you just got to make the most out of it.
And what about one or two sort of special moments? I know that, you know, that ton in that game against Yorkshire here, and again with Straussy and the wicket haul, but one or two other little sort of moments, things that I might not pick out as highlights that you might want to remember.
Yeah, I think it was against Northamptonshire, T20 match, and Alton Chigambura, who was the overseas player for them from Zimbabwe, and I came on to bowl and I got him out my first ball. But I think that, because I think it was the quarterfinals, home quarterfinals, but that was a turning point as well. For me, that was quite, you know, high up there on one of my sort of list. That's quite. I remember,
because you had a long time in the changing room with a whole range of people, didn't you?
Yeah.
So there must be one or two little things that maybe sort of click there for you.
That's going back quite a while now.
Must be a Trigo story somewhere.
Trigo. Yeah, you remember? Was it changing those and the Colin Atkinson Pavilion back in the days with Big Graham Rose and all those, you know, Piran Holloway and all of that, and you know, Jamie Cox was captain then. This, I guess, my debut 100 first class at Derbyshire.
Right.
There were three of us from Millfield, so it was me, Hildreth and Wes, and we all got hundreds. So you know, that was Wes's debut maiden 100 as well, mine too. So that was quite, something unforgettable, which was, a very proud moment. I don't know. You should put me on. It's a very good question. There's a lot. I think, if anything, you're right. If anything, it's more things like catches that come to mind. Like, I think in 2005, Shah Willoughby was bowling, and what's his name against Gloucestershire? Craig Spearman ballooned up one over covers, and I pretty much sprinted for about 40-50 metres and took a diving catch in front of a packed house. I think that's the day where we made the world record.
Yep.
250 plus.
Yep. That was with JL and
Cameron White. And I remember Cameron White hitting a ball to the gates here. He was a good player. He could hit big balls. But it was more about moments of like catches and stuff like that, rather than sort of like, again, taking a catch. I remember it was at Hampshire in the finals day, we tied the match.
Yes.
And then
Never forget that one.
and Afridi, it was at Warwickshire, and Afridi was batting, and it was a sky, and I took the catch at deep mid wicket. So again, that was a sort of a contribution. In front of big crowds, and and
let's just talk about a development that happened whilst you were playing, because you were playing before T20 arrived, weren't you?
That's right.
So I mean, what was the attitude of people then? I mean, what was your thinking? I mean, now we take it just for granted, don't we? But I mean, back when it started, there was, what was the general feeling about in the game of people like you towards the T20 game, which was completely different?
Yeah, it was. I think it started in 2004?
Three.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 2003. I think Leicester were the team to beat, right? I started 2001.
Yeah.
Around there, and it was all very new. It was still unknown. But I think when I played, we had a squad of players that would play in all three formats.
Yeah.
And that was the difference.
Yeah.
We had to adapt our games to fit in. So I remember playing, a 4-day match and then a 1-day match, and then, trying to adapt to T20 as well. So, but whereas now, the difference now, I think there's separate teams for each competition, if I'm not mistaken. So essentially a different squad for each competition, and so players are able to come in and out, but whereas then I think everyone had to just adapt whatever the conditions were, and for you to play. So for example, like me, I was opening the batting or batting the top 3 or whatever, but then I found myself batting at number 7. But then I had to adapt to white ball cricket, so I had to learn about death hitting, so I might go into matches where I require run a ball, or where it's under tight situations, or where there's only 2 overs left and I have to try to slog it. So I think my role was quite different as such when a red ball and white ball. So I had to red ball cricket opening was completely different. So I had to adapt quite a lot, and I actually found it okay. I actually found batting at number 7, 6 down the order in 1-day cricket actually not bad. I found a niche there, and obviously I could bowl half the overs or my full quota. So it is, it's difficult. I think, I think back then, it was.
It was only 20 years ago. But it was back then, aren't we?
I mean, like, I don't think we were looking at big scores. So for us to get that 250 against Gloucestershire, that was a huge total. But I think, generally speaking, high sort of 180s, 170s were good scores. So it was still relatively new. But whereas now, I think players just go hard at it from ball 1 to ball, 120. Every ball, and there's no fear. Whereas I think back then there was also like, well, I've got to play well to keep my place in the team.
Yeah.
So whereas now I think it's just, you know, go hard, yeah. So, and I actually can't keep up with the number of T20 tournaments that's happening. Like, you know, it's everywhere. There's a lot. Like today, the South African T20 series has just started. So yeah, it's a lot.
Exciting times. If you had your time again, would you do it all over again?
Yes, most definitely. I think that there's things where you learn throughout your career, and if anything, I would probably take it easier during training days. I train. I wouldn't say train less, but I train smarter. So save myself for matches, and actually I wouldn't try to put too much pressure on myself. You know, because at the end of the day, you know, it is a game. You've got to enjoy it. But I think, yeah, definitely, you know, there's areas where you tweak and change. But I think generally speaking, the whole lot, yes, I'd love to do it. Yeah, I'd love to do it again.
If you had to choose one format, what would it be?
I'm a purist. Question. Yeah, no, it's Red Ball.
Yeah.
Red Ball for me. Look, cricket evolves, so do human beings and everything. But I think for me, I judge a cricketer, or like to judge a cricketer based on Red Ball, first class Test cricket. But yeah, because for me that's the purest form. It tests you with everything: character, tactically, technically, everything really. And there's opportunity for you to also get big runs. It was difficult. 4-day cricket is not easy. I mean, yeah, Test cricket. It's the reason why it's called Test cricket. Got the test of everything. Your, you know, stamina. Yeah, it's, you know, because first innings and second innings, or playing the first and fourth innings, is completely different. The pitch changes a lot, so you got to adapt. Yeah, conditions change a lot.
And now you're back living in Taunton.
Yes, I am. Yes, I had a brief period in London for 3 years. Unfortunately, I wasn't too well, so I had all my treatment up in London. And thankfully, I thank the PCA for that, and people around me to support. But yeah, now I'm back in Taunton. Sort of familiar surroundings, familiar faces. I'm really enjoying it.
Great. And obviously still follow the cricket here, still come and see what's happening?
Yes, definitely. I have done over the last few summers. Still keep in touch, you know, obviously not with James Hildreth now, but he's obviously just retired last summer. But, you know, likes of Tom Abel. Somerset will always be part of me, you know, it's always been and will always be part of me, and it's great to come back and actually see the supporters as well, you know, on the Gimlet Hill.
Yes.
I see a lot of them, and they still do recognise me, which is great. But, you know, and Tractor is always there. But no, it's great. It's great to come back, and it's a very warm, friendly, family-orientated place, you know, and Somerset cricket for me is special. I always have a special place in my heart.
Brilliant, Errol. Thank you so much for being with us today.
Thank you.
Great to hear you talking about Somerset with so much affection. We've always enjoyed seeing you down here, and we look forward to seeing you in many, many years to come. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thanks.
Please welcome back out our umpires, David Milnes and Rob White. The Northamptonshire not-out batters, safe save.
Good afternoon and welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground, where the umpires Neil Malander and David Milnes are just walking out to the middle, followed by Tom Abel, Craig Overton and Somerset fielders, and Saif Zaid and Mr. Sam Whiteman, who are 13 not out and 67 for Whiteman, the skipper from Perth. Northampton's done a good job this morning, 147 for 3. Jordan Buckingham, superb as a night watchman. Dug in for over an hour, frustrated the Somerset bowlers, saw off Gregory and Overton, who bowled a really decent spell. I'm joined by Ian Shepherd from the Bright Side of Life podcast, who's going to kind of have a chat. What's your thoughts on the morning's play, chap?
I think it's brewing up very nicely. 2 wickets taken in that morning's session, both by Jack Leach, and 7 Northampton second innings wickets left to take. The lead is 10. I thought Somerset stuck to their task really well this morning. Not a lot of luck for Craig Owen and Lewis Gregory in their opening spells. Jack Leach did what Jack Leach does, constantly asking questions. Got his reward. Couple of wickets, missed stumping from James Drew. It was a tricky one. It just spat on him. When I was watching the replay, I thought initially that was it looked like it was going to bowl him, and that maybe just blocked Drew's vision of the ball for a split second. It's going to be Craig Overton to start proceedings in the afternoon session on this final day of this Division 1 LV County Championship match. He's in bowling to Whiteman.
Yeah, good to see Craig Overton get the new ball with his tail up. Jack Leach is doing some lunges down at fine leg, stretching out. Whether he will take the ball from the river end, we shall wait and see. I think Lewis Gregory, if fit enough on day 4, will be good to see him another trundle with the ball. He bowled beautifully this morning, 9 overs, none, but 1 made and 25 runs. Never really more an economy rate bowler these days, Lewis Gregory. An attacking bowlers who will go for more runs than Overton and Siddle normally, but bowled some lovely areas earlier on.
Craig goes straight into his work after lunch.
Yeah.
So what are we now? 50 overs gone. We're in the 51st over now. So you'd fancy if they can get through their overs this afternoon, they could potentially have 2 bites with the second new ball either side of the tea break. If Jack Leach operates from the river end for a substantial portion of this afternoon's session, you think that wouldn't be a problem. 96 overs in the day, so split that up, that's 32 per session. It's full. Whiteman drives. I don't think it's going to make it.
Yeah,
yes, it is. Short boundary out there.
Northamptonshire 150
for the afternoon. Northampton's 150 comes up. The deficit is reduced to 6.
Yeah, proper player Sam Whiteman. Opened the batting for Cricket Australia 11 back in Brisbane in December. Against a decent South African side. I know they've been struggling lately in Test cricket, but a strong side for a warm-up game.
Just listening to you on the old headset through various locations of the day. I started off in the county room and I got to midday. We didn't take any wickets, so I wandered around to the Thatcher's Terrace just to try and make something happen. And yeah, not giving myself credit for that at all, but yeah, Jack Leach with those.
It was a big wicket, wasn't it? The breakthrough. Hassan Azad, who's had this finger injury. It wasn't an awful injury, just a bit of bleeding yesterday. Bit hard hurt, fair enough. Came back today, and to get that breakthrough just before lunch was pretty massive. Stoic, solid, former Leicestershire opener.
Yeah, if they'd gone into lunch, if Somerset had gone into lunch just with Northampton just 1 or 2 down, it would have been a very, very different atmosphere. 3 down, you think now, well, they've got Rob Keogh, James Sayles, who batted very well in the first innings, Harry Goldston to come. Tom Taylor batted well in the first innings as well, making 28.
Yeah, I like
Buckingham's already gone, so they think 2-3 wickets here early on in the afternoon session, and they are really on top of this game. If Northampton can keep the Somerset bowlers out for an hour just over, then you might start to see heads drop in. Tom Abel, Somerset's captain, is always super enthusiastic though, and always doing his best never to let the heads of his troops drop. Jack Leach is striding purposefully towards the stumps at the river end, so I suspect it's going to be England's left arm spinner to start proceedings.
Yeah, he bowled well before lunch, got that key break, as I said. Well, he's got all 3 wickets in the match, in the innings so far, which is obviously great for Jack Leach. Following rough on a not a massive amount of rough, but enough for a little bit of tweak, making it tricky for James, as we said before.
Yeah, it's 4th day pitch, so you'd be expecting your spinner to come into the game regardless of the time of year. There will be footmarks to work with. The wicket should have deteriorated enough.
Jack just getting a bit of dust, not sawdust, fortunately, not wet enough to need sawdust, but dust out of his own footmarks, really. He's going to loosen up again to Lewis Gregory. Remember, Northampton missing Emilio Gay, their opening bat. Luke Proctor, the captain. Lewis McManus, the wicketkeeper. So it's a vastly depleted Northampton side, and missing Lawrence Morris. Hence Jordan Buckingham coming in for this short spell from Australia. Still got Ben Sanderson, but an inexperienced side, you would say, really, on the whole for Northampton. Leach then, just a short leg in on the leg side. There was that leg slip before lunch, but another left-hander. Or do I make that the top 4? Yes, I do. The entire top 4. Like you remember Yorkshire about 5 years ago? Balance, Lithe, Andrew Gale.
Milan in there as well?
Milan, maybe just before Milan. Might have been a Middlesex shot there from Zoe. Going to be at least 2.
Didn't quite time it.
Dixon. Deep point's an interesting one. I thought deep cover would make more sense to a spinner. Intrigued by the deep point. If it was a deep cover, it would have been 1 run. I don't see them cutting Jack Leach much. He doesn't drop short very often. So an entire top 4 left-handers you wouldn't think would suit Jack Leach coming into them, but it's worked so far. Jordan Buckingham, of course, the right-hander night watchman, slightly altered that, but
If he has got any sort of rough to work with, it will be outside that left-hander's off stump.
yeah, we did have a look at the pitch this morning. Oh, reverse sweep, interesting. I talk about the deep point, it's irrelevant. Still going to be 4, but doesn't need to be particularly clean because there is such a vacant space between slip and deep point. There's no one there, so it's actually quite a safe shot from safe save. First over from this end. And good shot, 4 runs, well played. Modern game, that's almost natural, easy for him to play.
I don't think Jack Leach would have minded that one little bit.
No, 3rd ball after lunch for Jack Leach.
Lots that can go wrong there. The ball coming out of that rough. He's in again. That's a full toss.
That's going to go down to Craig Overton. Great bit of work from the big man running around to keep it to just 1. Save 3 runs there. Lovely throw, top of the stump for James Drew as well. He clapped and applauds that work from the big North Devon seamer.
It's not what Cameron Bancroft would have wanted to see in there at Boot Hill. Short leg.
The full toss from Jack Leach after the reverse sweep. That's the thing though. So he plays that reverse sweep and it makes Jack Leach alter his length.
Northampton have now gone into the lead. Somerset will need to bat again. Well taken by Rue down the leg side. A polite inquiry as to whether that had just brushed the glove on its way through, but nothing particularly confident. Leach again then to finish the 2nd over after lunch. And Whiteman just pops that one back. So what does Somerset do now, Harry? I think the worst thing you can do is sort of go searching for wickets.
I'd like to see Casey Aldridge bowl earlier in this session. I'm surprised they waited so long for him to bowl. I'd also like to see Tom Abel or Tom Lammerby given a go at some point. I know both have been nursing injuries. Lammerby potentially more fit to bowl than Abel, and also Lammerby probably more worthwhile because just the left arm angle is different. Tom Abel is still a very different bowler, do the taller, quicker seamers, but just to try something different, get them out of their shell, especially left arm and 2 left-handers. But I think Craig Overton with 4 or 5 overs straight through from this end, you'd like to think he'd probably get 1 wicket if he bowls at his best.
He's had no luck at all this season, has he, Big Craig?
I think that's the length. It could be a tiny bit straighter just to make him play, but I think that's the length that's uncomfortable. Not quite short enough to pull, and definitely can't get on the front foot to it.
Yeah, he started off from over the wicket. He seemed to have operated around the wicket, the Somerset right-arm seamers to these left-handers throughout this game. Much to the frustration of Pete Trigger. I don't know if you caught up with much of the commentary of the live stream over the last few days, but he was tearing his hair out at some points. It's down the leg side. Nicely taken again by Roos. So we've got the leg slip in, we've got the short leg. So you'd think Craig would be trying to get it up into the sort of the rib cage area of Zaib. He has opens in again, and that's just wide.
Yeah, good cricket shot. Ball from Craig Overton to drift onto leg stump. Pete Sewell did that a couple of times before lunch. Just searching too much. Yeah, I didn't directly answer your question, did I? You said what do they need to do, and I sort of said change the bowling. But the bowlers, I don't think they need to go searching as much as they are. Pete Sewell, Craig Overton, got to stay more patient. When I'm coaching, I'm always saying bowlers out-patient the batters. Wait for them to make a mistake rather than trying to make something happen, because then you just give them 4 balls. You know, Jack Leach tried to correct after reverse sweep and got swept for 4 because he bowled a full toss, or swept for 1 in the end, but could have been 4 if Craig hadn't moved around so quickly. I hear, Craig, that's a better line of length. That's just a normal stock delivery. If he bowls 18 stock deliveries in a row that they can't score off, then there's probably going to be a brain fade or a mistake from a Northampton batter.
Yeah, I mean, you've got Tom Abel there at a leg slip. Bancroft is in at short leg, so Craig's talking to the umpire about something here. Not quite sure what that's about. But if you've got the leg slip, you've got the short leg. Those aren't defensive fielders, so you're looking to use those to take wickets, which is by bowling at a leg stump line short of length, trying to get it big on the batter.
See that the last 2 balls, yeah. I think if he bowls that again and again, it's going to make something happen eventually. You know, you might have to bowl now for a wicket in 2-3 overs time. It might be next over off Jack Leach. They try and do something because they've been held down by Craig Overton.
Yeah, and that's kind of got to be your surprise dismissal. You'd almost say you've got to just hammer that line and length outside the off stump, almost make the batter forget that leg slip's there, and then all of a sudden sort of bang one in a bit shorter, a bit back of a length at the hips, at the armpit.
Well, the leg gully's been an interesting development. We've seen Tom Abel get caught on there himself a few times here in recent seasons. He's now there himself.
Frustration there from Craig. Hoofs the ball back to James Rue behind the stumps.
Not sure if we filled in with the lunch scores, but Hampshire were at lunchtime. They only just started again. Hampshire were 34 for 7. Hampshire, ridiculous, really. Warwickshire got 46 to their 364 for 5, with Ed Barnard only getting 95, getting out before his 100, but declaring 181 ahead. And then Chris Rushworth, the former Durham man, 6 for 24 from 8 overs, making the most of that new ball.
Make that 7 for 25. They're 39 for 9 at the moment.
There you go.
You need to hit refresh on your blog.
Well, Jack Leach is going to continue here, and wow, from a man with little hair who's taking wickets, and Chris Rushworth down at Southampton to man with little hair taking wickets here. Jack Leach, all 3 of the Northampton men to fall so far.
Only Gubbins making it into double figures for Hampshire. That scorecard is
Hampshire,
not pretty reading.
Wow, Hampshire title favourite, some people are saying. I still don't. I've been saying all season on the podcast the other day, someone asked me, and I said, I think Surrey and Lancashire are stronger because their batting department. Yes, Middleton's doing well. Yes, Vince is a quality player. But I don't think Hampshire's top 7 or 8 is anything like as good as Surrey's or even Lancashire's. Warwickshire are almost dark horses. So many bowling options.
Whiteman just tried to cut that last one away. It's far too close.
Thank God, scrambling at short leg. I enjoy watching these scrambling short leg. Done well to get that. Yeah,
there were men all round the bat prior to lunch. Mind you, that was for Zaib, who's not settled as Whiteman. He's only he's on 24 now. I mean, would you get those men in? Would you go for all-out attack, or was it a little bit early?
Not quite yet, because I think there's a chance of a catch in the outfield as well. Whiteman might use his feet and chip one up. I like that Cage Aldridge is up in the ring now rather than back at Lumber. That was more of a ploy to the right-handed tail ender. Well, the night watchman backing him. A caught and bowled from Jack Leach just before lunch, giving Somerset a bit of momentum, ascendancy into the interval after that stoic partnership from the two Aussies.
Yeah, it just seemed to hang in the air, didn't it? And the whole of the county ground was just expectant and just about made it. Leach just getting his fingers underneath the ball, taking a very good return catch. He's in again, and this is a hard sweep.
Very good shot for one.
Overton does the fielding down there at long leg. Northant's lead is now up to 7 as Leach is in again. Tight line on the off stump. Doesn't trouble Whiteman particularly, and that's 4 overs gone since the lunch break. Northant's 164 for 3. There's our colleague Sam Dowling down there on the Thatcher's Terrace.
Yeah, he's got a little crowd family in today. Nice social Sunday bank holiday weekend. Todd and Ben are particularly grateful for Sam's hosts. There they are.
Yes, Nick with the earpiece in. You want to give us a wave, Nick?
He's looking the wrong way.
No, other way, behind you. I'll give you a clue. It's the fellow with the camera.
Making the most of the earpieces. Big shout out, big thank you to Virtue Motors. Loving the earpieces all around the ground.
There's Big Craig then in again. Lovely line that. Not a lot you can do with that.
That's what I mean. That's that line of length that is unpleasant from a tall quick. In towards the rib cage of the armpit.
He hasn't put much full outside the off stump, looking for the drive, trying to bring that outside edge into play. Doesn't seem to have been much lateral movement as he does. And I plays a lovely, lovely off drive.
Not much lateral movement, but a lovely shot.
Makes its way to the boundary in front of the Marcus Trescothic Pavilion.
Can play this fella. I've watched him score runs here last season.
It's a bit of a half volley.
Under 29 already. Race there, really, say Sahib. Not messing about. 25 off 32 balls, now 29 off 33.
Ben Green and Ollie Sale there having a bit of lunch down in the dugouts.
Two good mates.
Oh, that's a good bouncer.
Nice to see the professional photographer of the cricket ranks back here with his old mates. Look at him, he's having a great time, and he's just with his old mates again. Different colour bib, slightly different emblem on his whites, but really Ollie Sale, he's a Somerset boy through and through. Him and Green have had some great holidays over the years, great banter with the cricket they play and training. Two of the great characters really of recent years in the Somerset squad. Very funny on the Beyond the Wyvern. If you haven't, get back on the YouTube and scroll through and watch some of the old Beyond the Wyvern episodes.
Over and switch to around the wicket. That's a good take by Rue. And that's one of those, if you do get a bit of a glove on it and you do, or a little bit of an edge and it goes through and you're out, you always think that's unlucky, but looking at the field that they've got, you would have to say that would be almost a dismissal that Somerset are planning for.
Yeah, I just think a lot of them will still go for 4, even with the leg gully. They might go over the leg gully, they might go past. You're unlucky. I remember middling a leg glance or leg gully last year at a Sunday friendly. I mean, to have a leg gully in a Sunday friendly at Mount Edgecombe. Yeah, Plymouth, lovely spot, but just I was baffled. I mean, I should have been responsible to see it, but it's still a strangle. You still think of it as a frustrating dismissal, but Tom Abel knows, as I said before, from experience, he's been out there a couple of times, and if you're going for bold and LBW and then it strays onto leg stamp, then it's a legit dismissal. I just think I'd rather bring the two orthodox slips into play. I'd rather attack the outside edge.
He's got both options here with two. That's hit him. I think it's just in the stomach. He's onto the shot almost too quickly there. The lack of pace has caused him to miss that rather than. Oh no, just off the forearm. It looks like.
I think he's going to be all right. Yeah.
Leach to continue then from the river end. I've got a feeling he'll be operating for most of this afternoon session.
He might be bowling as much as he did at Rawalpindi, I think. Or Karachi, or any of his marathon spells. I think this could be not quite that much, but up there for an afternoon's work anyway. Still no leg slip. Craig Overton is not required there. Oh, that's a filthy smear from Whiteman. Looked like he spudged it through the covers and got an inside edge. Whipped it out to Pete Siddle at deep mid wicket.
He must have heard you talking about Sunday friendlies, Harry. That was a, a proper shot from the village green.
Yeah. I mean, he's on 73, so he's done well to get there, and he's not played too many foul shots like that. But Saif Saeed, the aggressor in the partnership, is back on strike. And right, interesting. Deep point has gone more deep backward point now, Sean Dixon's. The reverse sweep is going to be harder to get in that area.
Yeah, no short leg either.
Good work from Tom Lally from mid wicket, running across to narrow that angle down and stop there being a single to Case Shoulders at mid on.
Bancroft has just gone back to an orthodox square leg, so mid off cover. Backward point at 3/4. That's Sean Dixon. Got a slip. That's Leach's in again.
That's better length, I think. Just outside the off stump good line as well.
And we've got a mid on, mid wicket square leg, and we've got Pete Siddle out on the mid wicket boundary. Harry, I can't see down at long leg. I think Craig's still there, isn't he?
Yeah. There we go. Safe Sahib on the attack, using the feet this time. We've seen the sweeps. We've seen almost every shot you can play to a centre for Saif Sahib in his short trip to the crease so far. Running down the wicket, smashing it to Lewis Gregory at mid off.
Could be the strategy, just keep that ring field up. Invite Saib to come and hit over the top or do something unorthodox if he wants to find the boundary. No run there as Bancroft takes a couple of side steps to his right square leg. So you think he's the kind of batter that you can frustrate out?
Yeah.
Just keep letting him middle his shots to fielders. And then wait for him to take that high risk option.
Yeah, I think so. I think he'll flash at Craig Overton if he gives him any width or height as well.
Somerset doing a decent job here, just keeping it dry. Keep that run rate down. These, what was it? 8 overs we've had since lunch. Craig Overton's going to continue round the wicket to Sam Whiteman from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. So might change in the field. We've got a very, very close gully. Is that short? It's pulled out. Just be a single. Sean Dixon comes round.
Yeah, I feel like someone's getting a little bit desperate here with the short ball ploys. I don't think it's necessary to get that desperate that early.
I mean, I just wonder if they've had a chat. I mean, obviously they're out there. They know exactly what sort of movements out there, what's going on with the pitch. As oh, it's a great effort from TKC at slip.
Nearly lost his trousers in the process.
Say Saeed made room for himself before Craig Overton bowled that ball. I was just saying, I called it last over. I said he might be the one that will flash at high or wide one from Craig O. And Saeed moved both feet, leg side.
Leg at this. Does he get a hand to it?
No, I think he quite
His
did.
fingertips, if he does.
Still goes away for 4, but look at this movement here. There you go, back and across, and then very well played actually. I know he didn't mean to, want to have got it fine and more on it, but that's actually a brutal delivery.
A bit top edgy, wasn't quite off the face. So they obviously fancy him to do that. They seem to be rejigging this.
Pete Siddle's going to go to third man.
It's not really a slip cordon, but they're kind of. Sometimes you want a player in exactly the right place in a catching position. It might not be at a slip or a gully, but
it's such a short boundary down there. Remember, so
yeah.
That's a take from Chimchim. That's a big old 4. So that third there, Pete Siddle is a genuine catching position. If that's played again, I'd potentially have him 5 yards off and slightly straighter.
Well taken. That one swung again. There was a brute that went for 4 byes this morning from Craig Overton. James Rue had an absolute. He had no chance of getting it. There's a few that have swung after the bat today. James Rue's certainly been in the wars. You get the feeling something's going to give in the next few minutes. Has it? Yes, takes the catch. Next few minutes, next few seconds.
Brilliant catch, Jack Leach. Craig Overton does get the break, but what a celebration from the Somerset faithful. Jack Leach looked like he's nearly going to be knocked over the boundary rope taking that catch.
It almost looked like he didn't quite pick it up.
It's almost like a scoop flick, that shot from Saeed. Not quite an on drive, not a pull, more of a flick. And Ollie Sale comes out with a drink for Whiteman, who's running out of partners will be a bit early to say, but Saeed with a quick scoring 30, but
yeah, just
is that enough?
A flick there. Let's have a look at Jack Leach. Yeah. He would have been worried for a millisecond or two about touching the boundary. All's well that ends well. Somerset have the breakthrough they were looking after lunch. Northampton now 174 for 4.
So what, 2 balls after uppercutting him for 4. He gets the breakthrough, does Craig Overton, down to fine leg. Good catch from Jack Leach. It came hard.
On for 33 then, faced 45 balls.
Incoming batter for Northamptonshire, number 21, Rob Keogh.
Rob Keogh made 19 in the first innings.
He's another man who always used to score runs against Somerset. He was a club mate of mine when I played for Dunstable a few years ago. And
you seem to have had more clubs than Tiger Woods, sorry.
Well, it's just moved multiple jobs. It's more jobs than Tiger Woods. Well, that doesn't really work so well, does it? More jobs than Steve Jobs, I don't know. Moving different places, then you have to sort of change clubs because of it. Yeah, there's only a short-term maternity cover contract in Milton Keynes, Southampton, England, so it's only a few months. Dunstable, but yeah, Monty Panesar played there previously. That's where Somerset 2's played the other day. Last week, Josh Davey got his 70 odd.
Yeah, I saw a few little glimpses on the stream. That looked like a very green pitch. Somerset
yeah, it's not normal like that. When I played there, it was the summer of the Euros, and it was rock hard. But Rob Keogh is a quality county off spinner more these days than he used to be. He used to be just a genuine 4-5 bat, but a part-time bowling. Now you'd say he's an all-rounder in the fancy game. He's an all-rounder. He's a quality bat. Coming in at 6, of course, because of night watchman. But he's probably the last out-and-out bat. Sales we know got runs. Goldson, the keeper, Tommy Taylor got runs here last year.
So the leg slip or leg gully is still in. Overton starting over the wicket.
Lovely shot first ball. That's the sign of a quality player in form. The middle of the bat flick off Craig Overton is not slow. No Josh Davey, remember? No Jack Brooks. So it's Aldridge, Gregory, Overton, Siddle, Leach.
Of course, we have Matt Henry.
Yeah, well, Matt Henry bowling at so many Somerset former players, isn't he? Imam Ul Haq, Babar Azam. He's been playing against. Yeah, I've been watching the Pakistan-New Zealand ODI series quite closely, following Matt Henry's progress.
Just finds that gap between gully and forward point to get himself off the mark. Rob Keogh.
Made me laugh, yeah, Imam Ul Haq put Matt Henry for 3 4s in a row.
He was opening back. Got 90 on here, but there's more runs other than here. Opening back in August, September. Henry got 3 for 54 the other day. Facker's a man, remember, was also a man who was going to come to Somerset. He was all set to come in, never did in the end. All these Somerset links in that. But yeah, Matt Henry getting Babrazam out, and Babrazam. Well, Leonard Dool, I reckon, Simon Dool, sorry, I reckon he was the best player in ODI cricket of the moment. So that's a statement. Good to see Matt Henry coming to Somerset with a few wickets and a bit of form under his belt. Ben Green's going to come on. Helmet for Craig Overton. Get rid of the jumper for Cam Bancroft. And he's going to have to field with that extra jumper. So Ben Green sprinted on. He's now going to have to wear a doubly thick jumper. It's too hot for Bancroft with it on. Greeny's just done a big sprint across the pitch. Probably doesn't want 2 jumpers, but he'll get on with it. The extra man won't make a fuss.
Yeah, so leg slip now. That's Craig Overton has come in for the new bat roll key. We've got Bancroft at short leg, Kola Camera at slip. Sean Dixon has come up on the 1 at square leg. As Leach now has a right-hander to work with finally. And it was safe in the end. It was a long way away from Cam Bancroft. And that's what Leach will be looking to see, that lunge forward, lead into that bat pad champs. Here he is again. Confidently knocked to Tom Lammerby at cover.
Leach involved in all 4 dismissals so far. Catch and to his 3 wickets.
Yeah, 3 for 61 from his 19 overs and 2 balls so far. Dribbles out to Tom Abel. Mid wicket. He's almost there for a catch, Tom Abel. He's not on the 1, he's there for almost a little flick. Craig Overton's coming out of leg slip now and he's going to go in at silly point. You wouldn't have seen that back in the day, would you? Joel Garner or Andy Caddick in at silly point, would you?
He loves it there, doesn't he? He just loves being involved in the action. It was the same when playing youth cricket against Craig and Jamie. They wanted to do everything. I was chatting to some of the Devon coaches the other week about them as he runs off to get another bit of extra protection. Possibly a box. Yes, definitely a box. Craig and Jamie...
Is he doubling up? Because I can't imagine he would have stood in there with,
no, I think he was.
nothing protecting it for the first ball. We may have just forgotten. Maybe it's so intense. He's very close as well.
Because there's not really a shot that Rob Gear can play to whack him out. You can't really cover John. I think he's going to reverse sweep.
He was only about a foot away from the cut strip there. It's testament to his bravery, wanting to get involved in the game. He's going to continue from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end now.
I'll make a bit of a change then. I'll let Stephen Lamb come into the attack.
Always a pleasure, Harry. I'm sure I'll catch up with you a bit later on today. So I've trodden on my lead and my headphones have nearly fallen off. That's better. So Sam Whiteman on 74. Craig Overton, would love to see the back of him as Stephen Lamb joins me. And that's tucked away out to Sean Dixon at deep square for the single, and Craig Overton's got Rob Keogh to bowl at.
Afternoon, Ian.
Afternoon, Stephen. You out?
Yeah, indeed. Our first stint together of the season, I think, this one.
I think it is, yeah.
And looking out over a gradually brightening county ground.
Yeah, it's, you can see the Quantocks, but they're not particularly bathed in sunshine. It's quite high cloud. I don't think there's any danger of any rain spoiling what is promising to be an enthralling final few hours of this game. As Overton's into key, that's down the leg side. Siddle runs across the beach. Keogh picks up his second run.
It's nice to see that part of the ground in the open air again.
Yeah, they had the big old germination seats on there, just trying to get the grass to grow. It's been so wet.
Yeah, you've can see some fresh growth down there. It's a slightly paler colour, isn't it?
It's getting there. It's getting there. Hopefully, it'll be all ship-shape for the first Vitality Blast game here against Hampshire in a couple of 24th of May, I believe it is.
That was a good catch by Jack Leach.
It was. It looks. You almost think, well, it's a regulation catch out there, Bang. But I just wonder if he lost sight of it a little bit. He just seemed to sort of stutter a little bit, then pick it up again.
It was onto him very quickly, and he had the worry about the boundary rope just behind him. Good effort.
Yeah, the breakthrough that Somerset really desperately needed.
Yeah, because Safe Zabe was batting very well.
He was, yeah. He was
at a good rate.
He was giving the bowlers a chance, though, wasn't he? Man, you always feel you're in the game. A couple of balls before he just played that that uppercut from Craig Owen that Tom Kohler-Cadmore very nearly got a hand to. It would have been an absolute worldie of a catch. It looks like Craig Owen switching back to over the wicket now. Casey Aldridge is very close in there at that gully position. I just wonder if that's for a sort of a balloon off a glove or something. Craig's in again, it's down the leg side. Looking for a little tickle to Tom Abel, who's in there at leg slip.
Yes, his seniority affirmed by the fading colour of his cap, Tom Abel.
Yeah, Tom Lammerby and Peter Siddle, who are just switching fielding positions now. Very dark navy blue. Abel's has faded there. Gregory's at, is that Gregory at midwick? I think it is. It's quite as faded. Craig's in again. And it's just flashed past the diving left hand of Casey Aldridge at that very, very close gully. Goes for 4 there in front of the scoreboard down there next to the Colin Atkinson Pavilion. Northants move on to 181 for 4, and if my maths is correct, that takes the lead up to 24.
Yes, the trouble with being a little bit closer at gully is you've got less time to react.
That's Craig Owen's partner there with the long lens. Sure, she's looking to capture some pictures for the dining room wall of an off stump or middle stump, cartwheeling out of the ground.
Absolutely.
Craig celebrating in that trademark way that he does.
Very pleasant standing outside today. The weather's improved markedly over the past week or so.
Speaking of Craig, he's in at that very, very short silly mid-off again.
Yes, with the helmet. 3 helmets in evidence, as well as the batters.
Almost like he wants to catch off the face of the bat. We've seen that with England over the winter. I think, who was it? Was almost stood waiting for that catch off the face of the bat in the Pakistan series just before Christmas.
He's right in Rob Keogh's eye line, standing there.
And I bet you he's right in his ear as well. Leach is in again, and that one's tucked away for a single. Sean Dixon, slight misfield as he tries the quick pick up and throw. Shy at the stumps.
Yeah, that's going to take the lead up to 25 for Northants. Still plenty of cricket in store today. 56 overs still remaining. And we still have a game on our hands. Out to deep backward point this time. That'll be another single.
I'm sure Somerset and Jack Leach in particular won't mind that. Keogh, the right-hander, very new to the crease on 3. Sure, absolutely rather be bowling to him than Whiteman, who left-hander, who's not out 80.
Yeah, they tend to prefer slow left-arm bowlers, don't they, to have right-handers on strike. Off-spinners naturally turn the ball away from left-handers.
Yeah, so many more modes of dismissal into play. Tom Abel's trying to get as many as he can with these men round the bat. Don't think Rob Keogh's back foot went anywhere there as Craigo just gives it a little flick back onto the stumps. the end of Jack Leach's 21st over. He's got figures of 3 for 63. He's bowled very, very well today.
Yep, he's had a hand in every wicket so far in the innings. Talking about the catch earlier. And then 3 wickets of his own on the scoreboard.
Change of bowling here then at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion then. It's going to be Casey Aldridge to take things up. I think he's bowled very well today. He bowled well on Thursday as well. And he's just that extra point of difference, I think, with his height, extra bounce, a little bit of extra pace. If they're looking to, you know, force that dismissal, a little glove down the leg side.
Yeah, like for like in terms of build, Aldridge for Overton.
I think he's a bit bulkier than Craig now. He seems to have filled out a
has
lot over the
winter,
particularly in the shoulders. He seems to have must have been hitting the weights in the gym down there in the Andy Caddick Pavilion during those dark, cold winter days. 6 overs for 16 he's bowled so far, yet to take a wicket. He's in now around the wicket as well, and that's a pretty decent start. Making Whiteman play.
He hasn't taken a wicket yet in this innings. Got one in the first, Casey Aldridge. Scored runs against Lancashire, half century here.
Yeah.
Earlier in the summer. In the spring even, I could say.
I think most people might even say it was the dying embers of winter, how bad it felt. I was just going to make the point there that there was a huge gap between Sean Dixon at a deep square leg and Lewis Gregory at mid-on. Big gap there at mid-wicket, and Whiteman's taken full advantage of that and just popped it into the aforementioned gap for an easy single. It takes him on to 81. Tom Mabel's staying at a leg gully position. It's slightly wider for the right-handed Keogh. Jack Leach comes up to sort of a deepish gully. It's good line of length from Aldridge. When we were talking earlier, Stephen, down on the balcony, I sort of mentioned that they need to bowl them out by tea.
Yes, which will be at 20 to 4. That's fixed on the last day, isn't it?
Yeah, fixed on the last day. There's 55 overs remaining, so could maybe go a little bit after that. Somerset have done a good job in keeping this Northants run rate down. So
Yes.
they're, what, 27 ahead. So I'm maybe a little bit after tea now.
Depending on the sort of tempo of the innings.
I mean, Somerset have got the ball strikers in the team to chase a, what would you say, 114 overs, 13, 14 overs, something like that would be achievable with, TKC showed us what he can do with that magnificent century in the first innings. Tom Abel, Tom Lammerby, Lewis Gregory, Craig Overton, Casey Aldridge with those long levers could hit a long ball. So there's
breakthrough moment for TKC.
It was.
This game.
Were you here for his 100 that he scored for Yorkshire against Somerset last year? Because I was trying to remember sort of the tempo that he scored that one out.
I think he was.
It was a bit more subdued, if I remember.
It was. Didn't have the brio of this year's.
But it was magnificent to watch. I mean, he obviously just thought, well, I'm feeling good. It's my day. I'm going to see ball, hit ball, and hit ball. He did. It was a little bit disappointing for me because I was a few minutes late on the live stream yesterday. I missed seeing him go to his 100 with that lovely straight 6.
Off the first ball
he faced, yeah. James Rue faced a couple, took a single, and then TKC just whack straight down the ground.
Splendid stuff. Still to be Jack Leach. Yes, unsurprisingly. He can hold an end up, can't he? That's the great thing about Jack.
He can take the wickets as well, which is exactly what you want from your Premier International spinner. Going exactly 3 and over at the moment. He's picked up 3 wickets.
And it has the great advantage of allowing the quicker bowlers to bowl short spells at the other end.
And also not have to flog themselves with a 54 over old ball. You can make sure now that the likes of Overton, Gregory and Siddle are fully rested to have a good go with that second new ball, which I reckon we should get 2 bites of the cherry with either side of the tea break.
Yes, likely that Jack Leach will bowl through until then, I think. 19 overs away. Could well be a factor. Single here for Whiteman, who's just progressed steadily all day so far.
It's one of those innings where you just sort of look at the scoreboard and he's got another 5. Look again, you know, look again. You think he's got another 5, 10. You think, well, where's he got those from? It's probably the opposite of the innings we were talking about a few moments ago with Tom Kohler-Cadmore. He's just steadily accumulated. The Northants captain. That's cut away.
It's going to be 4. Backward of point. No chance of the fielder intercepting that.
You're best to call those, Stephen. I can't quite see the.
Yeah, bit of a
I'll do
blind
Gimlet's
spot.
Hill. You do in front of the Ondarchi Pavilion.
Yeah, I'll leave Gimlet's Hill to you. But yeah, lovely timing. Played it late and very effectively. His first boundary, Rob Keogh. And then back into defensive mode. Still plenty of company around the batter. Defence again.
How would you play it now if you're Northants? Because they're 32 ahead, 54 overs remaining in the day.
And 6 wickets in hand.
So they're a little bit.
A single here.
A little bit of a precarious. If they lose 2 wickets, the old saying goes, if you add on 2 wickets to the scoreboard, it gives you a little bit of a different picture. So 190 for 6 with 4 to go. Would leave Somerset 4 wickets left to take. That's a little bit of a precarious position, but
yeah, you can't play with complete
no.
freedom.
But if they do look to be positive and move the run rate along, that just gives them a little bit more time in the game. Should they get bowled out, it gives Somerset, a few more runs to chase. So,
yes,
but I suppose that's the perils of conceding the first innings lead of 150 odd. It's these are the positions you find yourself in.
Yeah, 7 points on the board for Somerset, which is a decent haul. Best haul of the season.
That'll go up to 23 if they manage to secure victory on this final day. Tom Abel just coming out to have a little bit of a word with his young fast bowler. I think it was more of a tap of encouragement rather than anything in depth tactics wise. The skipper makes his way back to what I imagine will be the leg gully position he's been occupying for the last few overs.
Orange soles on his boots, Tom Abel.
They need some point of difference because with these cable knit sweaters, they don't. You don't get to see the names and numbers. We can see Casey Aldridge's number 5. That's just pushed into the offside by Keogh.
Yes, James Roux started the day without a sweater, but he's now wearing one.
Maybe he's hoping it'll bring about a change in fortune for him. He didn't have the easiest morning with the gloves.
No,
Tricky
several
something.
flying around.
Yeah, there was 3 or 4 that just seemed to swing after they passed the bat. It was always very difficult for the wicketkeeper to deal with those. Tricky miss-stumping chaps as well. This is going to go for 4. Casey Aldridge trying the bouncer. Whiteman on 82 not out was equal to it. Moves on to 86.
Yeah, he got pretty well the whole bat on that. Raced away. Backward of the square on the leg side.
Switches now to over the wicket. Tom Abel was interested for a fraction of a second. I don't think it carried to him. It was a couple of yards to his left-hand side.
Yeah, it's a little bit too fine. But yeah, your heart gives a bit of a leap for a moment.
You think it's coming and then it's just quite not. But both Aldridge and Overton have mixed it up a little bit this session. They've gone from over the wicket and around the wicket to the left-handers. Not afraid to try new things. That's well bowled. Top of off, they say, and that was homing in. Rob Keir stumps. Whiteman is on the unlucky score for the Australians. 87, 13 away from 100.
Two minds about that.
Yeah, just got a little bit big on him. He was just able to pop it on the head into that gap between point and cover. Come through for an easy single.
Just rehearses the stroke again. Little dab. Just seemed to be a moment of shall I, shan't I? So the skipper's back on strike. Nicely played to take him off that precarious 87. All the 8s now for Whiteman. And Northants just creeping up towards the 200 mark. Lead now is 41.
I think the retirement of Hassan Azad has kind of thrown out the partnership calculator on the scoreboard. You can see on your screen there. I'm pretty sure these two haven't put on 98. They can't put it together.
Yes, it's an innings of 2 halves, wasn't it?
174 the last wicket, so 24 these two have put on. And as we were saying a couple of overs ago, we think Jack Leach is going to bowl unchanged. We have a change of bowling at the River End. It's going to be Lewis Gregory. I don't mind this.
Well, he hasn't bowled since his spell first up this morning. So he's had a bit of a rest. Maybe a short burst.
Yeah, I mean, he isn't. Lewis has quite got the pace these days to sort of try and do what Aldridge and Overton were doing. Try and get it up, bowling that short ball back of a length. He's going to be trying now to pitch it up and find the outside edge. Tom Kohler, Cadmore and Craig Overton are the slips awaiting. I think that's Cameron Bancroft in at her gully.
He's been among the wickets, Lewis Gregory, this season.
Well up at Trent Bridge, didn't he? 11 for, I think it was 148.
I felt he was a bit unlucky last year.
He was, yeah. He was never really able to sort of string together 2 or 3 championship games consistently bowling 20 overs a day with his fitness issues with his back.
But I felt he bowled several spells last year when he was unfortunate not to strike more often than he did. Coming close, beating the bat, but reaping the benefits more often this summer.
Brings such a good balance to the side when Lewis Gregory's fully fit. Genuine all-rounder down there at number 7, worth his place with bat or ball in this Somerset side. Whiteman just covers up to that one on 88. Really now getting the feeling that this is the crucial wicket for Somerset to take.
Yes,
Sam Whiteman.
Been the main obstacle all day.
Somerset bowled very well in that morning session. Northants were equal to it. There's not much luck as James Rue is coming up to the stumps. Lewis Gregory. Drops that one short. It's just going to be, no, it's going to be 4.
Back to square. Just bisected the fielders in the deep and went into the picketing, the base of the Ondarchie stand.
I think Rue's come up here to try and force the LBW rather than the stumping. Just trying to keep Whiteman in his crease, not allow him to lose his, to use his feet, get down the pitch, get out and try and potentially get outside the off stump and create the doubt in the umpire's mind. Again, you see Lewis is trying to get straight, but just a little bit too straight down the leg side.
Just a single this time. Aldridge is stationed down at long leg.
And that was brought up the Northants 200. Well, the boundary the previous ball did, 203 for 4 now. Rue's gone back to the more orthodox position.
And a bit of a long run from one side of the ground to the other for Casey Aldridge.
George Thomas has come on as a substitute. He's down there at long leg. Not quite sure who for. I think it might be Tom Abel, I can't see. Yes, it is. Tom Abel's just coming back on, and George Thomas has to make the long walk back to the dugouts in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion.
It's a very brief cameo appearance.
And he's taking the helmets off with him as well.
Yeah, he's pretty heavily loaded as he leaves the field.
Aldridge then to carry on from the Marcus Dress Gothic Pavilion end. Craig was just having a word with the umpire. I'm not quite sure what he's pointing in our general direction. I don't think he's got a Virtue Motors earpiece in, and he's upset with the state of our commentary, Stephen. It must be something potentially to do with the sight screen or something like that. So Tom Abel's at a funny position. He's almost dead halfway to the boundary at a backward square leg. So he's not neither saving the boundary or the single. Assume he's there for a top edge or an aerial pull shot.
That's a single down to third man to get the over underway.
Now a more orthodox square leg for the right-handed Keogh's moved on to 10. Whiteman is now on to 94. I do wonder if he'll try and emulate Kohler Cadmore. Get to that 100 in one lusty blow. I wouldn't imagine he would, given the state of the game and the way that he's progressed serenely to 94 so far today.
It's a rather more precarious situation, isn't it, than Tom Kohler Cadmore was facing.
Well, they were 61 for 3 when he came in. So I mean, he flashed his first ball over the slips for 4. He said to Anthony Gibson at the end of the day that well, if I'd only just tried to pad it back, it would have gone. So you got to back yourself and flash hard.
Yeah, precarious at the start, but rather more secure by the end.
Yeah, and he was very well supported by James Rue as well. It was one of those where if it had been Beefy and Viv out there in the 80s, they'd have been trying to out-hit each other, but Rue was just very, very patient, understood his role. It would have been easy for him to just go into his shell, but he worked the ball off his pads very well. There's a few glorious cover drives in there in his 89.
One of the helmets that was taken off is now being brought back on.
Well, we can't criticise Somerset for not trying things here.
Yeah, short leg being put in. Tom Abel's gone out very deep at square leg, almost onto the boundary. Short-ish, but no need to engage with that. Well, Keogh happy to let it go by.
Yeah, just a little bit. Getting his line a little bit wrong there, Aldridge. The length was okay, but yeah, just a little bit too wide. Okay, happy to watch it go through to James Rue.
Be a single here. Down to long leg. It's good to see from Somerset. You just feel that Tom Abel is thinking proactively all the time about ways in which he might make further inroads into this Northants lineup.
It still looks like he's getting loose down there in front of the Colin Atkinson pavilion. Tom Abel's gone back to that halfway position at a backwards square leg. So Sean Dixon is about 5 or 6 metres off the rope at an orthodox square leg, and that's, oh, I don't think that carried.
Not quite. Half volley, almost.
Aldridge frustrated.
Have another look at that. Certainly was airborne for a while.
It's a full bloody cut shot.
Yeah, I think it died on.
You can't quite see from that replay, but from the naked eye, it did look like it just bounced in front of, I think it was Bancroft there. Yeah, here we go, this will be a better angle.
Yeah, didn't quite reach him.
So the plans are working, they're just not quite coming off. The chances aren't quite going to hand.
Yes, safe. Zabe, the last wicket to fall with the total on 174.
So we've now got Tom Abel's come in now at a very short straight mid-on. Bancroft is a few metres or so to Abel's right in a catching mid-wicket, and I think that's Tom Lammonby in there at a short straight mid-off.
Unorthodox, but it's good to see the fielders being moved around, the adjustments constantly being made.
It's keeping the batters thinking. Ben Green is on. He's at a very short point there. That's not point on the one. That's a catching position. Gregory's in, just opens the face, runs that down to third. It's another no ball from Lewis Gregory. He seems to have been plagued with them this season. He come through for a couple like before to the total with a 2 from the no ball.
Yes, frustration for Lewis Gregory. Tom Abel is fielding right in front of the non-striker.
Just goes past the outside edge of Rob Keogh's bat. Can't fault the Somerset bowlers for their execution and their plans today. It's just not quite happening.
Yeah. Oh, he just poked at it.
Yeah, just a coat of varnish.
Lewis Gregory's 8th no ball in this over.
Yeah, that'll be his, so 4 no balls and then 8 again.
Flirting with danger.
8 runs conceded for the 4 no balls. Those aren't convincing leaves, are they? They aren't the pad being thrust outside the off stump and the bat well and truly held up out of the way. He's tempting Rob Keogh here.
Striving Somerset for another breakthrough. 5th of the innings it would be.
Yeah. 2 slips. 3 men in front of the bat. Ben Green at that short point. atmosphere outside is like. You know, can't really get a feel of it here in our hermetically sealed commentary box at the top of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. Earlier it was a very nervous atmosphere out there. And the more this partnership grows, the more nervous it will become, I suspect. Again, he's flirting with danger outside that old stump.
All at sea, Rob Keogh. Could have been dismissed 3 times this over. He's failing to get bat on ball.
And his partnership's now up to 35. Seems like a long time ago that Jack Leach took that catch down in front of the James Hildreth stand. Gregory then to complete his 11th over. That's nicely punched through the covers. Keogh. Lammonby will do the fielding. The 66th over is complete. Northants at 210 for 4. The lead up to 53.
And Sam Dulling is here, so yeah, many thanks indeed for your
No worries,
stints.
Stephen. It's always a pleasure.
Good to see you, and see you again before long.
Yes, I'm sure we'll pass will cross many times before the season ends. Sam, I've gone far too long without taking a wicket, so I'm going to leave you to work your magic.
So it's still to be Casey Aldridge. The lead now for Northants is 53. Keogh on 14, living something of a charmed life at the moment. And again, how is that outside edge constantly being eluded?
I thought he got him there.
It looked from the angle as though he might well have nicked it, and the way James Root took it as well.
I was celebrating. I had fists pumping, silently of course. I wouldn't dare say so on air.
Oh, torrid time for the Northants batter. There it is. Wicket number 5 has fallen, and well, there was something in the air about that. Rob Keogh, who had his struggles against Lewis Gregory earlier in the previous over, then played and missed at one from Casey Aldridge, and not really any surprise that he's on his way. Very nicely taken, behind square on the leg side, and that is the end of Rob Keogh for 14, 210 for 5.
Yeah, there you go. That's one for you, Shep. 2 balls into my spell. I had a play and a miss, and that one just hooped back in. It was a very good catch from Lewis Gregory there.
And you said, Shep, didn't you? You hadn't taken a wicket.
There we go. Rob Keogh wanders off, disappointed. That's a huge wicket for Somerset. Sam Whiteman is the immovable object. He's batted beautifully for 94. But here's that one from Casey again. That front-on action. Coming from quite wide of the crease. The previous one moved away from him. That one just slanted down the leg side. He sees that and he thinks that's just a tuck away for 4 runs, isn't it? But he actually gets too much on it. And Lewis Gregory, he celebrated exactly in the same way that I did, only I didn't have to take the catch, Stephen.
And put there specifically for that purpose. It's great when the strategy works out. So Rob Keogh hemmed in and eventually chiselled out by a mixture of, well, Gregory in the previous over, and Aldridge administered the coup de grace.
Bit of James Sales, in fact. Son of David Sales, but very much making his own way in the game. Batted beautifully for 53 in the first innings. It was a good battle, actually, between Casey Aldridge and James Sales on the first day. There were a couple of boundaries that Sales played really nice shots to, but there were also a few plays and misses. 2 former England under-19 cricketers going at it. 2 stars of the future, but both could make themselves stars today.
Sales taking guard from Neil Mallender. I remember his father, David, was a very pleasant batter to watch. Full complement of strokes. So here is Aldridge. All well stopped. It's a great effort, mid-wicket, to prevent Sales getting off the mark. .210 then for 5. Aldridge has his first wicket of the innings. 1 for 27 in his 10th. There's the stop again. Good sprawling effort. Covering up and defending James Sales. Whiteman still there at the non-striker's end at the moment. 94 not out. He's faced 177 balls. That 94. 11 boundaries, 1 6 10 fours. Short, and Sales no problem in getting out of the way of that.
Just a little bit more upbeat out there from the Somerset fielders now. I mean, down there on the Thatcher's deck, actually, they were kind of trying to get themselves going, trying to G themselves up. Tractor was down there, enjoyed. Craig had just taken his wicket, and he bowled the next ball. I think it was the first one at Rob Keogh, and there was a huge shout from Lewis Gregory. I love it when you get your knees up, Craigo, which drew laughter all round. And Gregory just plays with a smile on his face.
Yeah, he's positioned exactly where he took that catch. There's going to be a single to take Sales off the mark. Just a gentle push up to mid-on. Applause for Casey Aldridge, well deserved, having taken the wicket in the over. 10 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 28, his figures. Wicket to add to the one he took in the first innings. Very much a developing career. Young Casey Aldridge has made some strides this season, which is good to see.
Yeah, fantastic development. It's going to be brilliant to keep an eye on, Casey Aldridge. Lewis Gregory, one we've been keeping an eye on for the best part of more than a decade now. In fact, one of the better bowlers on the county circuit. You can just see he's going to use conditions here. He's still capable of bowling that quicker bouncer, but he just slows it down here and just offers so much control. Couple of slips. Silly mid-wicket, silly mid-on, silly mid-off. James Sales just new to the crease. He's got 3 fielders in his line of sight.
And action straight away. At silly mid-off.
Coda Cadmore and Overton in the slips. Ben Green, who's on as a sub-fielder at backward point. Looks like it's Tom Abel at silly mid-on. Sean Dixon at short mid-wicket. And Casey Aldridge at silly mid-off. There he is again, Aldridge into action. Is it Sean Dixon? Maybe it's not. Maybe it's Cameron Bancroft, actually, I think, at short mid-wicket. I think Sean Dixon's at deep square leg. And it's Bancroft there, just on the far left. Tom Abel next to him. Casey Aldridge, just the other side of the wicket. Coda Cadmore, Overton, and then Jack Leach at silly point, really.
Decidedly unusual field.
You've got to try something on this pitch, Stephen. You've got to make stuff happen. It really hasn't been misbehaving at all. Most of the swing we've seen has been after it's gone past the wicket.
And it was very much a strategy that contributed towards the fall of that last wicket. Keogh was visibly unsettled, the way he was sparring at deliveries outside the off stump.
Northampton's lead is 54 runs now. Somerset need 5 wickets. Shorter ball from Lewis Gregory, as I was just saying at the start of the over. He can just push that one through, and Sales played it quite well. Just for half a second, he thought about maybe a pull shot, realised it was too far outside off stump, and just dropped that bat, turned his body away. Played it nicely. Still plenty of time left in this game, 47 overs after this one. Remember, we'll lose a couple for the innings break. So it's 45 overs really, because Somerset do have to go out and bat again, but these days that is a lot of time.
And the new ball is just 12 overs away at the end of this over.
Yeah, we haven't seen Peter Siddle for a while. I don't think he's actually on the pitch at the moment. I think it's he who Ben Green has come on for. I expect that Lewis Gregory might not bowl too many more, because I'd have thought Tom Abel will have a new ball combination of Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory in mind, Stephen.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, they were the two who started today, and both bowled very well in those opening spells.
Down the leg side. Oh, it's taken. What a catch by James Raw. James Sales. Head goes to the heavens. Tom Abel is absolutely jubilant there. One of those wickets you'd be so disappointed at as a batter. Just too straight almost from Lewis Gregory. Sales was trying to turn it around the corner. Had it been another yard to James Roo's left, he would have got 4 runs. But that is an absolutely brilliant catch from young James Roo. Had to go one-handed. Yeah, he's about a yard off the floor. You can see the delight. Big bear hug from Craig Overton. I think he might have a few crushed ribs after that one, Stephen.
Great effort. And it's terribly frustrating for the batter, but
Wonder if we can see Tom Abel arriving in shot there. If Abel just arrives a second or two later, runs over to young James Roo. Absolutely delighted with that. He's going to bring another youngster out into the middle. Harry Goldston, a club colleague actually of James Sales. They're batting together in the first innings. They're not going to get to bat together here, but they need an innings from Harry Goldston. He's in for the injured Lewis McManus. Northamptonshire 211 for 6, but effectively in the context of this game it's 54 for 6, and all of a sudden, Stephen, in the space of just 2 overs, since a change in the commentary box, I don't know what, nothing to do with me, but
I think it was perfect. Everything to do with you. And it's that old maxim, isn't it? Add a couple of wickets to the score. Ah, that's great from James Roo. He'll remember that one. There are catches that stick out in keepers' minds, and I've no doubt that one will.
I always enjoy seeing Tom Abel's celebrations. He went to Gregory first, leapt on him, and then made his way across to James Roo. It means so much to him. It means so much to all of them, actually. After Craig Overton took his wicket, he turned around and got a round of applause from the net. He's got the pavilion. He's just geeing them up. That was the end of the over. So 211 for 6, 68 overs gone.
Yep, and Aldridge is going to continue. The Marcus Trescothick pavilion behind him. Helped on its way down to fine leg. That's going to be 4. A little bit loose at the start of the over, offering the batter a bit of room, and he's gone on to 98 now, the Northants captain. 215 for 6. He's been the rock, really, as Sam Whiteman. Aldridge switching to round the wicket. That's a bouncer. It is heading down to the long leg boundary, and that is 2 4s in a row.
Yeah, and that's 100 for Sam Whiteman. He's batted absolutely beautifully. He raises his bat to the Northamptonshire dressing room, gets a warm round of applause all the way around the ground. He will know that his job is only half done, but it's been a wonderful innings. 179 balls, 12 4s and 1 6. And to be honest, Stephen, he's not looked in a lot of trouble the whole time.
He hasn't, and that was clinically struck, that latest boundary. So a brace to start the over, followed by a dot as it's returned to Casey Aldridge. Attempted the football pickup, which went rather flat.
He is, you'd think, Northamptonshire's last remaining hope, really, of saving this game. Somerset will fancy themselves here. I mean, who knows? It could be a rearguard effort, but it needs to involve Sam Whiteman. And his last 100, this was his 16th first-class 100. His previous one was 193 last November.
Short again, and played comfortably enough.
That was an innings that his teammate Jordan Buckingham will have nightmares about, because I think Bancroft and Whiteman put on 300 for Western Australia when Jordan Buckingham was playing in the opposition.
Buckingham, who frustrated Somerset earlier today, batted on for a little over an hour after coming in as night watchman yesterday.
You see Craig Overton sprinting back to second slip. He ran all the way down to Casey Aldridge just to have a quick word, offer him something he's seen or a little bit of encouragement.
Full, and will be a dot because Tom Abel is lurking behind square on the leg side.
This is the one they know they need, Somerset.
Yeah, that lead is still within matchable bounds. 62 in front, Northants, with 4 wickets remaining. Full and straight, and defended comfortably enough. Have another look at a fantastic catch.
Sam Whiteman's 100 came
the
off
Somerset
179 balls. It included 12 fours and 1 6.
Here we go. Looking to glance it down to the fine leg boundary. And James Rue kept his balance. Knew it had to be one hand. And there's the lift from Craig Overton. He must still be recovering from that.
Crushed a few ribs, certainly. It was, I mean, they do so much work, don't they, wicketkeepers these days, on just springing around off those quadricep muscles and the calf muscles. And he's been worked hard today, James Rue, either side. He's had to move right, he's had to move left. He stayed sharp. And that was a brilliant catch. Lewis Gregory, then, to continue with that unorthodox field to Harry Goldstone, who pushes it to Tom Abel at silly mid-on. He's got Casey Aldridge in his eye line. He's got Cameron Bancroft in his eye line. From Cola Cadmore and Craig Overton. Craig Overton just making his voice heard, I think. Cola Cadmore's interesting, isn't it? I think we don't notice how heavily involved actually he is in the tactical side of it. He's always offering something, Tom Cola Cadmore. He's often chatting to Tom Abel or chatting to the bowlers or suggesting field moves. He's obviously got a real cricket brain.
Left alone this time. It said something about James Sales as well, didn't it? Because you expect, if you get a bat on the ball in circumstances like that, you think that's probably going to be 4. And he looked in horror for a moment, then he looked back at the umpire and he really had to drag himself off.
Yeah, such a disappointing way to get out. A bit of blue sky here below the Quantox as well. Short ball well directed and well played by Harry Goldstone. Again, even that short ball just moved late. And James Rue ended up having to take it in front of Tom Cola Cadmore at slip. And the 10.5 overs until the second new ball is available for Somerset. So I can't see Gregory bowling more than this one, maybe one more. Siddle's back out there now.
Maybe a bit more of Jack Leach before the new ball.
Yeah, it's interesting whether they turn to Siddle to have a spell after Aldridge here. Yeah, a little bit of Jack Leach from the River End, Siddle from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end, and then Craig and Lewis. Lewis is bowling well here, he's got his tail up. Left alone by Harry Goldstone. If he can do that for another couple of hours, then Northamptonshire will be in with a chance of saving this game. I think the win is probably gone for them now. We never know, stranger things have happened. Look at Hampshire, 97 for 9 against Warwickshire.
Now you feel the Somerset victory would be the favourite from here. But still work to be done, still 4 more wickets needed.
KJ taken, what a brilliant catch from Tom Cola Cadmore. Absolutely brilliant. Lewis Gregory is jubilant, so is Tom Abel arriving in that huddle. Tom Cola Cadmore diving low to his right. He's taken that a matter of inches off the ground. Goldstone had to play at that really, and what a brilliant catch as well, because Craig Overton dives in front of him on the left. You can see the smile from Craig Overton. You can see Jack Leach almost disbelieving Cola Cadmore, who put a very simple one down on the first day. In the first over of the first day, he has made up for it there, Stephen Lamb.
It was almost behind him by the time he took it, and dying on him as well. That's a really fine catch to get both hands to it. Have another look from the side-on camera. Finding the outside edge and, oh, brilliant, brilliant. 2 brilliant catches in a row. One from James Rue and another from Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Great cricket from Somerset, which has put them in a great position. 219 for 7 now, Northants. And there's been a clatter of wickets.
I'm just looking at the scorecard, Stephen. We're only talking 3.5 overs ago. When I sat down, actually, 210 for 4, all of a sudden 3.5 overs later. And that's the thing about Lewis Gregory. He has these spells in him, whereas someone like Craig might take wickets over the course of a day and pick up 4s and 5s. If you see Lewis Gregory at the end of the day with a 4 or 5 foot, you can probably be pretty sure that 3 or 4 of them will be in that little cluster, maybe a 5 over magic spell.
A streaky spell. But, my word, what a catch.
Oh, it was brilliant from Tom Kohler-Cadmore.
To see 2 such high quality catches in a row. James Rue to send back James Sales. And now Tom Kohler-Cadmore to account for Harry Goldston without scoring.
Tommy Taylor then, another Tom, comes to the crease. He batted well in the first innings, made 28 from 41 balls. 5 boundaries in that. Now he's got 4 men in his line of sight as he pats it down to Jack Leach, who is one of them. So there was a silly cover, silly mid-wicket, silly mid-on, silly mid-off. Couple of slips. Somerset sensing victory. Let's have another look at that Harry Goldston dismissal. Slow that one down. Lewis Gregory picked up a wicket in the previous over. James Sales caught behind by James Rue. And look at this from Tom Kohler-Cadmore. Overton starts to go. Look at that. He doesn't miss Craig Overton's left hand by very much. Kohler-Cadmore keeps his eyes on the ball all the way. Picks it up. An inch or 2 from the ground into both hands. Made it look relatively easy, Stephen, in the end.
Yeah, stroke, to be honest. Bat away from body. Floodlights have just been turned on.
What you mustn't do, Stephen, is play too far away from your body, because otherwise you're always in danger of edging behind to the slips.
Yeah, he was just pushing at it, wasn't he?
And you don't want to do that. If you leave too much of a gap between your bat and your pad, you're always in danger of a slip catch.
Yes, it's always been the way, hasn't it? So what could you have driven through that then?
Oh, Suez Canal, probably.
Here's Peter Siddle, under the floodlights. First ball defended. Get a good impression at the moment of how gloomy it is, because you can see the numerous shadows that are cast by each player when the floodlights are switched on. Wasn't really what was forecast, these grey skies. We were expecting some sunshine by this time of day, but no, still grey cloud overhead. 3 slips waiting. Yeah, single here with mid-off set back. Tom Abel quickly onto it, but single comfortably taken. So Whiteman goes to 103 with that. 220 for 7. The lead 62. 63, I should say. So effectively 63 for 7, Northants. Somerset sensing a pathway to what would be a first championship win of the season here. Not there yet, still more to be done, but they can sense it. Full and straight from Peter Siddle. In the groove. Peter Siddle with 10 overs remaining before Tom Abel can take that new ball. Will we see a change at the river end as well? Short and falling short of the man at mid-wicket. Sense the tension out there at the moment. Turned off his hips straight to the fielder. Northampton's really pinned down at the moment. Some natural movement away from the batter, but played pretty well in the end by Tom Taylor. Conversations going on between first and second slip. Somerset attempt to go for the kill here. Here's single here, out to Gregory at mid-off. That will conclude the Peter Siddle over. 12 over 3 maidens, 0 for 22, his figures. Will we see Lewis Gregory continue? Yes, we will.
I think you've got to, really. When he's in a streak, you cannot break it up when Lewis Gregory is hot. Just keep him going. I think we're going to have a change up here as well, Stephen. Harry Everett is loitering behind us. He's going to talk us through how you shouldn't play too far away from your body.
Loitering with intent.
Yeah, he is.
See you later.
There's the... Thanks very much, Stephen Lau. Always a joy to be alongside Stephen, as it is to be alongside Harry. Decent crowding as well. I think a few more have come down. Maybe the social media, they've been seeing the clips of James Rue, of Tom Kohler-Cadmore taking wonderful catches. Here's Gregory, 2 slips. An interesting field that I'll talk about in a second as Taylor cuts that away. I think he's going to pick up a boundary. And he does indeed, gets off the mark. Well, no, in fact, he had 1 already, so he moves to 5 with that one. It just sat up from Gregory, back of a length. Cut it away nicely. There's a couple of slips in. 3 fielders in a ring on the leg side. You've got 2 catching mid-wickets. You've got Tom Abel at silly mid-on, and you've got Casey Aldridge on the other side of the wicket. A couple of slips as well in a more orthodox position. As Taylor gets in behind that one. Let's have a look at that field. You can see that ring on the leg side.
I love an unorthodox field, Sam. Gives me such a buzz, doesn't it? It's just the excitement of just rogue captaincy. I mean, it works. I mean, good catching's actually helped. You can set funky fields and they can drop catches still, but it's just brilliant to see a slip cordon at mid-wicket, effectively.
It's Gregory and Abel there doing the fielding.
And the short extra cover, or slim it off really more. Casey Aldridge, big. I like how they go for the big fellas. Tom Abel, Craig Overton, Casey Aldridge. I mean, Lewis Gregory and Jack Leach, that they're not massive, but the imposing figures when you're batting and you look up to face the ball and suddenly you've got 4 sets of eyeballs staring at you.
Yeah, there's an intimidation factor, isn't there? They've also got such good hands. Overton, Aldridge, Abel. Unbelievable catches of a cricket ball. Oh, big LBW shout. It's a no ball, though. So we would have another look, but it wouldn't matter either way because Lewis Gregory has just overstepped. Shep was talking about those on commentary costing a few runs. Has it cost a wicket? I think probably sliding down the leg side. It's close, though.
Lewis Gregory frustrates me with the no balls. He doesn't sprint in. He's not tall. It's not slippery. There's not really many excuses, but he just seems to bowl a lot of no balls, particularly this season. It's a shame when his tail's up and he's bowling well.
Tickled down to Sean Dixon at long leg. They just pick up a single. Sam Whiteman's not had a lot of the strike, actually. Somerset have done well here.
Nicely done. You read my mind there, Sam. I was going to ask you, how good a knock is this from Whiteman? I know it's the Somerset YouTube channel, but I don't think we've bigged up enough.
No, absolutely not.
Sam Whiteman scored 100 and maybe, not a celebration, but applaud a quality innings.
Yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic. Like, you know, if, and it's still very much an if he ends up on the losing side, it'll be such a disappointing day. He's almost facing extra cover with his stance. He opens it right up, but he's very good kind of behind square on the leg side and just dabbing down through third. Keeper up. And Whiteman leaving that one very much alone.
Second top score for Northampton, 33. They've got to 230 near enough now, 228 for 7, and Whiteman's got over 100 of them. Crucial knock. I don't think he's going to change gears.
No,
I don't think he needs to. Even when they're 9 down, I think he might try and keep the strike, but he's not going to quite go Danner and Stevens with Miguel Cummins a couple of years ago. But
Ben Green, who's on as a sub fielder, doing the fielding there. I wonder who's gone off actually. Craig's at slip. He's going to. Casey Aldridge is going to go off probably for a comfort break now. Green's going to stay on. And it's the end of the 72nd over. So still 43 overs remaining in this final day, day 4. Plenty of cloud around, but I don't think we've got any danger of any rain. And here is that scorecard. And Harry was just saying, Sam Whiteman, very much a standout innings. It's been absolutely outstanding. It's what you want from your overseas. You sign an overseas batter, scored heavily for Western Australia, opens the batting at the Wacker. Very different conditions, very different prospect here. Different ball, different pitch. But he's 103 unbeaten, and his side's chances of getting out of this with a draw rest on him, really.
another Aussie, Siddle, comes in with his blonde bob, blonde hair. I mean, Somerset fans have been critical over the last couple of years. Imam ul Haq, Sajid Khan, Murali Vijay, not quite producing the goods to some of the overseas who come in, but Sam Whiteman really doing well here. Jordan Buckingham's a slightly different prospect, young, a last-minute thing for Lance Morris, who was back injured just for 3 games, but Sam Whiteman has been superb here, and you can't take her out away from him. Whatever happens, he's done his bit. Can someone stay with him to keep? Well, Northampton's not going to get as many points for a draw this year, just the 5 points plus the first innings bonus points, but still 5 bonus points. Really. Can they get there? Somerset, 3 wickets and knock off what shouldn't be too much of a problem after tea, knock off the runs. You never know. Cricket's a funny old game though. I still think Pete Siddle's been a bit leg-sidey across the day so far. 2 slips. That's a better line of length. He's been solidly defended. Doesn't look threatening, Siddle. The thing is, economy's not an issue here for Somerset. Somerset want wicket-taking deliveries. They don't mind Casey Aldridge or Lewis Gregory going for a couple of boundaries if they're going to produce wicket-taking balls. So Northampton have had Chris Tremaine and Sam Whiteman. Mr. Buckingham, been impressed with. But it's another Aussie, Pete Siddle. 64 on his back. That's shorter, it's a long up really. Pulled for 4 quite well by Taylor, but again, I don't mind that. Now, Somerset, there's a difference between going searching and doing things slightly differently. With 2 sort of square legs, mid-wickets catching, if he gets that wrong, it might be another catch, it might be caught. Ben Green down at deep backward square might have a chance, it might be top edge of the keeper. It's not the worst idea, but you'd probably rather it comes from Casey Aldridge or Craig Overton with a bit more height, pace and bounce.
Yeah, they've got to be a bit careful here, Somerset, because Tommy Taylor knows how to bat, and he actually scores his runs quite quickly. So if they get half an hour, 40 minutes of Tommy Taylor, then suddenly Northampton are starting to look, well, actually, we've got 100, 120 run lead. So that's more difficult for Somerset to chase.
Yeah, interesting to see deep square leg going back now for Tom Taylor. Yeah, I was impressed by Tom Taylor batting here last year. Useful player.
Did he get 50 odd in that
Yeah,
game?
60 odd, I think, yeah. Bowled as well. Jack White played in that game. Both 2 names at sort of lower order for Northampton, who haven't played much. Probably the first time they played at Taunton and the Cooper Associates County Ground, and it was interesting to see. Now the players are spreading a little bit, trying to give him one. You want Tom Taylor on strike here, Tom Abel. Mr. Whiteman will not be backing up very much, although he possibly could do if there's a push for a 2, but probably dot or 4 here for Northampton. There you go. It's going to be 4. Craig Overton cannot get round to sort of 4th slip gully. not deliberately plays Pete Siddle's politely fuming. He's not a James Anderson chunter and a shouter and a swear. He's just a bit of a head down, almost a little sulk. Cam Bancroft is. I say international team. They've played a couple of games together, but not many. Gives him a little pat as they walk past each other.
Yeah, I don't think it would have gone to a third slip there. It was slightly wider, a third, more fourth, and even then it might not have carried. But you can see Somerset's logic in trying to get Whiteman on strike. So Gregory's going to continue. I wonder, what have we got? 7 overs after this one until the second new ball. So they'll keep, I think Siddle will stay on at this Marcus Roscovic Pavilion end to allow Craig Overton to rest up. He will definitely take that new ball from this end. I wonder if they might try either Jack Leach or Casey Aldridge after this one from Lewis Gregory.
I think Casey Aldridge has been under-bowled, to be honest with you. He's not got massive injury concerns. He's not old. He's young and fit and bowls good areas. I know he does bowl the odd bad ball, but he's a wicket-taking bowler. I'd like to see him bowl a bit more.
Keep her up to Whiteman. Field spread as well. Look, they're quite happy to give him a single, and he will take that. Tom Abel, Somerset skipper, effectively long off. That field will close in now on Tommy Taylor. The thing, I agree with you. I think his problem is, and it's not a bad problem to have, is you're looking at 4 international bowlers. He's the 5th bowler in a side that contains 4 international bowlers.
I just think Pete Siddle ties an end up. He frustrates people scoring, but Northants aren't trying to score runs. So in this situation, I'd rather Aldridge bowls than Siddle. I know we've got all the Australian Test experience of Pete Siddle, but he's not going to be ripping through sides. He's more of a containing bowler.
Oh, pushes at that one, goes through to James Rue. I mean, I kind of see your point. Difficult to call someone with 750 first-class wickets a containing bowler.
It's the age now, it's slight factor, but he's never, even when he was in an absolute pump for Australia, you'd go to Hazelwood, you'd go to McGrath, you'd go to Cummins, Mitchell Johnson as the wicket taking. Pete Siddle would tie up an end and go at 2 and over.
Short one from Gregory. Tom Taylor thought about having a go at it, and I think he was wise to pull the bat out of the way, because I don't think he was in a position to play that shot, and all he would have done is got a glove and given James Rue potentially another catch. There's Craig Overton standing at second slip next to Tom Kohler-Cadmore. We'll see Craig Overton with ball in hand. Will we see him before tea?
That I would like to see him have a quick little blast, but there's not
a lot of time left.
18 minutes left.
We won't get to that second new ball before tea. Tom Abel takes a step.
It would have been nice to have had a bit either side, wouldn't it? From a Somerset perspective.
What they can potentially do is give him an over or 2 and then just get an energy gel down him during tea and then fire him up out for that new ball, because he is fired up. He was fired up out there. He's always fired up. And this is... Somerset aren't going to get a better opportunity, you wouldn't have thought, to win a game of 4-day cricket than this. They've been on top for the majority of the game, and this is where it comes down to this last 40 overs. 3 wickets still required. Taylor finds one of those 3 men in the ring. Almost a slip cordon, as Harry was saying, at mid-wicket. There's some intriguing finishes going to go on elsewhere. Yorkshire 214 for 2. So they still need 6.5 over for another 42 overs, but they'll have a go at it. Johnny Bairstow came and went for a duck, but Adam Live, 132 unbeaten. Surrey 23 for 1. They need another 250 off 45 overs, so that's effectively a 1-day game without the fielding restrictions. That's going to be a big game.
I love it when it gets to 6 o'clock on a Sunday night. I love tuning into all the different streams when it's all getting close. Don't mind who it is of the 18 counters. I love a close finish.
Field spreads a little bit now. That's ball the over. Happy to give Taylor a single, which he will accept. Just tickles one down the leg side. And the over, 238 for 7. Looks like Lancashire very much in a strong position up at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire 61 for 6. James Anderson picked up the first wicket. Tom Bailey, Will Williams, who bowled beautifully in the first innings up at Trent Bridge. But it's George Balderson, 6 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 6, who's ripped through that middle order.
He got Bell out as well, didn't he? Young lad keeper Bell. I like the look of him.
Yes, very good.
I'd like to see him score runs, but I don't know if he'll be a potential England player a few years' time. There's so many young keepers coming through. Rue, Bell.
Oh, we had that situation where they both played in the England 19 World Cup final, but neither kept.
No, exactly. We've talked before about a wicket-keeping 11 for England.
Duckett didn't get many in this round. Ollie Pope's not been quite the runs he's got.
Well, you could have a wicket-keeping 11 for Somerset in T20 cricket. Banton, Kohler Cadmore, Davies, Rue,
Bancroft. Well, he's not be here, but that's capped. Right, 2 slips still to Siddle. This 2 catching mid-wickets. Here we go. The double slip. Oh, not quite. Tom Abel's nearly joined in at mid-wicket, but he's going to be more of a close mid-on. Not silly, but close. Team of Toms as well, of course, as Tom Taylor is in the firing line. Yeah, Surrey with 54 overs to get that 273. That was at the start of it. 5.05 and over. 5.05 and over, not really a scary prospect these days, especially with the depth of batting Surrey have. But you say 54 overs, will they get 54 overs? Never know with bad light, rain, whatever. Siddle is pulled by Tom Taylor. Is that going to be a catch down a deep square? Great effort by Bancroft. No, it was going to go all the way for 6. Bounced into the car park. Good shot, really. Took it on Cam Bancroft. Tried to do the flick back. Has fielded for Pev Scorch in the T20, the Big Bash in Australia, of course. He's quite an athletic, modern fielder, Bancroft. He's tried, but great camera view. That's Alex, the Gloucester fan amongst our ranks there, right in front of him. Great work, Alex, the cameraman. Right in front. Look at that. Oh, he was a yard in, wasn't he? Could he have been very critical of me? Could he have been a foot further back? I don't think he would have got it.
It wouldn't have made a difference. We needed the boundary rope to be a couple of yards further back.
It couldn't have been with all the paraphernalia in front of the dugouts, all the mats and the foam rollers and Ben Green's wardrobe. It's 12-man. He's having to get everything out. What's he got to do now? He's got to get a bib. He's been on and off all day. And a busy 12-man stint. Now Tom Abel's barking orders at him. Bancroft's talking to him. He's in a lot of work and wants to just chat to his mate Ollie Sale on the bench in the dugout, but plenty to do. That's leg side again from Siddle. I don't like this leg side line Siddle seems to default to every now and again. So if you're just joining us, you can rewind on the YouTube stream, watching the days back, but you might have missed that 9-run, 3-wicket spell. Keogh with a big wicket. Sales and Goldstone all going in quick succession. Aldridge, well, Gregory involved in all 3 wickets. Catch and 2 wickets himself. Spreading the field now. Tom Taylor pulls it with 2 balls remaining, so he gets the 1. Now Whiteman really wants 1. I mean, Tom Taylor can bat. He's a number 9. You don't really need to protect him. I mentioned that Darren Stevens, Miguel Cummins. We could mention Stokes and Leach. It's not that level. Taylor can bat. He's on 22. He's just nailed a 6 over backward square leg with the fielder out there. So I don't think Whiteman needs to protect Tom Taylor. I think they can both just bat normally. Somerset are trying to be clever with the field, but equally, you could almost as easily get Whiteman out. He's probably going to be fairly knackered, although he's fit, young professional cricketer. He's still been there a long time, and if he gets a good ball, could get out. 5 overs, 5.1 overs until that new ball, so it is a soft Asian ball. Whiteman could have had a single there, really. If Tom Taylor was backing up more quickly, could have got Whiteman on strike, actually, which would have been what Northampton wants. Taylor wasn't really looking for it. This attempt from Bancroft.
He watched it all the way, isn't it? It's a brilliant camera angle, as you were saying.
He's hit that well, Tom Taylor, actually, yeah. So, yeah, he's done pretty much what he can, hasn't he? It's a foot above his top left hand in the end.
And actually, being a yard in gives him probably more opportunity to get that leap in, because if he's right on the boundary, you're jumping from a standing start, whereas actually he was able to just spring off that 1 foot.
Yeah, I think Jonty Rhodes would be happy with that effort.
Someone like Kyron Pollard there. Remember that catch he took in the Rose Bowl? Someone like him might have taken it. Right, we're going to see a little bit of Jack Leach. 3 wickets for him so far, 3 for 69 from his 22 overs. Can he tease one out before that second new ball? We've got about 12 minutes until tea here. 245 for 7. Somerset require 3 wickets. They will have to bat again. They'll have a little bit of work to do. Of the bat, 88 is the lead so far, so a little bit more Tommy Taylor, and you just never know.
plays that defensively, and that is the worst thing that could happen from a Somerset perspective. Well, they think about it, they might think about it, but they won't really. Turned around the corner and Taylor off strike, where Sam Whiteman, who has been absolutely superb in this innings. As Harry said, next best score is 33, Sam Whiteman has 104. We talked about Hassan Azad being the immovable object at the start of play, but it's turned out to be Sam Whiteman so far.
Could use the feet there, presses forward and he then presses back from Whiteman. Use the depth of the crease to get that one. And Tom Taylor's back on strike umpires. Running across, bit of exercise from Malander and Milnes, the right left hand.
Malander isn't here anymore. It's Rob White. Changed.
Oh.
He was here for the first couple of days. Tom Taylor pushes forward defensively. He's got Cameron Bancroft in there at short mid wicket. Got Craig Overton at leg slip, Tom Cadmore at first slip.
What was the reason behind that? Rob White just fancied a couple of days. Extra holiday, did he?
Pushed forward defensively. Now, Neil Malander had some family issues to attend to, so had to depart at late notice. We do hope everything is okay there. And Rob White, former Northamptonshire player Rob White as well, coming in.
Not to be confused with Graham White, the other Northamptonshire left arm spinner, T20 Blast steel back specialist.
Or Jack White, the current opening bowler.
White's everywhere.
Tom Abel just goes out to deep mid-wicket to give Tom Taylor the strike, but Taylor was happy just to pat it back to Leach. So Sam Whiteman will face the first ball of the next over, 247 for 7. There's that Tom Taylor 6 again. It was a proper hit as well. Here's Cam Bancroft, one effort he puts in, just takes a couple of steps, and here's the camera on Cameron Bancroft, basically standing next to cameraman Alex down there, gives a little smile. So close, so
it's
close.
like when Stephen Gerrard would kiss the camera after scoring in the Premier League, when he going up straight to the camera. That'd been a cool celebration. If he'd caught that, that'd have been arguably the best bit of camera angle.
He'd have had to chuck the ball straight up though, wouldn't he? Because if he'd have come up to the camera holding the ball and suddenly
just walk it for 6. Yes. Right, few fielders back. Pete Siddle into Whiteman. Right, they hit a single. Yeah, I like that for Northampton. Sensible cricket. Tom Taylor is on 23, not out. He can bat. I mean, Ben Sanson's not a mug with the bat. I've had a lot of minor counties cricket. Sanson got a lot of wickets with the ball, but I think until you're down to maybe Jack White, then maybe Whiteman tries to farm the strike. Alex will be clipping that up on his Instagram page later on. He'll love that. I can see him grinning from here. I don't really want to look. I can see his head go back on the camera down in front of the Andy Caddick Pavilion. I can see his reaction as I speak from 150 metres away, wherever we are. There you go. Shot down towards that square leg area again. There's a 1. It's not Bancroft down there anymore, is it? No, Bancroft's in at mid-wicket. Aldridge deep backward square. Ben Green's having a chat. Deep square. I haven't used my binoculars yet. I quite like testing my eyes and just looking out and just knowing who it is by long range eyes, but I'll get my bonnet out. Who's that deep square? Should be able to tag really. Sean Dixon, I reckon. Good bowling from Siddle. Tight line that on the stumps. Don't let him flick it away for one run like that.
Nah, not Sean Dixon, mate. He's at deep square.
Tom Lammerby. Of course it is. Of course it'd be Lammerby and Green having a chat.
Sean Dixon's always got his sunglasses on, whether they're on his eyes or on top of his cap.
Well, Lammerby's got glasses on his head as well. Oh, Polly's getting a Victoria sponge next door.
Oh, she'll be happy, Polly. She had carrot cake the other day and she was fuming because she doesn't like carrot cake.
I feel like the regular listeners will know Polly's dietary requirements quite well, really. Obviously her daughter, but the rest of the team too. Could be a single there for Wyman, but no. He's going to be happy just batting time. It's been a long time since he passed his 100, but only 106. Runs aren't really the currency Northants are dealing in time.
Northampton win out the equation, just Northampton draw, looking for those extra 5 points to add to their already 4 bowling points. Well,
You
4
say,
bonus
you say
points.
out of the equation.
Oh, come on. You think someone's going to lose 10 wickets chasing 110 or something? It's possible, you're right. It's never, nothing's ever
These
out of the
days,
equation, you're
I
right.
wouldn't rule it out.
If Somerset lost 10 wickets after tea chasing less than 200, that would be a pretty remarkable collapse. This could be amazing.
So I don't think we're going to quite get to... Let's have a look at Sam Whiteman actually side on, because it's interesting how he bats. Those pads are really close together,
Yeah,
and
the
they just
trigger.
opens up towards mid-off. It almost looks quite awkward, doesn't it?
French
It's like
cricket.
French cricket is exactly what I was thinking.
But like the wrong way round, French cricket. French cricket, well, it's like French cricket. When you've hit it one side, and when I play French cricket, the rule I normally enforce is you have to stay facing the way you just hit the ball. Depends how generous you're being at your family dues or whatever. And I get my primary school kids and coaching to do French cricket. Well, that's a slash outside the off stump for one. That's one of the poorest shots he's played since he's reached 100 anyway. A flash. I mean, it might have flown over or past the slips, but a bit of excitement as Craig Overton looks like he's going to... Is he coming in at short legs? Going to have a bowl? I think he's going to have a... No, he's coming in. Going to come in at leg slip, maybe. Jack Leach will probably... We're going to see the lights flicker on as I try and work out who's going to have a bowl.
Not from the river end. It's going to be Jack Leach, surely.
Yeah, it's Jack Leach, yeah.
Craig Overton loves bowling from the Marcus.
I just thought it might be that time of the day where you try a different end. You try something, you know, it might be not his comfort, but just something slightly different.
Not with the new ball due in 3 overs. He's just going to rest up.
I don't think they're going to get the new ball before tea.
No,
so
I don't think so.
I thought they might just give Craig Overton 1 over before tea. Then he can go and have 20 minutes of foam rolling, and then he can come out firing with a new ball just after tea.
It's going to be Jack Leach, Craig Overton at leg slip. Tom Taylor's got quite an open stance to the spin of Jack Leach. Big shout for LBW. Jack Leach quite liked it. Umpire unmoved. I love when Jack Leach appeals. He turns around and then he does this kind of like mini run. The legs get
It's
going.
polite. The hand up politely, I like.
But his legs really get going. It's almost like high knees, you know, when you're shuffling.
Yeah, it's like that Christmas trivia a few years ago when you see the silhouette of a bowler.
Certainly not out for height, that, as Taylor goes onto the back foot and just pats it back to Jack Leach.
Yeah, I like to see a silhouette of bowlers appealing, and you've got to name who it is.
Pushed out into the offside. Won't be a run. This 8th wicket partnership is now worth 30. Tom Taylor's got 24 of them. Sam Whiteman's just gone into his shell a little bit. He hasn't had much of the strike, to be honest. Whiteman's only faced 12 balls. Taylor pats that one back. Tom Taylor's got 24 from 36, that'll be now. Whiteman 4 from 12.
I mentioned the former Somerset overseas and another friendly face, very popular man here. Did all right. I remember him getting 5 from the Royal London Cup.
Oh, Azhar Ali.
Runs Azhar Ali, yeah, good. I mean, yeah, going well for the pairs, Worcestershire, and a little bit of trouble against Sussex. That was another game that saw no play yesterday. Pretty wet New Road. Worcestershire trying to hang in there.
End of the over. 249 for 7. Just having a look at the scorecard then. 249 for 7. Lead is 92. Whiteman's got 106. Tom Taylor's got 24. As I was saying, that partnership is worth 30 so far. That 130 you can see in the middle, it is the partnership. It just happens to be the combined score of the two players, actually, as well. But we are
it's not the
just a slight technical glitch. It is going to be the partnership. Take a 1 off it for the moment.
That's back to the days when we never used to have the partnership in the school. I just got used to adding on from fall of wicket or subtracting fall of wicket from the current score. Siddle into the left-hander. Well, that's another edge. James Rood. No, it doesn't. It's a waft outside off stump and My commentary, heightened voice, nearly got as excited as Tom Abel's hands over his face. It's a stage now where the ball's so soft and old with 2 overs left, it's not really worth throwing the ball all the way to Tom Abel. You may as well just throw it on the 1 bounce. Not necessarily rough it up, but he's still shining it. With an over and 5 balls to go, I'm not really sure it's worth wasting your energy rubbing it on your rights, Tom Abel. Could have a one he does. Now, Pete Siddle, that was the most tactical one given I've ever seen. It was 2 yards from Pete. I know he's now saying he's injured, perhaps there's a slight tiny niggle of discomfort, but the ball almost went through his legs. He followed through, went to stop the ball, and White wasn't going to run. Then he let it through his legs to Lewis Gregory, who's deep at mid-on, sort of on the edge of the circle as it would be. And then Siddle let it go, and Whiteman just said, okay, we may as well run then. I think Somerset have got this slightly wrong, thinking that Tom Taylor is a tail ender they're protecting from the strike, but it's not the case. I think they could set a more orthodox field to either bat. Yes, be more attacking to the number 9 than the number 3, but it's not as simple as just bowling at the number 9. They've got to still get him out.
I mean, he can bat. He really can bat, Tommy Taylor. And he's dangerous. 24 he's got so far. If he's out there another 10 overs, he'll be well past 50. There we are. Some youngsters in the crowd. Dad is just passing a toy back.
Quite a few youngsters here. Bank holiday weekend, isn't it?
Yeah, beautiful.
A few families here today.
To have so many people in.
I think the Gregory-Overton opening new ball partnership after tea could define this match. Tea time in 3 more balls. So 2 balls and 1 over into the new ball. So after tea, there'll be 1 over.
Bit of Jack Leach.
Yeah, which actually works well, really.
Unless you want to give one of your seamers an over to warm up, but I doubt.
No.
I don't think Gregory needs
warm
that.
up at tea if they need to.
Yeah, I think you just give Jack Leach.
No time to waste. I mean, it would have been slightly nice. Somerset could have whizzed through those a bit quicker to have a 4 over new ball spell before tea, and then after tea would have been extra pressure on the Northants lineups. But Pete Siddle's looking so knackered down below us. I think had Aldridge been bowling, he might have run back to his mark a bit quicker. Pete Siddle not the quickest for the over 8 anymore. That's a lovely shot from Tom Taylor. Now that deserves 4 runs. Jack Leach will chase it. He's not going to get there though. It has gone for 4. Tom Taylor on to 28, and that would have been a batting bonus point, but no batting bonus points in this second innings. And Tom Taylor can bat. We'll say it again and again. Don't underestimate James Sales and Tom Taylor in this lineup.
Say it again then. You said you're going to say it again and again.
Just throughout the day. Not in. Tommy T can bat TT.
Probably need to get him signed up for the T20 side, really.
Just another Tom name, yeah. Is it triptych of Toms? But then what's the 4 Toms?
Quartet now. It's not really a triptych,
work,
is it?
I'm not a fan of that. Why can we get 5? And when's the next number that has a T behind it? Anyway, less of that chat. They are going off for 254 for 7. Tom Taylor, 28 not out. Whiteman, 107 not out. And Lewis Gregory, probably with Craig Overton after 1 over of Jack Leach, will probably define this match for Somerset. They need 3 more wickets and then to knock off whatever's left. We'll be back in 19 minutes' time. Enjoy a cuppa and then make sure you are back here glued to the Somerset live stream for what could be the defining hour or 2 of this match.
Tom Taylor, 28 not out. Sam Whiteman, 107 not out. Don't forget that our ground-wide Wi-Fi network is fully operational. The Wi-Fi is completely free of charge, and to connect, all you have to do is select the option _We Are Somerset in your settings and enter a valid email address. You can also update your preferences or unsubscribe at any time. With the new Wi-Fi, you can browse the internet around the Cooper Associates County Ground. This means, for example, that our match day live stream can be accessed without using your data.
That's it! Mid-wicket and all the way. That is huge.
It really is a wow factor here at King's, and every child has opportunities to find out their passions and interests that they didn't even know they had. Whether you are sporty or musical or into drama, the facilities on offer across the schools are incredible. We have a specialist cricket centre, a new golf facility, sparkling cookery schools, modern DT centres. There really is space to do it all.
As the ground thaws, dawn breaks on a new landscaping season at Bradford's. Our tireless legion of trades and homeowners prepare to paint pictures on 1,000 green canvases. In branch and online, we raise a toast to your ambitions and fill your vans with decking, sleepers, topsoil and paving. Every one of you a landscaping legend, building bigger and building better than ever before, because you know that the sky's the limit with Bradford's!
We are Somerset Disabled Cricket Club, and this is our story. Somerset Disabled Cricket Club was formed back in 1997 by a wonderful chap called Dan Hodges. Unfortunately, Dan has passed away, but his legacy lives on. The club is now into its 26th year and has established 3 successful teams. Access Sport recently conducted a survey that highlighted 70% of young people with additional needs experience loneliness and isolation.
It starts to affect when you start school, so making friends at the start of school is quite challenging, and then
Somerset Disabled Cricket Club is an excellent remedy to this, because not only does it bring people together, it helps develop those friendships and those bonds, a lot of which people in mainstream cricket might take for granted.
It's helped by the social aspect, so meeting new people and something just to do that is enjoyable, and especially in the hard times at school, after school then I can just go and play cricket and kind of forget about the rest of the day.
Definitely, I'd probably more for the social side overall, so just being able to sort of interact with others within her team, and it's not that she doesn't want to, but she can find that quite difficult sometimes. And I think specifically with the disability team, the fact that she's part of a group who probably understand her better and she understands them, I think that makes her feel even more part of it. So.
The years of training sessions and matches has creating lasting friendships, and these bonds will always be the best thing about Somerset Disabled Cricket Club. As the friendships develop, so does each individual's confidence, self-esteem, teamwork and resilience. These are the guiding principles that I'm sure Dan would have instilled 26 years ago, and it's great that the club is still achieving these outcomes.
It's really good. They helped me bat and bowl really good. Get my confidence up.
All of those, she really enjoys the disability cricket because just the atmosphere that's created, and I think that in itself has really sort of brought her out of her shell a bit more, and she seems a bit more sort of communicative with like others around her. So yeah, that's definitely helped her.
Yeah, it's helped me develop as a player, helped me become probably a better player I am now, really, because it's helped me through my social aspects. It's probably helped me a lot. I know these boys like they're my family, really.
Somerset County Cricket Club means so much to so many people, and representing the county with the wyvern on the shirt creates a whole different level of togetherness. It's something that's bigger than any individual, team, coach or league title. It's a chance to proudly represent Somerset.
Being part of the team is almost as important as the result or the cricket match.
I suppose it just sort of means that you're representing something that's bigger than just one person and just oneself.
Just it being Somerset, still Somerset, and representing the same people. Even though it may be disability cricket, but we're still representing everyone in Somerset.
The wyvern on your shirt, it's all the same. And it's such a welcoming club. Whether you, as I say, from the first team all the way down, and I can't big it up enough because they're just wonderful people.
What does success look like for Somerset Disabled Cricket Club? For me, it's about providing a level of opportunity that meets our membership. Of course, the Super Nines team want to win the South West Division and become regional champions, but we also want to recruit more players to allow us to establish a second team. Like any club, we are keen for more volunteers to support as coaches, scorers, umpires, as well as wanting to raise awareness about the club so that we can attract more players. Long term, perhaps a hardball cricket team that can compete in the regional D40. However, whatever the future holds, our players will always be at the centre of those decisions, in line with Dan's values when he started the club 26 years ago. We are Somerset Disabled Cricket Club. This is our story. We are Somerset Disabled Cricket Club.
Welcome back to the Cooper Associates County Ground for what will be the last session of this match, County Championship match, with Northants on 254 for 7, effectively they're 97 for 7, and Somerset in search of these last 3 wickets to give them a realistic chance of a victory in this match. The new ball is due in 1 over's time, and Lewis Gregory is going to get things underway from the river end. I'm Stephen Lamb. Harry Everett is with me, and it could be quite a tense session, Harry.
This could be... It sounds awful dramatic to say. Could this be season defining?
It could
This
be.
is a win or lose on the cards in this session. Bigger points than a draw. And I thought it'd be Jack Leach who'd bowl. But Lewis Gregory's going to warm up for 1 over with the old ball before the new ball, which is an interesting tactic, interesting ploy.
Yes, feels highly likely that they will take the new ball pretty well immediately, given the state of the game and the amount of overs remaining. Sam Whiteman has been batting all day. He's on 107, not out. 108 now. He tucks that away to mid-wicket. First run of the final session. 255 for 7.
So this over is almost academic, if we're being brutally honest. This is a warm-up over for the...
Yeah,
a
wicket would be a bonus
yes,
in this over.
This is the prelude. This is the... Well, it could be the exciting
prequel.
James Bond start to a film. We'll crash, bang and wallop before the new ball's taken. Oh, James Rue without a hat on just doesn't look right, does it? He's not got a cap. He's going to put his cap on now. I think he was taking his helmet off because he stood up to Whiteman. To Tom Taylor, he stood back and he wasn't ready, so he quickly just chucked his helmet down, didn't put his cap on, and took that with just his ginger locks.
With neither one thing nor the other.
No, it didn't look quite right, did it?
Took an absolutely magnificent catch. One-handed diving down the leg side. In the previous session, James Rue defended still this unorthodox umbrella field with short mid-wicket. Well, 2 short mid-wickets, really. And a silly mid-on. Tom Abel is silly mid-on, very straight. Somerset striving for the breakthrough. Can't get that new ball a moment too soon.
Solid. Before we get into the excitement of the new ball, just give a nice shout out to Melvin Gale, who has just retired from playing cricket after 40 years, 36 years with Taunton Cricket Club, and most recently with Somerset Steam years, watching on the live stream.
Afternoon to you.
A lot of love to the Gale family, well known in the Taunton area, and great to be listening to the live stream on what could be a massive afternoon for Somerset.
Single here.
I think that's good for Somerset. So Tom Taylor will face the first ball of the new ball, which should be ready in the pocket of one of the 2 umpires.
So we're going to see Craig Overton. No question about that. The sweater is already removed and in the hands of Neil Mallender, who is waving the new ball up at the scorebox, which is right next door to us. So no messing at all. That new cherry in the big hand of Craig Overton.
Number 7, Craig Overton.
Pitch conference and much hanging on this phase of this game. Can Somerset break through? Can they polish the innings off with this second new ball? Craig Overton, Lewis Gregory just exchanging it at the moment.
So 3 slips. What's that? Almost a catcher at mid-wicket. Quite square, almost a full square leg, a square mid-wicket. A weird sort of position. Thought they might go for 1 more slip, to be honest with you. They might have 1 more attacking fielder. Craig Overton, though, is leg side. That's a poor start. First of all, the new ball.
Loosener.
Yeah, I suppose Gregory had the loosening.
So Taylor, who's made a bright and breezy 29, coming from just 46 deliveries, a 6 and 4 fours, has again showed his ability with bat in hand.
That's better from Craig. Full straight on the money. And that's the ball that makes Tom Taylor play. It brings in the outside edge, it brings in the inside edge, it brings in bold LBW. That's the sort of area. And then a bit of wobble either way. It's not going to be pleasant. A few draws on the cards around the ground. Probably the favourite heading after Marnus Labuschagne runs earlier. Johnny Bairstow's duck. 20 not out first and then a 9-ball duck. Promoted number 3 in the second innings. But here is a snorter from Craig Gove. And well played, Tom Taylor, really, to miss that. Missing the ball is an art in itself. That is a devilish. That's too good, really, isn't it?
Yeah, it was just shaping away. Could so easily have taken the outside edge. That's what those 3 slips are waiting for. It's good, this. A loosener to start, but 2 excellent deliveries since.
That's really full. It's almost a low full toss, but it did dip almost into a York at the end, didn't it?
It was played on the full by Taylor. Possibly looking for the Yorker and getting it a little bit too full. Craig Overton. Floodlights on here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
Not sure if that's necessary quite yet. It doesn't seem too grey or dark, really.
It's well, it's lighter than it was when they came on before tea.
That's full, and well played. Tom Taylor is stifling this Somerset pursuit of victory.
New ball in the hand of the skipper at the moment. And from him back to Overton. 1 for 46, Craig's figures from 14 overs after this ball.
Field has spread. That's a full toss. Easily middled, really. That might have been 4 if the field hadn't spread, but it's going to be the Sean Dixon at not really deep cover, sort of lurking on the edge cover to allow Tom Taylor to keep the strike, and they're going to keep bowling at the number 9, who's quite happy to keep taking the runs, isn't he?
He's been monopolising the strike.
It's quite a nice situation for a number 9 batter, who's actually quite a good number 9 batter. So if we keep giving singles, I mean, poor old Whiteman's barely getting a ball to face. He's on 108 and he's been past 100 for over an hour now. But Taylor's just going to keep the strike all the time.
Don't know whether that's a subject of the conversation they're having at the moment, these 2 batters. Probably not. Probably more about strategy against the new ball, which is now in the hand of Lewis Gregory. Had that loosening over, first over after tea. Let's see what he can do with the new ball. He's got 3 slips in. More orthodox, the field now, than it was before the interval. Here's Gregory's first ball with it, shaping away from the bat of Tom Taylor. Well taken by James Rue behind the stumps.
Well, it wasn't quite behind the stumps in the end, was it? To be fair, it was almost second slip. He's done well to take that in front of Cody Cowboy and Bancroft. Tumbling across. James Rue's been the action man, hasn't he, really? Diving, rolling, catching, run scoring.
Again, starting outside off stump and shaping further away. Didn't have to go quite so far that time. James Rue.
Was it fair to say Rue's not far off being man of the match? You'd think Coda Campbell with 130, if Somerset gone to win this game, you'd probably give it to Coda Campbell in the first innings. Maybe if Jack Leach runs through these last 3 now. But it's like to be the seam is doing the damage now. It's been a bit of a team effort, isn't it?
Yeah, but they would be candidates, those 2, Rue and Coda Campbell, not least for 2 superlative catches in the last session. Played at this time and missed. Encouragement for the bowler. Somerset have been excellent in the field. Just need to take these 3 wickets. The lead is exactly 100 for Northants. It's defended gently to leg. Lewis Gregory into his 17th over of the innings. I think his spell before tea went on for longer than might have been anticipated because he took those 2 wickets. He was on one of his streaks.
Yeah, the Lewis Gregory streaks. There's a few no balls littered in there, but a wicket-taking streak.
Is this another one? Yeah, it's dropped. Second slip. Cameron Bancroft going for it, and he's grasped it.
I think it was low down in front. A hard chance. Just about carried on my first instinct, but Lewis Gregory slightly dejected. Yeah, low down to the front. Left-hander Bancroft. 2 hands.
It was dying on him, wasn't it? But I think it carried.
We've seen the catches at that level taken the last couple of days.
Well, yeah, indeed. We were just talking, weren't we, about the quality of some of the catches that have been taken.
Yeah, definitely carried. But clubs that have been quality in the field, if we take the 2 half chances that have been taken, that was probably slightly easier than the Roo and the TKC catch, but Lewis Gregory will try and keep positive, keep his head held high.
Yes, that should have been the end of Tom Taylor on 30. And last now, there's going to be a chance for Sam Whiteman to take a delivery. His first since tea. And it's going to be from Craig Overton, who will bowl it from round the wicket.
So the 19th delivery of the tea interval. He's done well, hasn't he? 3.1 overs to not face a ball. Well, Tom Taylor's done well to take the ones, I guess.
To farm the strike. They're given a let-off in the previous over.
No, I think Whiteman faced the first 2 balls after tea, actually, from Gregory.
Okay. Defended this time. Tom Abel coming in from mid-off to field. Somerset have been very good in terms of their fielding strategy. They've been inventive, thought outside the box. Tom Abel obviously as skipper to do with that in large part. Craig Overton with this new ball. Driven firmly up to Lewis Gregory, who immediately gives it an additional polish. Will still be pretty shiny before returning it to Craig Overton. There'll be a single in this. Gets it to Gregory's left. So a little bit of a chase. Still a good smattering of spectators around the ground. James Hildreth stand, the Lord Botham stand, Colin Atkinson Pavilion, all well populated. As indeed is Gimlet's Hill, you can see there behind Craig Overton. Full and straight. That's the area.
Got to hit that air again and again and again, doesn't he? It's interesting to see how the new ball, the Kookaburra, will be used in a couple of rounds later this summer. Those 2 rounds of games in June, July, of course, it's the new Duke at the moment, but the new Cookwell will be interesting to see the different performance.
Overton quickly across.
Overton's going to get in trouble if he does that. He gets angry and will fakes to throw it. It's not really fake fielding, it's not intimidatory because he doesn't actually release it, but you've got to get this level of aggression, this level of fired upness.
Some of the spectators enjoying the cricket with a cider or two on the fringes of this attractive ground. Animated conversation there. Someone's made a good joke. And back out in the serious middle is Lewis Gregory.
A few fielders out and in. It's what they call an in-out field, really. 3 slips in a gully, and pretty much everyone else is giving 1 to Whiteman. So the attackers in the slips, as Killer Campbell just fiddles with his undergarments in front of him. Propensity to wear these sort of Under Armour black shorts underneath his white. Make sure he's comfortable at slip, able to dive and take a snorter in a minute to potentially open up an avenue for Somerset to win this game.
Nicely flicked away down to long leg, and this time the skipper, and he won't cut the strike because we're mid-over. Wonder whether he was thinking of returning the favour. But it will be Tom Taylor to face up to Gregory. We've got a decent patch of blue sky overhead. First time today.
That's a lovely shot from Tom Taylor. It's going to be 2. Dixon's going to run round and get it. Save the 4. Good bit of work. Hit that very well. Actually, it could be buzzers. That throw was so good, it's hurt Lewis Gregory's arms. It's actually hit the stumps, broken the bails. Not going to take the buzzer.
He was a long way in.
Bit of hate for Bancroft in the comments of the YouTube chat. Is his last game for Somerset? He's not scored as many runs as he did in the Sheffield Shield. Top run scorer by a long way in the Sheffield Shield as his team, the WA side. Western Australia won comfortably. And after that drop catch. Another easy runs. Lewis Gregory's frustrated here. Can't quite get that line of length right. Somerset got to stick at this. Lead by 102, 103, 105 now with that. The 2 and the 1. Is that right?
Yeah, effectively it's 105 for 7, isn't it?
But there still could be another 32 overs in the day. Which, what do you think, 15 overs? Is that enough to chase 120 maybe?
They want to keep it down.
Push, yeah. It's a balance.
120, 130.
This is a really tricky stage now for Tom Abel. It's containing but wicket taking. You want to go for the throat. That's going to be more runs for Whiteman this time. It's going to be 4 of them. Don't think Lambu's going to catch that. No, he's quick but not quick enough. This is really tricky time for Tom Abel because we talked earlier about Chris Rogers, the aggressive Australian captains, Bazball, McCullum, Stokes, the different ways. But if he goes 2 attacking like that, then Whiteman's just flicked an easy 4. Whereas if he's back, it's only 1 run. They were trying to think that we're not going to get Whiteman out, we're going to get Taylor out. So they were bowling at Taylor. Then they can't get Taylor out. Taylor's got to 33 not out, batted well. There's that drop chance by Bancroft. Other than that, he's played impeccably, really. Now what do? Are they trying to bowl at both ends? But they can't afford Whiteman. If Whiteman knocks him into 150 lead, then it almost takes the one out of the equation with time running out. And bear in mind, now it's gone past T, Somerset will lose 2 overs. So at this stage, you know, even if Somerset took 3 wickets really quickly now, they're still only going to have 28 or so overs to bat, which would be fine taking 100, but that's if they take these 3 wickets really quickly.
Yeah. Whereas Northants will see it in terms specifically of survival. That's going to be the overriding aim at the moment. take advantage of any bad deliveries they received. Otherwise, hang on in there, I would think, would be their approach. As Craig Overton starts a new over. Bouncer, and that's going to be another boundary. Just helped on its way down to long leg, and fetches up in front of the Colin Atkinson pavilion.
The 50 partnership between Sam Whiteman and Tom Taylor.
Very comfortably, Tom Taylor, taken to 37. It's his 6th boundary in all. These runs are damaging Somerset. Full and played out to deep square leg. This time it'll just be a single. Lead now up to 114.
That's massive. The 50 partnership taking the game away. Really, you'd think Northants probably now favourites for the draw. This partnership has been crucial. If Tom Taylor went early, even if Bancroft took the catch, there'd be more of a sniff than if Sanderson and White don't hang around. Still on for Somerset, but it's getting harder and harder.
Watchfully defended by the Northants skipper. A real thorn in Somerset's side today. 114 not out. 208 deliveries he's faced, and he's really anchored the Northants innings, second innings.
There was an LBW chance earlier on, was it 4 or 5 hours ago now? It was Craig Overton this morning. Other than that, I can't remember many chances against Whiteman.
Another single there, down to third man. Just flicked away down there. And all the while that lead is edging up. Short, and there'll be another single. This time for Tom Taylor.
Shame performance. Somerset overseas. Babrazam has got out for 1 in his 100th ODI. The big build-up for 100th ODI and the anti-climax. Been a few Pakistani overseas here in recent years, but all Aussie affair for the 4 overseas men in this match. Of course, Matt Henry in his final match against Pakistan before meeting up with the Somerset boys next week.
Completely confident about where he was playing that, but he survives. Another over. So 273 for 7, 116 in front now. As we see the Union Jack on top of St James Church, along with the weather vane. Tractor down in between Gimlet's Hill and the Somerset stand.
He's surprisingly quiet, isn't he? It's normally this time of day when Somerset need a lift. His lungs can bring a couple of wickets.
We have heard from him on occasion, but maybe not as often as usual. Gregory then will be bowling to Tom Taylor. It's beaten him in between bat and pad. Gone through the gate.
Yeah, that's good bowling, but lucky for Tom Taylor, really. That's a waft, it's a bit of a loose drive. He knows he's ticking himself off, he's shaking his head.
Look at it.
Could this be? This could be the over. If I was in Yorkshire and calling him a keg ball, you Yorkshire fans listening in, you'd know what I'm talking about. This could be it. Lewis Gregory, bit of magic. He's done it before.
Beauty, beauty. Outside edge this time. Inside, then outside. Consecutive deliveries have flummoxed Tom Taylor.
I was thinking that Tinker Taylor Soldier Spy. I think of Tom Taylor. Right, Tractor Driver's woken up again. And there's a couple of player misses I've just heard in there in the effects mic.
It's good from Gregory.
3 slips. Bancroft desperate to make up for that drop. He's got hands on knees, ready for this. Leg side, Livingston Gregory. No, not good enough that from Lewis Gregory. He's bowled 2 beauties. 2 beauties outside off stump. Playing a missing. Loose drive. Doesn't need to fire in at leg stump.
And these overs ticking down. 30 is the overs remaining figure, but you've got to take 2 off that because there will be an innings break.
Yeah, frustrating.
Or there's likely to be.
Loss.
This time he gets the whole bat on it. Won't be a run as Tom Abel fields at cover. Nicest weather of the day now. Got the skies gradually clearing. Some blue above us and over the Quantock Hills.
So it could be a Yorkshire-born Australia A batter who stops Somerset from the win. What a knock from Whiteman. Not been given enough credit really, because Somerset's still desperately hopeful they can get through, but at the moment it's looking like the skipper for Northampton is defying Somerset. Even if he were to fall now, he could have done enough, really. Leach is going to go back on the boundary, try and give again, trying to give Tom Taylor a 1, but he can bat. He's on 39 not out.
Yeah,
Tom Abel's got to try different things now. He's desperate. I think Tom Lammerby, it's a new ball, so it's hard. You want to give your frontline bowlers a go with a new ball, really. I'm surprised he didn't bowl with the old ball at all. Will Sid will have a go, will Casey Aldridge have a go. Oh, they are going to take the 1. Tom Taylor wasn't sure whether to or not. It's been a funny passage of play, hasn't it, Stephen? We're trying to work out when to take the singles and when not to.
Yeah, they've added 55 though, these two, for the 8th wicket. It's been a really important partnership from the Northants' point of view. It's put the men with a good chance of saving this game. Situation was decidedly unpromising when they came together. Tom Taylor given a life when he was on 30. He's gone on to 40 now. Really handy knock that he's played for his side and for his captain, who's at the non-striker's end at the moment as Craig Overton begins a new over. Watchful defence first up. Lewis Gregory curating this new ball, doing all he can to keep the shine on it. Was taken promptly. It's now 6 overs old. One slip is coming out of the cordon and going to backward square leg.
Craig Overton's looking at us. No? Down below us. Someone on the Thatcher's deck? Who's that? No, it's got to be below that, surely. We're nowhere near Craig Overton's release point. He's a tall man, but...
We're a bit high for...
don't think we're doing any harm up here. It's not Alex, the cameraman, down below us either.
Down the leg side, there's an appeal from Craig Overton.
Was all that a massive bluff, do you reckon, Steve? Was he trying to just unsettle the concentration of Tom Taylor? Trying to get in his head? And then flick one down the leg side? I don't think he was near that. James, you again with a flying take, though?
I don't think that touched anything on the way through. .117 the lead as Overton tries again. Leg side again. No contact with the bat or the pad, and again it's through to the keeper.
Tom Abel crouching, like he's in the catching position. He's quite deep, really, at mid-wicket. Sitting on the one, but not really close catching.
Pulled out to deep square leg will be a single for Tom Taylor. Take him along to 41. And nudge that lead up by another. Northants still battling away here. Somerset wicketless since tea. Ball finding the middle of the bat again.
Way was trying to clap and gee the boys up. Tractor driver's gone for a drink fill up, I think. The last final left. They've got to push. Don't think they'll be shaking hands in 19 minutes' time, but they could do. But if there's a wicket before that 10-2, then I think some sort of definitely play on. But they need the breakthrough now or never. Next couple of overs. Almost squeaky bum time for the Somerset season. Big chance to get a victory here. Bear in mind, like I think I've said it before, say it again, Northampton are missing Emilio Gay, Luke Proctor, Lewis McManus, 3 key players. Somerset have a big chance against a weakened Northampton side, so they will be desperate to win this match. Having batted well in the first innings with that Coda Campbell Root partnership. First time they've got 4 batting bonus points this season. But batting bonus points on the draws, not really enough. Yes, they've shaded, well, they've edged it. They've been better than Northampton in this game, but they've not been better than Mr. Whiteman yet. Only 15 in the first innings, but massive 100 for his side as skipper this afternoon. Lewis Gregory's going to continue bowling from the river end, and I'll soon swap out for Sam to come back in.
Going to be a boundary here, down to fine leg. Just turned with some ease by Tom Taylor. And these runs are hurting Somerset. They're just pushing that lead further ahead with time gradually running out on this 4th day. 279 now for 7. Taylor's on to 45 with that boundary. And watchfully defending the next one. That's the right area for Lewis Gregory to be hitting. You can see that lead figure. That's the all-important one on your screen. It's now 118 for Northants. 28 overs remaining, but you've got to take 2 off that for the break between innings.
Yeah, I'm a bit more optimistic, Stephen. I think until there's only about 12, 15 overs remaining, Somerset have got to keep going here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's relatively now or never, but I think there's still, what, 122. So they've still got at least 10 overs to bowl here. They can pick up, we had that quick spell of 3 wickets for just 9 runs before tea. They can just get another one out, but Northamptonshire, credit to them, this is an absolutely brilliant effort from them. Led by Sam Whiteman, but Tommy Taylor too.
No need for Taylor to play that one. So we've now got a rather bizarre situation where the sun is out and the floodlights are still on.
Yes, I don't think they'll turn them off now.
Long shadows being cast by the players out there.
You know, you and I were talking earlier about something completely different, Stephen, and we were talking about looking at the bright side. And they definitely won't go off a bad light. That is the upside of this.
half stop there at mid-wicket. They were wondering about going through with the single. I think they're wise not to. It's the kind of misfield that you shouldn't generally run for.
No, particularly now. We've done all that hard work. What the last thing Northamptonshire want is a silly mistake.
Left alone again by Tom Taylor, and that is another over negotiated by Northants.
Yeah, Craig Overton's obviously going to continue from the Marcus Trescothic pavilion end. I wonder how long it'll be before we see a change. Maybe a bit of Peter Siddle, Casey Aldridge, Jack Leach, even an option with that slightly newer ball, just to try something different. You've got to give Craig and Lewis every chance. And as we know, Lewis is a guy who picks up wickets in little clusters, and how Somerset could do with a cluster here. We nervous up on that Northamptonshire dressing room. They've worked extremely hard here. Sam Whiteman, we cannot overstate how impressive he has been so far.
On strike for a new Craig Overton over. Northants skipper.
Happy just to push that back at Overton. A couple of slips in, and Tom Abel at gully. They're just trying everything they can, Somerset. Play with that field almost every ball just to get something going. To try and get something going. Around the wicket now. Pulled. Oh, Sam Whiteman. It wasn't quite short enough to pull. It didn't get up enough. It flew through to James Rue. Let's have another look at that one, the replay. Tom Kodakamoa still stood there with his hands up. That's what we're seeing with Somerset, trying something every single delivery, around the wicket, over the wicket, different fields. Just got to try something different. It's not working quite yet to Sam Whiteman. Not quite yet.
The conditions really, and the way the new ball has been, it's been finding the middle of the bat with regularity, really.
Yeah, Sam Whiteman's bat has been used an awful lot today. I'll say it again, it's so impressive. Back over the wicket, Overton. Can he find that outside edge? He tries something fuller, and it's pushed to Sean Dixon at cover.
Trying to tempt him into the drive, which he managed to do, but it was all along the ground to the fielder. Elegantly played by Sam Whiteman.
Back around the wicket comes Craig Overton. 2 balls left in this, the 89th over. 26 after this one, as Stephen has rightly pointed out. We'll lose a couple of overs, but there's still time yet in this game for Somerset to force a result. Can they? Lovely looking shot from Sam Whiteman again. It was over pitch really, but it was drilled straight at Sean Dixon.
Whiteman has faced 217 deliveries.
218 now. As Overton comes around the wicket. He just looks completely unflustered. Sam Whiteman, 279 for 7.
It's one of the additional pieces of information that's available on the new scoreboard here, which you can just see. Just saw on the left of the picture. It shows how many deliveries each batter has faced. And there's a little picture of a bat to indicate who's on strike.
Jack Leach.
We're going to see some spin. First change, Jack Leach. coming on in place of Lewis Gregory. With 26 overs left in the day, and minus the 2 for the changeover, if we get to the changeover between innings. Somerset have not taken a wicket since tea. Can Jack Leach do the trick for them? He's got the bulk of the wickets that have fallen so far, 3 for 71 from 24, his figures thus far in the innings. And he's going to be bowling to Tom Taylor with a slip and a leg slip and a short leg. First ball safely negotiated by Taylor, played comfortably enough. As is the second. The appeal, perhaps Jack felt it was pad then bat.
Yeah, as much as from hope as expectation as well.
There wasn't a lot of support from the close-in fielders.
No, which is always telling, Stephen, I think.
Taylor playing him pretty comfortably thus far, halfway through the over. Skip across to field off his own bowling. Switching to over the wicket, Jack Leach.
Just got to try everything here, Stephen. Got to try everything, but I'm not sure it's going to work, you know.
Well, they just seem to be playing pretty comfortably, these two.
Yeah, and we said for all the last couple of days, there isn't a lot in this pitch. It's a very good cricket wicket, and it hasn't really deteriorated at all.
Another dot ball to complete the over, so it's a maiden. Leach is fourth. Now, will it be a double change? Tom Abel's got the ball at the moment.
Yeah, it's going to be Casey Aldridge with that jumper off. Harry Everett was talking about him being under bowled. Here is a chance for Casey Aldridge. Just to make a difference. Can he make that vital breakthrough Somerset desperately need? It's going to be hard. Sam White, 115 unbeaten. It's going to come around the wicket, I think, to the left-hander. 25 overs remaining in the day, but 23 really, and of course we have that last hour when we get to 5 o'clock.
Just getting loose. Casey Aldridge, 1 for 36 so far from 11.
He's the sharpest of the Somerset bowlers. He's able to get that little bit of extra bounce off the surface. Can he find something that will trouble Sam Whiteman? Leaves that alone, outside off stump. There is a leg slip in. Around the wicket to left-hander. Very solid in defence. Will we have the thrilling finish we all hoped for here? Oh, well, Northamptonshire. Just frustrate Somerset. They are frustrating the Somerset fans. It's gone pretty quiet out there. Aldridge around the wicket to Whiteman. Happy to leave that one low.
Yorkshire still chasing hard. 217 they need off 27 overs. So you look at 8 and over, but in T20 terms, that's a relatively sedate chase. And Adam Live 155 unbeaten. David Milan. So a couple of test cricketers out there in the middle for Yorkshire as Aldridge is coming. Around the wicket pulled, but as ever with Sam Whiteman, it's all the way along the ground, and he has dissected the two fielders at deep backward square leg and long leg nicely, and he is the man that cannot be moved.
Yeah, that adds another 4 to the lead. Whiteman onto 119.
Aldridge, what's he got around the wicket? Fuller driven by Sam Whiteman, but straight into the ground.
He didn't manage to time that.
What's Sam Whiteman pointing at? He's pointing at something. Just gone to pat a little bit of grass. Was that no ball?
I think it was.
Overstepping, yeah.
That was the signal from the umpire.
Holly's given the red light back, so they bowl that one again. Just a brief pause here. Not quite sure. There's a chat going on. I'm not sure really what it's about. We are going to carry on. Leg slip. 2 slips. Wait. Good carry through to James Rue. Umpire at, well, not square leg, deep backward point. Forgot about the no ball, so was looking to resume duties at the bowler's end, as was Jack Leach, sprinting in from deep square leg. But he's got one more ball. Nottinghamshire, can they hold out for the draw? 101 for 6 they are. They aren't going to win. Another 194. They require a short ball that they've swayed out. He's swayed out of the way of. Now it is the end of the over, 285 for 7.
And they're just, well, they can see Salvation, Northants, just around the corner now. 24 overs is the overs remaining figure, with that lead on 128 and still 3 wickets needed. Somerset wicketless since tea. Can Jack Leach pull a rabbit out of the hat this over? He's going to be bowling to Tom Taylor, who played him pretty comfortably in the previous over. And plays the first delivery in similar manner, just pushing it out to mid-wicket. Appeal for LBW, but again, not any conviction about it. Fancy that was missing leg. And again, defended. Back to the bowler. Frustration for Somerset at the moment. Well forward comes Taylor to defend again. What a partnership this has been for Northants for the 8th wicket. Came together with the total on 219 for 7. They've taken it to 285 for 7. So it's worth 66, this partnership. And it's been a priceless one for the visitors. the back foot this time. Played comfortably out to mid-wicket. And really, these two batters look well set. Defence is the main objective, and watching these overs ticking down. There's St James's Church with the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion beside it, and then a view over the Colin Atkinson Pavilion up to those familiar Quantock Hills. Varying colours depending on the crops. Well into the growing season now in mid-May.
Holdridge around the wicket. So Whiteman full of ball, but just kept out. Sam Whiteman. He's made batting look very easy, hasn't he? You know, this is a summer where much of the focus, it's not really a subplot, is it? It's kind of an overlaying story of the Ashes series. There's focus on people like Steve Smith and Marnus Labuschagne, Marcus Harris at Gloucestershire. Shorter ball that Whiteman just ducks underneath. There are so many Australians over here playing county cricket, playing club cricket. Almost anyone who is eligible to play for Australia. I mean, it seems to be the way when Ashes series come about. They come over just in case. And there's a pretty lengthy list of Cricket Australia contracted players. But as Vic made the point the other day, that they've named a squad for that World Test Championship final, which I think is at the Oval against India in June. As Whiteman tucks it off his hips for a single, and then they play that first test against England, and actually they've only named the squad for those couple of games, and there are so many names that have been over here, and they seem to like left-handers at the top of the order. David Warner is coming to an end, Marcus Harris is getting another chance, but there's people like Matt Renshaw, who Somerset fans know well, and actually there's similarities between Renshaw and Whiteman as well, because they were both born in Yorkshire before going over to Australia. And I know Whiteman probably isn't the test opener that Aldridge comes in to Taylor, who's been immovable himself. He isn't necessarily your quick scoring test opener, but I think there's real value in someone who knows English conditions like he does. He's had a couple of club spells down in the Sussex Premier League and the Surrey Premier League, albeit that was a decade or so ago. And if he can keep scoring runs for Northamptonshire over the next 4 or 5 weeks, because you're playing against high quality attacks in Division 1. Short ball pulled, and he's got all of that. It's all along the ground, moves on to 49. They tried the bouncer a few times to Tommy Taylor, Stephen, and he has been equal to it.
Yeah, and this pitch is looking as placid as it's done at any stage, really, at the moment. The new ball, which was such an important part of the Somerset strategy, it hasn't really done very much. 12 overs old now.
Taylor opens the face. He's going to get another boundary. He's going to bring up a half-century, a deserved one as well. He's batted beautifully just at the right time. This partnership is now worth 75, and Tommy Taylor has 53 of them, 8 fours, 1 6, 96 balls, and it just feels, Stephen, like this partnership has done for Somerset. Their chances of victory have slipped away.
Yeah, it does. 22 overs left, and the lead now up to 137. And wicketless since tea. That's the bald truth. We've been playing for nearly an hour since the interval, and Somerset haven't been able to make a further breakthrough with this new ball. Jack Leach is going to continue from the river end, and approaching 5 o'clock, these two batters are taking the life out of this match. Stalemate looks the likeliest outcome now. Got the outside edge, going down to third man. That's probably going to go all the way. Got the legs? Not quite. It's just stopped a couple of feet inside the rope. So full shot, but adds to the total. 296 for 7. The Northants skipper defending that. Leach in bright sunshine. Tries again, and that just played with the dead bat by Sam Whiteman. Still plenty of attacking fielders. Still Somerset try to break through. Craig Overton moving from silly point to leg slip. Bancroft's gone into silly point. Cut away down to third man. They get at least one for this. That's what they settle for. We'll take Whiteman on to 123. Take the lead up to 140. As the deliveries and the minutes tick by, a draw becomes the likelier outcome.
Yeah, it feels like the last rites, doesn't it? Here, it's got to be now.
Thanks in large part to the partnership between these two batters, Whiteman and Taylor. Driven, but no power behind the stroke. Taylor just looks comfortable out there. 297 for 7 at the end of the over. 140 the lead. Taylor with the half century. Whiteman with the 3 figures.
Change of bowling at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end.
Going to have a change. Peter Siddle is going to have a go.
Peter Siddle.
Final throw. Dive, but Tom Abel. The handshake could be coming relatively soon if Somerset can't make this breakthrough. I need one, but they need 3 quick wickets.
Yeah, it's the fact that they need 3 of them, and there's, I mean, it looks pretty straightforward batting out there at the moment. The new ball hasn't made the breakthrough as yet.
Yeah, that's what they'd been really hoping for. Surrey 4 down at Chelmsford, 92 for 4. They need 181 off 27 overs, but actually what you can imagine that will be is effectively an attempt not to lose the game.
So yes, a short spell from Casey Aldridge, now making way for the Australian.
2 slips and a leg slip around the wicket to the left-hander. Can he get his fellow countryman? He hasn't been able to so far. No one's been able to. It's been a sublime knock, 123. Until Tommy Taylor came in at number 9 and made 53. No one else had passed 33. Lots of threes in that sentence.
Safely negotiated by Mr. Dalling.
Just about, for once.
So it looks like the 3rd draw of the season for Somerset.
This will probably be the most disappointing one for them. This is the one where they could look back at the end of the season with some regret. That's a lovely shot from Sam Whiteman. there is a deep backward point out, so it will just be a single. 298 for 7. The lead extends by another run, 141, and that's Somerset's issue. Even if they can take these 3 wickets, say, in the next 5 overs, they're left with about 14 overs. They're chasing 10 and over. So it just feels like if that possibility hasn't gone yet, it will go, barring something miraculous in the next over or two.
Yeah, it just feels like it's slipping away now.
I can hear there's a bit of a silence out there. It's just dropped. Half an appeal. Bowler not interested in the slightest.
Yes, it's this kind of a situation. Going to appeal for anything, aren't you? Just desperate for a breakthrough, really. It's almost exactly an hour since they came out after the tea interval, and there's been nothing.
Well taken. Has got in down the leg side. It's been given. Peter Siddle has made that breakthrough. Good take by James Roux. The following ball, there was half an appeal, not really appeal. Have Somerset got a lifeline here? Tommy Taylor made 53 beautiful runs. A shake of the head as he looks back at Sam Whiteman. He stood there, waited for the umpire's finger to go up. It did go up. And Stephen Lamb, could they?
Well, it's another fine take by James Roux behind the stumps. Not as spectacular as his previous effort, which he went for with one hand. That was the one that dismissed James Sales off a fairly authentic leg glance. But he's done well again, the young Somerset keeper. Peter Siddle has conjured a wicket out of some fairly unpromising circumstances, but they still need 2 more. That's an excellent hand from Tom Taylor, which has come to a conclusion, dismissed for 53 in the end. Came off exactly 100 deliveries, 6 and 8 fours.
26, Ben Sanderson.
And Ben Sanderson is the new batter. It's time for me to make way for, well, is there still some excitement in this game remaining? We'll find out, but Harry Everett's going to come in and join you, Sam, to see whether that's possible.
I hope for everyone's sake, Stephen, there's another stint of yours in this game still, because if we're still playing in half an hour's time.
If there is, then it could be an absolute cracker.
Absolutely. Ben Sanderson then out to the middle. They've got a couple of genuine number 11s in Sanderson and Jack White as well, averaging between them. It was something like 6 and 9. I haven't had another look. Could this be a little bit of magic? Sam Whiteman will have some words of wisdom to impart on Ben Sanderson, and I think they will go something along the lines of, if it's going to hit the stumps, Ben, get your bat behind it and leave it alone if it's not.
That's the Sam Dalling philosophy for cricket batting full stop, is it?
Yeah, it is. I mean, I prefer to do that than just to poke my bat at balls that aren't hitting the stumps. Third slip goes in.
I'm glad Charlie's not here today as well.
There is a leg slip in. It
Stephen's
a couple of fielders back because Ben Sanderson, there's 2 balls left in this over. They won't mind him taking the strike. Jack Leach will fancy it. It's got to be full and straight here from Siddle for me.
Agreed.
Didn't go for that though.
Not leg side though. I think Siddle has had a tendency to just push it leg side a little bit too much today, but that breakthrough could be massive. Just as everyone was sort of, the whole ground up and sat on the terrace for the last 25 minutes, and it's gone a bit flat, and even Tractor Driver went quiet. Even Tom Abel wasn't quite his usual bubbly shouting stuff on that wicket.
Field spreads. Tom Abel has immediately come out of third slip. Peter Siddle pointed and said, out you come, Tom. I'd rather, it's not doing enough for a third slip to be brought into play. Short mid-wicket, please. Solid from Sanderson. They don't take the single.
I love the backpedaling, trying to make him take a single.
End of the over then. Somerset have a wicket. There's, in theory, 20 overs remaining in this game. Northamptonshire, well, they're 298 for 8. Their lead is 141. We'll lose 2 overs. It's 5:05.
Good job, didn't shake hands at 10-2, eh? Could still be a cracker, as Stephen said. Could still be a finale. Jack Leach is going to continue from the river end. Slip. 2 slips. Silly on the leg side, short leg. Really. Somerset. Make or break here. Can Jack Leach get through? Probably not Whiteman, let's be realistic. He's batted superbly. Can't really see him giving it away at this stage. Is he going to be able to? It sounds awful, but the first 4 balls is almost irrelevant here. It's all about the last 2 balls of the over. Does he take the single off the penultimate ball? Does he take the single off the last ball? Does he try and keep the strike? Yes, there's some rough to play into, but Jack Leach will probably bowl 4 dots here. I'd be surprised. Good point from Lord Dusty here. Anyone could go down this year. After 4 games, the bottom 7 teams are only separated by about 15 points. Fair comment? Even Hampshire, we thought was so strong today, struggling. Oh, talk about Whiteman might not get out. He's chopped at that. Got very lucky. They should run 2. I don't know why they haven't run 2. They could easily have run 2. Whiteman needs to keep the strike. He's played a daft little pokey inside edge.
Have another look at that, see just how close it was.
I don't know what he was trying to do there. It was almost like a late dab, a late cut. With 2 slips, that was odd batting. And to not try and get back for 2 was daft because it was an easy 2 there. Anyway, Ben Sanderson is on strike, the right-hander. Everyone is up on the 1 except backward square leg is a little bit deeper. Should still be able to stop the single. Now Tom Abel brings himself in. Helmet's going to go down the back of his trousers. Where's he going to go? He's probably going to get Helmet. They're wasting a bit of time here, but they should still have enough light to get 20 overs in. They've got to get this right. Tom Abel's going to go and short extra cover and Craig Overton to leg slip, I reckon. Yep. Tractor driver needs to get a refill and fill up his lungs again.
I mean, Somerset will surely have a go. If it's 10 and over, they'll come out and
oh yeah, I don't think that's the issue. It's to get in the last 2 wickets that we need to do. Somerset, 2 wickets to make an exciting finale. Northampton could still win this, even if Somerset take these 2 wickets. Solid from Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, it's these balls that are going to change the game. The ones Jack Leach, the ones Peter Siddle bowl at Sanderson and Jack White.
Sanderson, the man of many wickets around minor counties cricket, and Northants, a Rushworth style bowler, but can he hold up an end? Tom Abel nearly on his knees, literally. That's like a long barrier. Cam Bancroft practicing his squatting and his yoga moves. Need to get low. Surprised there's not a field on their knees. Not quite the Hyderabad to Scothic off Leach technique. I asked for a slip fielder to go on their knees to me the other day and I got laughed at. It's not very often that. Second slip. I like this a lot. Look at that field setting. This is what day 4 of county cricket is all about. The final day of any red ball cricket. Well played by Sanderson. Full and straight. He's seen that off. Right, so that's Jack Leach's first bowl at Sanderson today. Seen off. Whiteman will be on strike to Siddle. Does he take a single?
142 runs that lead. Whiteman will be thinking there's probably 3 or 4 overs worth here. That's all they have to see out. And even then, it leaves Somerset 13. I don't know. I'm an optimist, Harry. You'd imagine if it comes to it, I think the batting order might be played around with a little bit.
Yeah, I don't think we can talk about that yet. I'm
not happy.
No, I just didn't get these 2 wickets done. I mean, there's
Whiteman
not many slow-scoring players anymore. Dixon and Hamby don't mess around. Anyway, but
I think you'd. I'd set the all-rounders up.
Gregory.
Because then if you do lose a couple of quick ones, you've still got all your batters to come.
Don't think they would quite think about that yet, but Pete
Siddle around the wicket to the left-handed Whiteman. Can he do something magic? Just leaves that one alone. Got to make him play, really.
I think that's been the problem with Somerset seamers today. They've bowled well at times, but they've not made them play enough.
Surrey 6 down, 103 for 6, Surrey at Chelmsford. Is it Simon Harmer? He's got a couple, yeah. Simon Harmer's come on, 0.3 overs, 0 for 2. So a couple of wickets in 3 balls from Simon Harmat. Bumper that Whiteman very casually just ducked underneath. There was no trouble whatsoever, was it?
I'm not sure bumper's the right ploy. I feel like I'm being critical of Pete Siddle today. Maybe I'm asking too much on a placid pitch, but he's also trudging back to his mark so slowly. I know over 8 shouldn't really be an issue. We should still get the... Well, it's not 19 overs because of 2 overs crossover.
It's 16 overs or the last hour, isn't it?
Yeah, but bad light, you can't... I don't think bad light's going to be an issue by 7:30.
Nice as it's been in this entire game. Over 8's +3, so they're well above it. Okay, so halfway through this over, now you're into this ploy of need to make sure Whiteman isn't able to take a single hit. It's interesting, there's a little bit of cover. It's a bit of an in-out field, isn't it? Those areas where those fielders are, that's where Whiteman scores all his runs. There's so many of them, particularly behind square on the leg side, because he takes that step across and just whips anything straight. There's a deep square leg and a long leg in.
But if everyone's got their arms folded in the outfield, it seems like. Interesting body language.
Oh, now he just tickled that one round the corner and leg slip. To be fair, it was a fair way away from leg slip. I think it's Craig Overton who's going to stay down there on the floor. I don't think he was anywhere near that, but that is what he is in there for, the one that goes a little bit straighter. 300 up for Northamptonshire, 300 for 8. And Whiteman has got off the strike, so Siddle has just 2 balls here at Ben Sanderson.
I'm surprised he's taking the singles, actually. I mean, 2 balls, maybe that's the why, but he was keen to take the single early on. He's feeling a lot of trust in Ben Sanderson. Bit short of Siddle, that one. Prodded. Look at this, Lammerby's desperately trying to make him run an extra single. It's not going to happen, is it?
No, I don't think so. It's either a boundary or nothing for Ben Sanderson now. Peter Siddle just taking his time. Ball still relatively new, only 17 overs old, so it is quite hard, but it's just been such a docile pitch. I wonder if we'll see one more burst from either Craig Overton or Lewis Gregory. He's bowled an awful lot. Short ball, or it's a no ball, so let's get a bowl it again. It was a bit awkward for Ben Sanderson. He played it all right in the end, but he took the hand off the bat.
Fend off, wasn't it?
Had there been a short leg in, which is what Tom Abel is suggesting to Sids now, it probably would have gone down his throat. Yeah, immediately Cameron Bancroft takes his cap off, puts one of those free helmets they've already got out there for Jack Leach. So Abel's going to go into leg slip. One more ball. Peter Siddle. I mean, in the end, that's worked out all right because it's unsettled Sanderson slightly and he gets to bowl the ball again. Fielder in at short leg. It's Cameron Bancroft. Can he do the same thing? Goes for the bouncer, but it was just too short from Siddle. Sanderson able to duck underneath it. He knew what was coming there. Got underneath it early. It was way too short. 302 for 8, Somerset. Somerset, Northampton even 97 overs gone.
I'm just desperate to see a last hour of the whole match clatathon.
There they are.
The nerves on the balcony, Stephen Lammy and Shepherd. And
just herding him around there, Shep.
Nice to see the earpieces, the in-ground radios, thanks to Virtue Motors, being used all around the ground.
He's playing it very casual there, isn't he, Shep? He's not going to look.
He's got it turned off. He's talking to Stephen Lamb. He's not got us actually turned on, has he? He's got it on his ear, but it's probably turned down or turned off.
He pretends, Shep. He likes to come up on the stream, but he always listens to BBC, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
He loiters around up here for his stream time. But he's a BBC listener. He's just bought that to impress the boss, isn't he?
So Jack Leach is trying to work out what field he's going to have here with Tom Abel. All sorts of paraphernalia going on. We should say there's 145. Will be hell of a chase in a maximum of, well, 15 overs it would be. 10 and over. I mean, it'd be great to watch. excitement, but Somerset need to get 2 wickets quickly. Whiteman, that sort of prodding, French cricket technique, poking, prodding, not really going anywhere with it. The deep point I don't quite understand, but I suppose it's stopping 4, but allowing Sanson to be on strike. A bit wide from Leach. Really needs to attack the stumps now. Needs to bring some magic into play. Drama in other matches. We've had the drama of Hampshire and Warwickshire, the drama now, the Surrey-Essex match. But here, could we have some mega late drama? Solid from Whiteman. Almost one hand will bounce. The umpire should just, this stage of the game, just change the rules a bit, make it a bit more exciting. Give the bowlers a chance. Back in the one hand, one bounce rule.
Just leaning down, I can see Shepherd and Lamb down there. Bathed in the sunshine.
Was that a deliberate pun, Shepherd and Lamb? I don't think you realised what you just said then, did you?
Yeah, I did. I said he was herding him.
Oh, sorry, you triple punned it, and I missed the triple pun.
Yeah, sorry, mate. Make up a single. We don't want to miss the single. I tell you what, with this evening sunshine, that man persevering with the shorts. He came down to the Cooper Associates county ground this morning. He demanded sunshine. Look at that shirt. It's even unbuttoned now, the shirt as well. Looking very casual. Getting his tan on. Bit of factor 50 is required now, such is the glory down here.
All the catches into Sanderson. One hand, one bounce again. This time short leg. Brilliant work from Cam Bancroft, but it means nothing. Look at that field setting. Get that screen grabbed. Get that on Twitter, Ben Warren. The 4th day of a county championship match with an attacking field like that. Solid. Sanderson's playing really well. We've got to give credit where credit's due. Well, we'll have to get Alex to pan over to the flat watch. We haven't seen how many people on top. Bank holiday weekend, I got 5 on the top deck, I reckon, in the sunshine. The nicest part of the 4 days, really. Nicest, glorious sunshine on a Sunday evening.
Beautiful.
Look at that. Well, look at that pink number on the top.
They can afford a heavy one tonight as well, for it being the bank holiday. Coronation, it's kind of been party.
I don't think it matters in a retirement flat, does it? I think every day's a party day if you want it to be. If you've got the stamina in your 60s and 70s and 80s or whatever.
Peter Siddle then. This has got to be it, really. Sam Whiteman on strike. 2 slips, a leg slip. Around the wicket, 17 overs remaining. Short ball. That's a better directed one, but Sam Whiteman very casual, able to duck underneath it. Umpire deciding that square leg is not for him, so he's going to go to deep backward point. I think Somerset, Ben Warren has given the shout. 2 more overs without a wicket might bring a shake of the hands. I think Somerset will keep going for a couple more overs here.
And they've got a good crowd in. They're entertaining the crowd. The crowd aren't leaving anytime soon. If they were flocking out to the car park, but Jack Leach talks about the bums on seats format. Ben Stokes wants English cricket to entertain.
Around the wicket, Siddle. Oh, they're able to leave that one. You can see what he's trying to do. They know Whiteman is so strong down that leg side. If you're going to do anything, it's just going to be those little catches down the leg side. That's the only way it feels like. I saw Ben Compton, who himself is a bit of a movable object, for Kent, and they managed to kind of just got him fending around with his gloves, caught leg slip. It seems to be a kind of semi-orthodox mode of dismissal these days.
Yeah, semi-orthodox. Far off, actually.
Around the wicket, Siddle. It's just so easy for Sam Whiteman. He's just in no trouble whatsoever. He's playing at a different pace to everyone else, really. I know Somerset haven't got masses of pace in their attack.
Somerset would do from a bit of Matt Henry now. Wouldn't that be lovely? A bit of extra zip, a bit of pace, a bit of something.
I still don't think it would move Sam Whiteman.
No, it probably wouldn't. I think it might get do for Sanderson.
But then, you know, Siddle, Overton, Gregory, Leach. Field's going to come in just to deny Sam Whiteman the single that he'll probably look for the fourth or fifth ball. One slip and a gully, but everyone bar long leg is up, saving one. What can Sam Whiteman do? Sends it straight to mid-wicket, where Craig Overton just has a little flick shy at the stumps. I think I can see Rachel down there, Harry.
Yep, if you're on a deck chair, have a shout out to the, what do we call it, wag corner, wag deck. Enjoying the sunshine down there, loving the earpieces, going down a treat. So I've had a lot of people enjoying the sunshine down on the Thatcher's deck. I'm not sure they're ignoring us like Shep was. Gully gonna slip.
Pulled by Sam Whiteman, and actually what Somerset will want is for that to go all the way to the boundary. It's going to slow up. The chase is laboured. They're only going to take one. In club cricket now, I have seen in club cricket fielders kick balls like that over the boundary.
Have you?
I wouldn't expect it.
Have you? They wouldn't do such a thing, would they?
I've seen it in club cricket.
That was about 2 metres in, Sam. I dread to see your club cricket, the dishonest blokes. Lewis Gregory sprinted full tilt and literally pulled his hamstring.
I think I saw, there was a player on 99.
Oh, no.
And I'm not going to name it, but I think there was like 2 to win or something, and it went down to final. There was a bit of needle in the game, and he'd been dropped, and I think there was one he hadn't walked.
Oh, okay.
And basically, the fielder down at final leg kicked it over for buys to deny the guy his 100.
Bit like AJ tied to James Vince, was it?
When was that?
In the Big Bash.
Siddle back over the wicket to Sanderson. Can he get him? Short ball. Sanderson.
It's a better short ball, though, isn't it?
End of the over. Another over passes. I spy to my left Mr. Andrew Caddick. Wow, what Somerset would love to have him out there. Bowling now. 304 for 8.
Yeah, I'd like to see Casey Aldridge have a go. That back of a length, that different angle, younger, fitter. You know what I mean? We talk about an aging attack on the 4th day. Casey Aldridge's got a bit more buzz about him to really steam in and give it some, just for 2 more overs. I don't think we'll play past 14 overs.
Well, that is the last hour. It's just been signalled to Polly, so 16 overs remaining, so it's the final hour of play. So Somerset, having taken their time previously, they now can't, although with Jack Leach at one end. So we've just got an hour left. I don't know, the captains have to shake hands, so it's up to Somerset, really.
Whiteman might want to get 150, he might suddenly go on the attack the last 10 overs. I always think how selfish, batting-wise. If you just love batting, why would you shake hands on a flat one? Just crack on.
I would be very surprised. I suppose if they were 9 down, then you could shake hands, but Somerset wouldn't, so I would be very surprised.
Leach into Whiteman, and there's no silly point. It's a short leg, as you can see the leg slip and the 2 orthodox slips. What's Tom Abel gesturing here? Yep, Casey Aldridge is going to surely bowl from this end below us. Make or break time. Do or die for Somerset. Well, that's a tickle, is it, down the leg side? It's going to be runs. Somehow, he's split the gap between James Root and Craig Oden has to trot down. No, it's buys. Harsh on James Root, the turn out of the rough on the 4th day, but quick enough. The outfield now, after all this rain, still quick enough for it to go for 4 off the not quick bowling of Jack Leach. So that long on is sort of loitering 10 yards off. Sort of no man's land. Craig Overton trotting back up there. He's quite deep at leg slip. Almost a leg second slip. Played by Whiteman. Tom Abel's going to move out to... What's this going to be? A short cover, I suppose, with 4 balls remaining in the over. Whiteman's just prodding around. Point's going to come up. Craig Overton's going to go out and keep his lid on. Is he? He's not going to go field at mid-wicket in the ring with his lid on. Surely not. Or he's going... he might be going all the way. Okay, he's going all the way to the... No, he's not. I don't understand this field placement, to be honest with you. You just pan out, please. Is it Alex on the camera? We've got Craig Overton at mid-wicket. Todd. We'll get Director Todd in his last day in charge to give us a view in a sec. So Craig Overton is now at mid-wicket on the edge of the ring. Hopefully we'll get the technology to show you. There he is in this place in front of square. It's a weird setting. I don't quite know what the plan is. Now, with 2 balls remaining, they don't want to give Whiteman the single. They want to squeeze. He's trying to nudge it. Oh, that's a chance. Oh, how's it missed the stumps? How's it missed everything? Bancroft is running down with a helmet. Whiteman's literally walking to the other end. He's got the single he wanted with 2 balls. Well, now 1 ball remaining. But how has that not hit? Inside edge, just past leg stump. And, wow.
He's tried that cute shot a couple of times.
Yeah,
and
twice now,
actually,
yeah.
that's the only time he's really looked like getting out, is playing that shot. I know he's desperate to shield Ben Sanderson from the strike, but it's a high-risk shot for him at the moment.
It's like a pokey late cut, almost. Sanderson's not looked like getting out, to Jack Leach at least. Yeah, the other end he's been pretty solid. Well, that's another over, Dan. I think they will be near to handshaking time now. Tom Abel's a proud man. He'll keep battling away and he won't give up yet, but...
Change of bowling then, Casey Aldridge. Another throw of the dive for Tom Abel. So they're still going, Somerset. They're still searching for that last couple of wickets. 15 remaining. We're into the last hour as well. This partnership now for Northamptonshire's 9th wicket. Worth 11 runs, but it's 33 balls as well. So 5.5 overs. 5.5 overs ago, Somerset thought they might have a way back into the game. There's been a couple of little cute shots from Sam Whiteman off Jack Leach. Could have been risky. Around the wicket, Aldridge. Oh, that hasn't missed the stumps by an awful lot. That has come back considerably from outside off stump. We left it on length as much as anything. Just about gone over. Couple of encouragement from the skipper, Tom Abel.
I like the Casey Aldridge move. I just think it could have been slightly earlier. Is it too late? Can he work some magic, Casey? Batted beautifully against Lancashire to save the game on Sunday a couple of weeks ago. And now he's here with the ball in hand. The Western man.
Oh, that's Tom Abel going in. Just thirds it to Whiteman.
Yeah, or Gully, I reckon.
Third man is being moved sort of 10-15 yards.
Close there. They're quite close to Casey Aldridge. They're making sure the catch carries, I guess.
Stephen Lamb is going to jump back in for me at the end of this over, so we do get you in for another stint, Stephen, but it's not quite been.
Just made it.
Not quite the stint we were hoping to hear you talk about. But like Somerset, you're still hanging on in there, Stephen, aren't you? Enjoying your time down on the deck in the sunshine? Fuller. And just pushed to mid-off where Sean Dixon does the fielding. Scampers through for a single. Sanderson has got 2 balls of Casey Aldridge to face. There'll be a leg slip, short leg. I mean, I'd just be inclined to pack fielders in the line of sight of Ben Sanderson here.
I think now you just go all out attack.
He's not going to take a single.
It's the last saloon now, isn't it? To be honest, even me with my optimistic hat on doesn't see 150 being chased in 12 overs. That would be massive.
You know, I know it's a small thing, but Jack Leach is a deep backward point. They're not going to take a single to it.
No, agreed.
That's a big call from Casey Aldridge. He's down on one knee. Is it doing a little bit too much?
Bancroft's gone for the run out as well. I think it's going down the leg side. But
probably was.
Big old slap on the pads. Samson did not look comfortable. Casey literally down on his knees. There's a cracking picture Harry Trump took. It's on the Somerset website of Casey Aldridge eating his t-shirt in frustration. It's been one of those afternoons for Somerset. That sums up the pitch of the day. So Casey Aldridge still plugging away here from the Swiss Gothic Pavilion end. 3 slips, short leg. Leg gully. That's nasty, but leg side-ish. Samson can flick it away one-handed. The shot he practiced was very different to the one-handed bend he played. Right, Sam, that's you done for the day. Probably the match, I guess.
I think so. I think it's been an absolute pleasure, Harry, but I'm not sure I'll make it back on, which is fair play. A lot of credit to Northamptonshire and Sam Whiteman in particular.
It's Sam Whiteman's fault that you're not getting another stint. Well battered indeed. On to 129 not out. Stoic, the captain leading by example, and whatever much we might say on the Somerset live stream about Somerset being gutted to miss out on a big chance of victory here, you've got to give credit, you've got to give the plaudits to Sam Whiteman. So Jack Leach, I reckon this could be the last over of the match. Just as Stephen comes in, I'm sure we've had this before where he's come in for 1 over and nothing's happened. So Jack Leach, what can he do? What can he do? Same sort of field, really. Same field we've had for the last couple of overs now. It's not getting any more attacking, not getting any more dramatic. He's going to keep twirling away here. Oh, that's a chance. That's a drop. First slip, that is a genuine drop. Tom Abel, head to the sky. That is possibly easy. It came quickly, yes. But that's 2 hands scooped. We've seen some absolutely cracking grabs this match. None less from that man TKC in the slips earlier on, but it's hit his right forearm, the right wrist, and gone away. Jack Leach could have had a 4th. Whiteman, he's got lucky towards the end, but...
You know, the sort of catches that Somerset have taken in this innings, you'd have expected that one to stick.
13.4 overs remaining, but... That's another big shout. I don't think anything's doing. No. Desperate for Somerset. I think it's too late. A couple of half chances dropped.
Yeah, he got outside the line. Off stump to that.
It would have been too late anyway, I think, really. So the lead. Yeah, the lead is 153.
You're not going to get that in 11 overs.
That would be going. That would be arguably the most entertaining Somerset chicane there's ever been here. But no.
Turned away to backward square leg. Another dot ball.
Do you agree? End of the over, I think they might shake hands.
Maybe when it's down to just 10 left. End of the over or the next one, I fancy.
No, he's trying to get the 1, trying to get down. That's the first time in a while he's not managed to get the 1 comfortably. He did it quite easily, especially against Jack Leach, but he can't that time, despite the use of the feet. So it will be Sanderson who will take strike. No, they're not going to shake hands. They're going to carry on.
Still going to be Casey Aldridge. Well, the 103rd over of the innings. Ben Sanderson on strike, and the chances of a result in this game are pretty well extinct. Bouncer which doesn't get up very much. It's not difficult for Sanderson to get underneath it. Into his 15th over of the innings, 1 for 57 his figures. Bowling in bright sunshine.
That's an interesting shot. Trying to save a draw. I mean, it almost doesn't matter now. That's a Jack Brooks shot over the slips, isn't it? It's a little poke. The slip drives.
No contact with it. I think he was aiming for the Lord Botham stand. Up and over. But absolutely no contact with the ball at all. Down the leg side, and Rue couldn't take it cleanly. It won't cost anything though. Will this be the last over of the match? I think there's a pretty strong chance.
We all guess as good as mine at the moment, but we'll keep guessing.
Way down the leg side.
Searching dramatically now, isn't he? He has to, really.
Floodlights have been a bit of an anachronism, really, for most of this session. Still switched on as we play in bright sunshine. Defended and well fielded at short leg. They've tried all sorts of strategies, Somerset, in an effort to find their way through this Northants batting lineup. They've not had a lot of help from the conditions. And there's been this magnificent innings, which is still in progress, from the Northants captain. All credit to him, Sam Whiteman, on 129 not out. Credit also to Tom Taylor, whose half-century kept Whiteman company for a crucial 8th wicket stand.
That could be... No, he's giving Casey Aldridge a slap. A friendly pat on the back, but... It's all over by the handshakes now, isn't it, Stephen? Let's be honest here, I think. Hard to say, really. But
Tom Abel still giving it his best shot.
yeah, I admire the attitude.
Still Jack Leach. This will be his 32nd over. 3 for 76, his figures. If he were able to strike twice in this over, then we'd be in a situation where there are 10 overs in which to score 154 runs, which is just vanishingly unlikely, really. Up they go again. Appeal for LBW. David Milne's not interested. Well, I'm sure he's interested, but he's not answering in the affirmative. Yeah. 5 men round the bat, plus the keeper. Another appeal, but he didn't really have the conviction, did it?
Hands in the air if you desperately want a wicket. They're all up.
Appeal for anything at this stage of the game.
Yeah.
Pleasant evening sunshine out there at the moment as this game meanders towards a draw.
Oh, could we have we couldn't have a run out at this stage, surely.
He came a long way down, didn't he?
Yeah.
Sanderson. He was much more interested in the single than his captain. Turned away down to long leg. I got a couple for this, I fancy. No, they're not interested. They're just walking a single.
It's so village to watch someone walk a single, but it makes sense.
Still 2 deliveries of the over remaining. Will a halt be called after that, I wonder? Must be close now.
Yep, all over bar the shouting, but still, I suppose you could say personal things to bring up. I don't think Sanderson's worried about getting off the mark.
Not judging by that stroke.
No.
Comfortably defended out to mid-wicket. Here's the last ball of the over, and that's a defensive push. Back to the bowler.
There we go.
Handshake. That is it. Match drawn. Northants finish on 311 for 8. Their hero of the day, undoubtedly Sam Whiteman, who finishes on 130 not out. Ben Sanderson left unbeaten on 0. The other batting hero for Northants, Tom Taylor, made 53. Featured in an 8th wicket partnership with his captain, which has had more than anything else to do with the fact that Northants have saved this game. Jack Leach finishes up with 3 wickets, 3 for 77. 2 wickets for Lewis Gregory for 59, and then a wicket apiece for Craig Overton, Peter Siddle and Casey Aldridge. So the players make their way off the field. Somerset still searching for their first championship win of the season. They've drawn 3 and lost 1. That game up at Trent Bridge, and all 3 games here have ended in draws. So credit particularly to Sam Whiteman as he walks off, acknowledging the applause of the crowd and of his teammates. Great contribution from him, and applauded also by Tom Abel, the Somerset skipper, who will be disappointed with the outcome, but did his best to fashion a Somerset win. In the end, it just wasn't quite there.
Yeah, frustrating for Somerset, but very well batted, Whiteman. And Tom Taylor, I think, cannot be underestimated, his crucial 79-run partnership for the 8th wicket. Sanderson did his job at the end, and Somerset will be frustrated. They couldn't quite get those breakthroughs, but they'll take a few more bonus points. They'll take 12. Whereas they'll be just known as
5 for the draw.
Yes.
7 bonus points. There's the scorecard, and there is the influence of the Northants skipper. Not out, Sam Whiteman on 130. And you can see the importance of that 8th wicket partnership in terms of the proceedings today. The sharing of the wickets between 5 of the Somerset bowlers. Bowling figures. Craig Overton and Lewis Gregory unlucky, I felt, this morning. They bowled well without making a breakthrough. And Peter Siddle, Jack Leach and Casey Aldridge. Wickets column, all of them feature, with Jack Leach and Lewis Gregory the outstanding wicket takers, 3 and 2 apiece, 1 each for the rest. And that is just about it. Hope very much that you've enjoyed our coverage on the live screen. Our thanks to WPA Health Insurance for sponsoring it. Thanks to Ian Shepherd for his contribution in the middle session today. Thanks to Sam Dalling, and thanks to you, Harry Everett. From me, Stephen Lamb, a very good evening to you.